Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know that over 70% of global supply chain leaders say digital transformation is critical for staying competitive? Businesses leveraging modern tools like SAP are achieving 30% higher efficiency in their operations. Today, we're diving into SAP S/4HANA Transportation Management (TM) with Logistics Business Network (LBN). It's an advanced solution designed to optimize supply chain logistics, ensuring businesses stay agile and efficient. SAP S/4HANA TM improves logistics efficiency by up to 30% and reduces operational costs by 20%. Companies using LBN report smoother collaboration with partners, leading to faster deliveries and better customer satisfaction. In today's fast-paced market, efficient transportation and real-time collaboration are essential. SAP TM with LBN empowers organizations to handle complex logistics, reduce delays, and gain visibility across the supply chain, helping them lead in their industry. In this course, we'll cover the fundamentals of SAP TM and LBN, how to use these tools effectively, and the key skills you'll need to optimize logistics and enhance collaboration. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Logistics and SAP TM history and overview. 2. SAP TM terminology and scenario. 3. TM master data, BP master data. 4. Route master data, schedule master data. 5. Trade lane master data, auto freight unit create. Let's dive in.
SAP TM Transportation Management S/4HANA overview. Okay, difference between the standalone and the embedded system. Standalone is also known as the sidecar scenario or the side-by-side scenario. Okay, so let's go ahead. So this is agenda that we are going to cover. All right. So logistics and the SAP TM history, industry overview. So this product SAP TM, okay, this product in itself has been improved a lot over the period of time. Okay, it was a logistics solution provided by the SAP. Along with the SAP in the market, we have lots of non-SAP TM system also available, which is competitive enough. I'm going to give you an example. Infodis. Infodis is one of the TM solution very famous in Europe. Okay, it can easily integrate with the SAP GTS, SAP warehouse management. Okay, and non-SAP tool also. Give me just 1 minute, guys. Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, so this transportation management, these processes are the logistics solution provided by the SAP for the logistics industry. Okay, this TM logistics processes was already started in the R2 and the R3 also. Okay, but it is not having the same separate solution as a TM solution. Rather than it, these logistics process has been covered as a part of SAP core. Okay, R2, R3, and in the ECC core. Okay, and slowly with the further improvement in the solution, the TM as a standalone product came in the market. Okay, all right, and the version it started with SAP TM 8.0. Right. So now, as we know, why the SAP solutions comes to the market, it's not only about SAP TM. If you look at SAP, any other module, SD, MM, finance, warehouse, okay, global trade services, all the solution catering the need of a particular industry need. Okay, for example, transportation is talking about the transportation industry. Okay, sales in the entire enterprise, we have certain challenges in the transportation. Okay, for example, connecting with the vendor, tendering to the vendor, connecting their quotation, awarding them particular freight orders. Okay, so in that case, we need a particular automation process because we are not talking about a single transportation leg. We are talking about multiple leg and globally. All right. So for which we need a system in place, right? Because these kind of a complex scenarios across the globe, managing so many transportation legs together and with the different mode of transportation, working with different carrier and global carrier, okay, and different mode of transportation, okay, and different compliance, because as per the countries, different countries, different compliance. Logistics is the one which will be majorly impacting the time to reach to the customer, which is also called TTM, time to reach to the market or time to reach to the customer. Okay. So every industry is targeting to optimize their logistics process. And we know optimization is not possible until unless we have system in place. Okay. That's why the SAP is a leader in the market for the ERP. Okay. So SAP is already working. They are still working on the existing TM solution also to optimize it further, to make it more competitive with the other non-SAP product, which is already doing good in the market. Okay. All right. So what are the different processes that we can see here in the TM solution? At route planning, load optimization. Load optimization, SAP has added three-dimensional load optimizer. Okay. Carrier selection, automatic carrier selection, real-time tracking with the GPS enabled services. Okay. These things have been added in the SAP TM, right? Now, in this slide, you guys can see on the right side, there is a diagram which is showing a map overview. Okay. Okay. If you guys see, look at this map. Okay, and there are certain messages on the top that 3 out of 3 freight units can be planned. Now, looking at this pictorial presentation in the map, okay, user will be able to identify that across the globe, from which location to which location this transportation is being planned. And these dots that we see here, okay, it is representing on a particular location what are the different freight unit, number of freight units, as well as which carrier, what is the vehicle number. Okay, so different information. So it's a user experience basically. Okay, user can look at and can manage this freight unit in a pictorial view in a map. Okay, so from the user perspective, managing this freight units planning is become very easy, because they do not have to look into the location pin code or the location city or the country. Okay, they can simply click on these dots and they will get all the relevant information here. This map, this will be coming in SAP as an add-on. It is not available in a standard TM solution until it is required. Okay, so I'm not sure if you guys are already working in the TM projects, then whether this add-on is already available for your client, that you guys have to check. But this map add-on is not available in our TM server, because this has to be purchased separately, and it's a training system. So for the training, not all the clients are looking for this, map related thing. But again, we as a functional consultant, we will focus more on the approach and the SPRO configuration and the data. But this map overview is a user experience basically for the end user perspective. This helps them to plan the transportation activities. Okay. And on the SCP perspective, why this slide? That this map it's a map enabled system now. Okay. Earlier, this map enabled system or the GPS enabled system was not there in the TM also. Okay. But with the upcoming version, these things has been enabled now, along with the EWM and the GTS integration. Okay. And this diagram is showing you guys, a complete overview that how this product. So you can see in the R2, it was just a logistics process. R3 is also logistics process, along with the timeline you guys can see. Okay, this product has been improved. Now, first time this product has been come in the picture when the APO. If you guys know about this module, earlier there was a module which is APO, Advanced Planning Optimizer. Still, some of the clients are still using APO, Advanced Planning Optimizer, and that APO comes with 4 or 5 different sub module. Okay, which is detailed scheduling, production planning, detailed scheduling, transportation, and the vehicle scheduling was one of the area in the APO. Okay. So transportation planning, global availability to promise, right? So different sub area was there in the APO module. So the transportation planning, which is TP/VS, vehicle scheduling, this came as a raw sub area and under APO module, right? Then the process goes further, event management, then EM. Event management is not a part of TM. It's a altogether different module. We'll discuss about this event management later on. Okay, this is for tracking and tracing of a shipment. Okay, when we say, just to give a simple example, if you guys are ordering something from your Flipkart or the Amazon, okay, you must have observed the moment you order, you got immediately an SMS or the email notification as an acknowledgement of your order. Okay. And whenever that order is getting packed, getting ready to dispatch, you guys are kept on getting a kind of a notification from Amazon or the Flipkart that your product is getting ready, it is getting packed, it is picked, it will be reaching you to this and this time slot. So against that order, there will be a shipment tracking, and the notification to the customer will be kept on happening. So that is the area where the event management will be helpful, and but it's a different module in SAP. Okay, so this event management track and trace was developed in 2001. RFID handling, okay, which is part of the warehouse. In the warehouse, RFID handling was developed in 2004. Okay, then planning and the ocean booking, which has been again developed in 2006. Then SAP come with the first TM solution of 6.0 and 7.0. 6.0 was only for few months. I think it is only for 10 months, then followed by the 7.0. So this there where the SAP TM come first in the market, along with certain process like it is connected to the event management, RFID handling, okay, and the other EWM and the GTS integration. But at that time, in the initial version, this it was not there. Then slowly the focus was the shipper focus process, and then to cover the LSP processes. Okay, what are the shipper focus and what are the LSP shipper? If you just take an example, for example, you guys are working for some manufacturing company. Okay, your client is a manufacturing client, and that manufacturing client is dispatching to their customer. Okay, and how they're dispatching to their customer, they need a carrier. Okay, they need a carrier for their transportation requirement. So that is a shipper scenario where our client is not a carrier. Okay, our client is a manufacturing company, and as a manufacturing company, they are dispatching the goods to their carrier, goods to their customer with the help of a carrier. So this is a shipper, because in that case, our manufacturing company is a shipper. Okay, so it's a shipper focused. Our client is a manufacturing company. Our client is a shipper. It's a shipper focused. So in that case, manufacturing company will be giving all the transportation requirement as an outsourcing. They are outsourcing all their transportation requirement to carriers. Okay, and they are taking the carrier help to dispatch the goods, to manufacture goods to their customer. So this is the shipper focus scenario, which was initial focus. Even the standard SAP TM training, which is SAP is providing, it is completely shipper focused. Okay, very least focus on the LSP processes. But yeah, software do cover the LSP area also. Okay, but we are talking about the training part. In our training, we'll be covering both. We'll be covering shipper scenario and the LSP focus equally. And what is the LSP focus? Does anyone know what is LSP? Have you guys come across this term LSP? Anyone?
Logistics service provider.
Yeah, correct. Logistics service provider. We also know logistics service provider as a freight forwarder. Okay, or 3PL. Now, what is the role of LSP? The logistics service provider. They are taking the logistics requirement basically. Now, our client is not a manufacturing company this time. Our client is a company like DHL. DHL is a 3PL or LSP. Okay. So in that case, the DHL is taking the transportation requirement and arranging all the transportation planning and all. Okay. So this time our client is a logistics service provider. Okay. Okay. In the shipper focus, our client, I give an example of manufacturing company, okay, which are taking help of one LSP or carrier to dispatch the goods to their customer, where the LSP, our client is directly a forwarding agent, a LSP. Okay. All right. Our client is directly an LSP. Okay. And in that case, my client is accepting the transportation requirement, direct transportation requirement. Okay. And arranging all the transportation planning and the execution. Okay. So in SAP, obviously because of different focus, the process, how it will be executed and carried out, it is completely different. So that we're going to have a look. SAP TM has been evolved further along with the S4 HANA, and the S4 HANA 2000 till 2017. A lot of upgrade has been done. Okay, and now TM is integrated with the other module. It is completely embedded solution in S4 HANA business suite completely. Okay, and It is also enabled with, as I said, it's a GPS enabled, it's a map integrated. It is integrated in real time with the EWM module, with the GTS module, and it can very well integrate with some non-SAP interfaces also. Okay, right. And covering the wide variety, wild industry, various industries basically. Okay, wide range of industries, pharmaceutical, manufacturing, chemical. Okay, because every industry, if you look at, then there is a transportation or the logistics requirement involved in that. Okay, aviation industry, hospitality industry. Okay, right. And now TM is also one of the module which is getting very popular year by year because of kind of an improvement in this product which is happening, right? And moreover, SAP, this earlier we used to have the logistics execution, okay, but SAP has not still made a formal comment about it, but the logistic execution will be going out in future, and SAP TM will be the only product which is provided by the SAP for taking care of the logistics processes and the requirement in the market. Okay, but that's a whole idea. But they still haven't made any formal comment because as of now, the major challenge was to upgrade all the clients to S4 HANA because the target for ECC, I think they might be supporting only till 2025 and 2027 or 25. Okay, so all the clients are now upgrading to S4. You guys must be working on S4 HANA already, or will be working on S4 HANA upgrade down the line. All right, let me know, guys, if you have any questions so far. Please let me know. Right. So now how these processes has been bifurcated and the process flow. So this slide is covering the process flow of TM in SAP, and these are the major areas. Okay. We'll start with the order management in SAP. Okay. And then after we have the order management, so what we cover in the order management is the order requirement. As we discussed, we just now discussed the shipper scenario and the LSP scenario. So shipper, our manufacturing company, our client will give the requirement, transportation requirement. Okay. In the other case, LSP, where my client is a DHL will receive the transportation requirement. So the order management will start with the transportation requirement, from where the starting point of the order management is the transportation requirement. Okay, in both the scenario, shipper or the LSP scenario, from where the transportation requirement, or we can say the trigger for the freight order or the forwarding order. Okay, in short, it's a transportation requirement. So, and how that transportation requirement will be converted into order. What kind of order? We will be discussing three terminology here: freight order, freight booking, and forwarding order. Now, so I want you guys to give you a kind of a frame that you have to look this solution. You have to divide this solution from the shipper focus frame, the LSP frame. Okay. Now, as just now I said, order management will be having three terminologies: freight order, freight booking, forwarding order. Now, if you look at from the shipper focus or the LSP focus, which area the freight order belongs to? Shipper focus. Which area? Freight booking, shipper focus again. Which area? The forwarding order, LSP focus. Okay, so this is how each and every terminology in the TM solution you guys have to bifurcate first of all, whether that is relevant for the shipper focus or the LSP focus. Okay, so that you guys be able to compare whether what is the difference between these two processes. Okay, so first thing is the transportation requirement. As from the business point of view, I give an example that how the transportation requirement is completely different in shipper focus and the LSP focus scenario. Similarly, the order means the freight order and the freight booking is relevant for the shipper focus, and the forwarding order is relevant for LSP focus. Okay, all right. So we'll be coming and we'll be actually doing the hands-on and all in the system. Okay, and what is the difference between the freight order and the freight booking? Freight order and the freight booking both are shipper focus. Okay, both are shipper scenario. Okay, but what is the major difference between the freight order and the freight booking? So the major difference between the freight order and the freight booking is freight order is only for land. Land means road and the railway. Okay, whereas the freight booking is for air and the ocean. Okay, other than land, air and the ocean, but both are shipper focus scenario. Okay, both order, whether it's a freight order or the freight booking order, both are shipper focus scenario. Okay, all right. LSP, we have only one thing, forwarding order. That's it. All right. The freight order and the freight booking, the major difference is freight order is a land specific. In the land, we have two mode of transport, road and the railway. And other than land, air and the ocean is comes under freight booking. We have to get freight booking then. Okay. So the order management will talk about the transportation requirement. What is the trigger? What is the SPR configuration for the trigger? And the conversion, how to convert those transportation requirement into freight order, freight booking, or the forwarding order. Okay. Then once we have that freight order, freight booking, then what we have to do? We have to plan the transportation. Then the planning of the transportation it will involve that which vehicle, okay, which route between two location, what are the two, which is the preferred route, okay, and which is the preferred vehicle, and which carrier. Okay, so once we have this transportation planning done, then we actually assign it to the carrier. We select the carrier. So the selection of the carrier will also comes in between the transportation planning and the execution, but you can consider this as a part of transportation execution only. So the planning will give you the final freight order creation, okay, and that freight order will be assigned to the carrier for the transportation execution. Okay, so once we have this freight order in place assigned to the carrier, the transportation execution will be done by the carrier itself. And after the transportation is executed, the carrier will raise the invoices to our client. Okay, and there we have to accept the carrier invoices, and to settle those carrier invoices, what we need, we also need the charges to be calculated and estimated in the TM system. Now, transportation management, TM is not for accepting the invoices. Okay, because TM is an area of supporting the logistics. Now, if you look from the enterprise point of view, then our purchase organization, which comes in MM. Okay, if you guys know, I'm assuming that you guys know a little bit about the MM module. So in MM module, we have the purchase organization, which is, and that purchase organization do negotiate the terms and condition for purchasing the goods and the services. We are talking about the transportation industry, so we are talking only about the services. Okay, so the purchase organization in the MM will be involved in purchasing the services from carrier. Okay, so MM is the module where the purchase of services will be happening, and MM is the module where the carrier invoices will be verified. Okay, so what is the role of TM then? So TM will be calculating the charges, because everything, the freight planning, freight execution, okay, that how much distance has been traveled, what is the weight of that freight. So based on the distance or the weight, the charges will be calculated in the transportation execution, and those charges will be transferred to MM module. Okay, so the real time, the actual charges will be calculated in the TM, because to settle the invoices to the carrier, we also must know, right, that how much the charges we supposed to pay to the carrier. Is our calculated charges in TM system is really matching the carrier invoice amount that the carrier is invoicing for? If it is matching or not matching, that mismatch verification will happen in the MM module. Okay, so the carrier invoicing and the carrier invoice verification will be happening in the MM module. All right, but to perform that verification, we need a system estimated charges also, and that system estimation or the calculation in MM will be transferred from the TM system. All right, so the TM software will be used for planning, execution, as well as charge calculation. It will just calculate the charges. Okay, and after calculating the charges will be transferred to the MM module. Okay, and those transfer charges in the MM module will be used for performing the carrier invoice verification. Okay, all right. Okay, then at the same time, when the charge is being calculated, we also need to know that how much is the cost for those freight, and that cost, now the charges calculation and the costing is different. okay, charge calculation, and those calculated charges will be transferred to the module. Whereas the costing, freight costing will be transferred to the CO module. Okay, we have right FICO. So in the CO module, those freight cost will be transferred. For what reason? Because that cost, okay, that cost will be charged to our customer. Because eventually, I'm giving an example of shipper scenario. Manufacturing company. Manufacturing company, take an example of Bose. Bose is a manufacturing company. Bose is a manufacturing company, and this client, Bose, they are dispatching goods to their customer with the help of a carrier. All right. Now, this company, Bose, they will pay to the carrier for dispatching the goods to the customer. And eventually, these charges, these transportation charges, company Bose will add in customer invoice, their customer invoice. Okay. So eventually, the company which is Bose, while settling the carrier invoices, they should also know how much is the cost of that particular freight, and that particular freight cost, the transportation cost or the freight cost, they will add in the SD billing. Okay, in the SD module for the customer billing. For that purpose, we also need to know how much is the freight cost. So there are two things happening: the charge calculation, freight charge calculation, that will be transferred to the module for paying and settling the invoice of the carrier. Other is a freight cost, and that cost will be transferred to SD module, transferred to the CO module, and that freight cost will be captured in the customer billing also. Okay, customer billing. Eventually, that cost will be charged to the customer as a transportation cost or the transportation charges by our client. Okay, so this is what will be happening, and we'll be discussing and doing the hands-on also in the system. And the last is the analytics and the reporting. There are different reports, standard reports available in the system. Okay, just like every other module in SAP, there are some certain standard reports are provided. Okay, for the end users, right? Right.
Let's say
Yeah.
I have a freight order which is having freight units up to different sales orders. Okay. Now, when I would be billing, that freight charges would be, splitted in the customer invoices. So that would
Right.
be shown in the scenario building, right? You
Right,
would be
right.
showing
Of
it.
course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Freight cost. Now, freight cost
Right.
is something which is called freight cost distribution. So the freight cost distribution we can do by delivery also. One freight unit,
That's okay.
okay, two freight unit, two deliveries. So the freight cost we can split as a two deliveries. Okay, so each delivery will have a separate invoice, and the distributed or the split cost per delivery will be shown in the corresponding invoice also. Okay.
Yeah, that would be shown like in a scenario building, right?
Right.
Okay.
So now again, the TM industry overview. Okay, order management, as I already, so whatever I have covered in the previous flow already, this has just been as a theory, it has been covered here. Then in the order management, we'll be talking about the transportation requirement. Okay, and this transportation requirement will be triggered from our different module like SD module, sales and distribution, sales order, or the purchase order, module. Okay, so this transportation requirement will be triggered, and we have the corresponding trigger settings also. Planning of the transportation requirement will be happening completely in TM. Manual or the optimizer planning. Yeah, we do have two kind of planning: interactive planning, which is also called as the manual, and optimizer based planning, which is automatic planning. Manual planning, we will have already a plan document. Plan document is our freight unit created from the previous step, and we'll be choosing which truck it will be allocated to, and which route, etc. Okay, and optimizer is based on the settings. Okay, planning settings. The system will take a decision to choose which truck, which particular load, okay, and which particular route, default route, okay, or the actual route, and which particular carrier to be automatically assigned or not. Okay, so we have both the option, manual and the optimizer planning. Planning feature, yeah, the planning feature has been given. Means of transport selection, this will be happening automatically. Carrier selection can be, we can make a settings to do the carrier selection automatically. Load optimization. Okay, now the 3D planning, again, there's a 3D planner view. Okay, is integrated with the SAP TM solution. where we can check the load on a particular truck to be kept in a particular dimension. Okay, and that is again, we again have to take adding in that SAP TM solution to view that 3D planner view. Okay, for the loading, I'll check whether in this lab the 3D view is available for the load optimization or not. We'll see that. Okay, all right. I believe you guys are very much clear about who are the shipper. Okay, carrier, logistics service provider, customer, supplier. Okay, right. Now, if you look at this diagram, okay, then the logistics service provider is something which we just now discussed, is a freight forwarder, like a company like a DHL. Carrier, what is the difference between the carrier and the logistics service provider? This is a very common question. The logistics service provider will help to plan the transportation. They will do the planning or the arrangement for the execution, but the carrier is the one who will actually perform the execution. So carrier is the party who will own the vehicles. Okay, carrier is the party who will own the vehicles. Vehicle could be, it could be truck, it could be ship. Okay, freight flights, right, railway, rail corridor. Okay, so this party which is actually owning this transportation vehicle or the ship or the flight will be called as a carrier. And logistics service provider is only for arranging and planning the transportation. Okay, now the one question is, can we have the logistics service provider and the carrier be performing by the same company? Yes, it is possible. Let's like DHL, they have their own trucks and the own ship also, and they are working with the lease carrier. They outsource also to the different carrier. But in the same company, DHL will be having two separate division: DHL logistics service provider, who will be doing the planning, transportation planning and arrangement, and the DHL carrier, who will be actually owning the trucks. Okay, so even within the same company, we have to make two different departments. Logistics service provider is a different department, carrier is a different department. Okay, they could be two different company, they could be same company. Within the same company, it will be two separate department then. Okay, customers. Now the suppliers is the actual vendor who is the manufacturer. Okay, and customers who will be providing the order to the shippers. Right, and this entire flow I have already explained you guys. What is the order management, transportation planning, different step in transportation execution, and the charges and settlement. Okay, so track and trace of all shipment. Now there are something which is, what are the different functionalities is supported by TM solution, which is a current version. Track and trace of all shipment. Now this track and trace of all shipment will be the monitoring and the visibility. This will be provided by SAP TM solution, integrated with the with the event management solution, EM. If EM is integrated with the event management, then only it will be the real-time track and trace of all the shipment. All right. Now you guys will be going through the LBN screen, LBN portal also. In LBN, although we will be working only on the freight collaboration, but in the LBN, SAP has also introduced, there's another area which is called GTT, Global Track and Trace. So event management and global track and trace, there is no relation. Okay, because global track and trace is a completely cloud solution like LBN. Okay, so but now SAP is have two things basically: event management in the market and GTT also there in the market. Okay, but for the GTT, if company is going for GTT, they have to opt for the cloud subscription for the complete LBN then. Okay, but event management is a separate module altogether, and both the module, whether it's event management or GTT, is performing track and trace of all the shipments. Okay, and both the modules are available in the system, in the market, sold by the SAP. Okay, so it is not something that GTT has come and the SAP decided to, obsolete event management. No, it's not like that. Event management is also, being available in the market for the sale perspective, and GTT is also as a competitive cloud tool is available in the market. But until unless we have those tools, the real-time track and trace will not be possible in the TM. Okay, so track and trace will be possible in the TM only if it's integrated with GTT or event management, EM. International trade global compliance. What is the international trade? GTS. We are talking about another module, global trade services. Okay. We know we are talking about international transportation. That time we are completely understand this is majorly it's happening via ocean. Okay. International transportation, major part of the transportation, which is international trade, is going via ocean. Ocean means crossing the border of one country and entering into the another country's border. So it means there's a customs compliance also comes in the picture. Okay. Crossing the border and covering all those custom processes. In SAP, we have another module, Global Trade and Services, GTS. So it means transportation and the GTS, it is linked to each other because transportation is via ocean and the ship, and crossing the border, okay, between two countries, that is comes under customs area. So both are integrated in the business processes. Also, both are integrated. So SAP has also provided the real-time integration between TM and the GTS solutions. Okay, for different processes, like in EWM we have transit for Europe. Okay, or the compliance screening for the freight order in the TM. All right. Similarly, the EWM integration has been provided. We all know the warehouse is all about the planning. Okay, if we do not have the proper warehouse process planned, so we cannot reduce the time to reach to the customer. And warehouse is all about keeping the stock, removing the stock from the warehouse in a planned manner because it's a big area. Okay, at the same time, number of trucks every day will be coming in the warehouse, going out of the warehouse on what particular time slot for what particular product. Because we are just talking about the warehouse and the TM integration, we should look at the depth of the warehouse. They are the staff in the warehouse which will be available to carry out a particular execution within the warehouse. For example, if the staff is good in handling the glass material or chemicals, okay, or health hazards material, so their staff availability need to be also planned when the trucks will be coming or going out for the loading or the unloading purpose. Whenever the trucks will be coming in the warehouse staff also need to be planned. Their availability has to be planned accordingly. So that's why both the planning, EWM and the transportation planning, will help each other. Okay. So we can reduce the time to reach to the market. In short, the all the processes are streamlined in a disciplined manner. Okay. So the EWM integration and the TM integration is real time, is available in the standard SAP provided by the standard SAP, and these all are available from TM solution 9.5. Okay, as for TM 9.5 okay version provide you the GTS and the EWM integration. Right now, built-in analytics, ad hoc reporting. Now there are some reports available in the TM, not all the reports, but for the reporting perspective, we again go for the customized reports or the BW system. So that just like any other module, the built-in analytics is there. Okay, and then the third party tool. Okay, whether it's now the only area which is where the TM was lacking in the from the last 10 years was a third party integration. The TM was lacking in the third party tools integration, and where the SAP is majorly focusing upon to connect the TM solution with the different web services or the cloud platform, EDI, mobile, plug and play. So a lot of improvement is still being done in the TM solution so that this TM can be integrated with various third-party tools. Because this TM, you can see here, TM we are working with a multiple company. We are working with carriers, logistics service provider, customers might be having their own portal. Okay, supplier, they may have their own portal. Okay, so this is the area where the SAP is focusing major upon improving this TM solution. Okay, this is just a repetitive what I said. Event management integration for the track and trace, warehouse integration, EWM, which is already provided. Event management standard integration is available. Okay, and yes, with SAP TM we can easily do the printing also, and that is within the TM itself. How to print the freight order or any kind of you know uh, freight document which is available. Some of the standard documents are already available in the standard TM solution, but we can customize those solution. And we know from with S4 HANA the recent version, we have the PPF also coming in the picture now for printing all the outputs. We do for the other module also. The PPF is also there, which is integrated with the which has integrated PDF forms for the printing. Okay, so that is again available in the TM also for printing or any kind of electronic communication, whether it's passing the iDocs. We will be using the PPF architecture here. Okay, so that we are going to cover the carrier payment. If you is using the external carrier, timely payment of their services. No, this is again the third party basically. We do not have any carrier payment portal provided by the SAP. But if there is external carrier portal, then yes, we need to have an integration with the TM solution. Okay. As of now, the only portal which is provided by the SAP is the LBN. Okay. And the other portal which is available in the market is a collaboration portal, the freight collaboration portal. But these are the two portal which is available in the market. Freight collaboration portal, LBN is the new one. Freight collaboration portal is already there in the market from 10 plus years. And most of the company, they are still using the freight collaboration portal, and both product in the market are still available. And LBN has been introduced, but that doesn't mean the collaboration will be obsolete. No, maybe in future we'll be having only LBN, but LBN is still being improved. It's a raw product as of now in the market. Okay, right, fine. So now this slide talk about the end-to-end transportation scenario. Okay, where we have now what I covered in order management, transportation planning, execution, and the charges and the settlement. Now in the detail level, it has been given. Okay, this flow diagram, that in the order management, what we are covering the transportation requirement. But these transportation requirements are being triggered from where? It will be triggered from the sales order or the purchase order or the deliveries. Okay, so these requirement which is being generated from the orders, it is coming under, and we are calling this as a order based transportation requirement. In shortcut, we also refer this as a OTR, order based transportation requirement. For delivery, we call it as a DTR, delivery based transportation requirement. Okay, and these requirements will be triggered, will be passing to the freight unit building. This is a kind of a engine that you can understand, or the SPRO settings, freight unit building rule. Based on that freight unit, the system will generate the freight units. Freight unit is the smallest unit of the transportation. Okay, the smallest transportation unit. Example, how to understand the freight unit? If the loading on a particular truck is happening in a boxes, 5 boxes, 10 boxes. Okay, so that one box is one freight unit. If we say one box is or 5 boxes in a one go. Okay, we'll be putting the bundle of boxes. So the bundle of boxes, 5 boxes in one bundle. So that bundle will become one freight unit then. Okay. If we do not have any bundle concept, we are just using 1 box, 2 box, 3 box. So the smallest is a single box. So the freight unit is the smallest single transportation planning unit. Okay, this we call as a freight unit. It could be carton, it could be bundle, it could be group of carton, group of boxes, it could be one pallet. Okay, so it's a business definition basically, how they define their freight unit. Okay, all right. Now on the left side, you guys can see these are the requirement OTR, DTR, which is coming from sales order, purchase order, and the delivery, etc. But on the right side, you guys can see forwarding quotation, forwarding order. This is for the LSP scenario. The right side that you guys can see, this is forwarding quotation or the forwarding order. Forwarding order is for LSP. Okay. So the forwarding order will be created with reference to direct quotation, because LSP is a direct, just like DHL is the client. So we are looking for the LSP scenario. Our client is DHL. DHL is directly taking the transportation requirement and creating the order. So if for the DHL, we just need a quotation. Okay. But if it's a shipper scenario will be triggered from sales order or the purchase order scenario. We are talking about our client is not a LSP, not a freight forwarder. Our client is just like a manufacturing company. Take an example, and they are doing sales or purchase. Okay, and they are outsourcing their transportation activities to one carrier. All right. So OTR, DTR that you guys can see, this will be in the shipper, or on the right side we have forwarding quotation, forwarding order. Okay. Eventually, this whole thing will be coming and generating the freight unit in the system. So freight unit, which is coming the planning phase, and this freight unit will be converted into the This freight unit will be planned and will be converted into freight order or the freight booking. Now, does anyone still remember what is the freight order and the freight booking? What is the difference between the freight order and the freight booking? Anyone? You guys remember? What is the difference between the freight order and the freight booking?
Freight order is for land and
Yes.
booking is for air and ocean.
Yes. Freight order is for the land, road or railway, and booking is for air and the ocean other than land. Okay. And freight order and the freight booking. Okay. They are the shipper scenario or LSP scenario.
Shipper scenario.
These are shipper scenario. Okay. That's why this is being triggered by the OTR and the DTR, freight unit and all, everything's being triggered here. All right. Fine. So once we have this freight order or the freight booking created, then execution will be done. This will be subcontracting. Subcontracting means this order will be assigned to the carrier. So the carrier selection process will happen. After we select the carrier will be assigned to the freight order, and the carrier will execute the freight, execute the transportation. All right, here. And after this execution is done, then followed by the charge calculation. In the charge calculation, we will discuss. So this diagram that you see, this diagram will be repeated then. Okay, it will be repeated one after the other. Whenever we go into the another module, order management, again we'll see this diagram, planning, execution, judgment. So same diagram will be repeated again and again. Okay. So in the charge calculation, you will be understanding what is the agreement. So the agreement is an agreement between, as I told you guys, the agreement will be happening between the purchase organization and the carrier. Okay, agreement is between purchase organization and the carrier on a particular rates. Okay, because purchase organization is purchasing the services from the carrier. Okay, and this agreement that you guys can see, this is not a scheduling agreement. So don't get confused that this agreement we are talking about the contract or the scheduling agreement. It's not contract or the scheduling agreement. This is the charge, the transportation charge is the agreement, actually the freight agreement. Okay, so this agreement is in between purchase organization and the carrier. Okay, on the rates. So these are the agreed rates that will follow for base rate or the handling rate or the waiting charges or the bunker adjustment factor. All right, so many different rates. We create an agreement in the system, and these agreed rates will be between the purchase organization of our client and the carrier. Then these rates will be, these agreement will be further split into the calculation sheet. Calculation sheet, if you just want to understand as an analogous, it is just analogous to your pricing procedure. How you have the pricing procedure, right? You have the base price, then the discount, then the tax. Okay, then another kind of a tax and the other charges, freight charges. One by one, you are putting all your condition type in your pricing procedure. Similarly, calculation sheet is also one kind of a, just like kind of Excel sheet, where you'll be putting all the charges, base freight charges, fuel surcharges, handling charges, waiting charges, okay, any miscellaneous charges. Okay, so that is a calculation sheet. Now rate table, now again analogous to your rate table in SDO, you have your condition table. In your condition table, you store all your rates, right? All your prices in the condition table. Similarly, in the rate table in TM, you have all your, it's a kind of a database where you will be storing all the rates, right? So the base rates will be in the base rate table, handling rate table, waiting rate table. So different rates, different type of charges. So different type of rate tables we have to create in the system. So these are the database table.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In S4 HANA TM with LBN, what does VSR stand for? Option A, Variable System Response. Option B, Visibility Service Repository. Option C, Virtual Storage Room. Option D, Value Stream Report. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at transport management? Our SAP S4 HANA TM with LBN course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S4 HANA TM. It's like a smart tool to plan, execute, and track your shipments with ease. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced features. It's made by experts who truly understand the field. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They're ready to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found it super helpful and career-changing. Best part, it's very affordable. This amazing opportunity to grow is within your reach. Ready to become an SAP S/4HANA TM expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website,
where the rates will be stored. Okay, and scales are the further structure of this rate table. Okay, this is a kind of a column, or you can understand as a column for the, or you can understand this scale as a unit, that how this rate table will be read further or created further. When we come to the scale, then we'll see further detail on this. Okay, all right. Or scale you can understand as the fields, just like your key combination, you make a fields, right? So scale is also kind of a key combination of the fields. Okay, that will create a rate table. Rate table has the database. Database will pull into the calculation sheet for base rate or the handling charges or the fuel surcharge, and eventually this will be assigned to an agreement. Okay, agreement will be determined on what two parameter? Agreement will be determined based on purchase organization and the carrier in the shipper scenario. Because in case of shipper scenario, our client will purchase the services. In case of LSP scenario, our client will sell the services. Yeah. So what is the major difference between the shipper and the LSP scenario? In case of shipper scenario, our client will purchase the transportation services and will pay to the carrier. But on the other hand, in case of LSP scenario, our client DHL will be providing the services. Okay, they will sell the services. Okay, they will sell the services and they will raise the bill to their customer. So just like I told you about the purchase organization and the carrier combination for the agreement, for the freight agreement, similarly we have forwarding agreement also. For the forwarding order charge calculation, the structure will follow same thing. For the freight agreement calculation sheet, rate table, scale. For the forwarding, in case of LSP scenario, same thing, but we'll have a forwarding agreement, forwarding calculation sheet, okay, rate table and the scales. All right. So in the case of forwarding order also, we'll follow the charge calculation, same structure, but the only thing is the agreement determination. In case of shipper scenario, since we are purchasing the services, so purchase order plus carrier will be the factor to determine the agreement. In case of forwarding order, forwarding agreement will be determined because we are selling the services. So sales organization plus customer is the combination to determine forwarding agreement. So you guys can make a note of this, how the freight agreement will be determined, how the forwarding agreement will be determined. Okay, we can have further combination also, we can enhance this combination, but in the standard for the training purpose, we'll use just a standard combination. Okay, the default combination for the freight agreement and the forwarding agreement. Okay, you guys can make a note. All right.
Like in LSP scenario, so if we are using a decentralized kind of setup, so the only action with S4 system would be settlement, right? No other integration with S4, right? Because forwarding orders we can directly create in TM or from
Exactly.
third party, right?
That's right. That's correct. Yeah, right.
Let's say you have a company, okay, whose logistics services are kind of planned and executed by 3PL and 4PL. Okay. Now tell me, like on that company, do you need SAP TM to be implemented? And what would be the relevance of SAP TM on that organization? It only does, paying the carriers like 3PL or okay. So in that organization, do you need SAP TM to be implemented?
Yeah, of course. SAP TM, you just said that we need only the charge calculation and paying to the carrier, right? So if
Okay,
the
so
company is
only settlement part would
exactly
be implemented. Otherwise, it's
exactly
not required as such. So
exactly.
just 10 to 20% of TM would be used, right?
So no, it is not 20% because charge calculation is a big area. Okay, but it depends that how much extensive charges. For example, one of my client in US, they are the LSP and their entire transportation planning is automated. They are using TM, but it is something like based on their pre-planned program or the automation. They are getting the forwarding order. They are creating freight unit, but it's automatically planned. Okay, based on a certain algorithm. So they are more interested to know more about the different charge calculation process available in the SAP. Okay, because charge calculation itself is extensive area. There are different charge calculation. For example, thorough charges we have, stage based charges, item based charges, header charges. We do have a clipping method, different calculation method in the charges. So the client might be interested to knowing all these, different charges in provided by the SAP to improve their charge calculation area at least. Okay, so we can propose this charge calculation process now because it depends on the business to business. Some business they are as you just mentioned. In your case, the client is using only the charge calculation process, but at least for them, we have the entire solution or the multiple options that we can propose to the client to optimize their processes. So that is something which SAP is provided. So for your client, it is 100%. But yeah, from the execution, for the functional point of view, yeah, I agree with you. We are not configuring end to end. We are not configuring order management. We are not configuring planning, execution, etc. Yeah, we'll be configuring only the charge settlement. But in the charge settlement, also in an extensive area, right, that we can propose to the client, right?
So on the
Yeah.
agreement front, you mentioned that it's between the organization, the purchase organization, and the carrier.
Yeah.
If you're talking about a 3-pillar or 4-pillar setup, where let's say we have a vendor who manages multiple carriers within
Mhm.
it. So
Mhm.
can we have a agreement directly with the vendor, or do we need to have each separate contracts with individual carriers for that?
Now the contract will be with individual carriers. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, contract will be for each individual carrier, right? Because the rates, okay, the rates are different. Okay, the rates are different. So basically, it's in SAP, the combination has been provided between the organization and the carrier. Okay, it's not a freight forwarder in between. Okay, because the carrier rate could be different for different legs, different transportation. For the same route, two carrier can provide the different rates, and moreover, the rate could be they can revise their rates quarterly, every 6 months. So that's why the agreement is different. Yeah.
Okay, clear. And in the charges as well, you mentioned that any additional handling charges can also be added to the agreement, right? In
Exactly.
terms like,
Right. Handling charges. We have a lot of charges we can configure.
okay, clear. Thank you.
Like
Yeah.
mainly TM is replacing LE shipment part, right? So when we
Yeah.
talked about TD shipment, how TM would able to help us? TD means I'm talking about the bulk transportation and distribution shipment, which we generally use for ISOL. So how TM is going to incorporate there, where we have some volatile product and then like freight, like carrier calculation of this transportation cost calculation is happening differently.
Mhm. Your question is specific to IS oil. Huh?
Yes.
So again, SAP has not formally make this statement that they are going to replace this. Okay. So again, as I shared, this is my takeaway from whatever the SAP is, going to make the roadmap for the future. This is my assumption that they may replace LE with transportation management going further. But again, if they are planning to make entire replacement, definitely they will have, all the processes also to be covered, so not to impact it for all their existing, customer, whatever the kind of implementation or the existing process they are working in the current time. Yeah. And specifically IS industry specific solution. So this TM it doesn't support any kind of industry specific solution. Okay. IS will follow their other route. If any kind of improvisation will be happening, so that improvements will be happening only in that industry specific solution. So it's not vice versa. Anything happening to S4 business suite, it is not applicable to IS. Okay, so both are different solution by SAP. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So that means like till now for from TM module, which we are generally using the standard TM module,
Right.
it is not directly compatible with ISO, which is TDC.
Yes. Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. The next slide is talk about the TM history and the industry overview. As we know, the TM, the transportation or the vehicle scheduling, this came with the APO module. Okay, earlier it was 6.0, 7.0, but now we have TM 9.5 and a lot of integration, a lot of processes. It is GPS enabled. So that's why you guys can see it's support the mobile use also. Driver can update it's a trip status because of it's mobile friendly it is also because of Fiori apps. Okay, Fiori, it is a user experience. Okay, and because of those Fiori apps, the mobility, okay, importing the SAP transactions over the mobile phone using the Fiori apps. Okay, it's very user friendly actually. Okay, and it is not only for TM. Even if you guys have an idea already about other module that you guys are working, so all the module, the Fury apps has improved the user experience because all the Fury apps are now available on the mobile phones. This is helpful in each and every area, especially in the warehouse and the transportation management industry, where it's a real time monitoring or the tracking of the inventory is happening. Okay, so and other than that, the GTS integration, which is the customs international transport, basically international transportation. Because if we have real-time integration with the transportation industry and the GTS, we can easily plan our GTS or the customs activity before we actually plan our transportation activity. If there is no integration, then it could be something that the compliance or the customs teams, they're still holding, they're still not prepared, whereas the transportation or the ship has already left. It's somewhere in the middle of the ocean, and then GTS will get a notification. Okay, we have to give particular shipment on the priority. But if we have the GTS enabled, and until unless the GTS approve the process, your freight order, your transportation management process cannot be triggered. It means the GTS processes has to be triggered first before we actually start working on the TM processes. So integration, because of that integration only, the trigger will pass on from the trigger will be the freight order. The freight order execution trigger will be passed on to the GTS. Okay, because of this TM and the GTS integration. Similarly, goes for the TM and the EWM until unless the warehouse is completely ready for loading unloading, until unless they have all the labor or the staff in place for who will perform the loading unloading. The transportation should not the trucks, the loading unloading trucks we should not reach the warehouse. So that's why the TM EWM integration will pass on the trigger for for planning the transportation activity to the EWM. Until unless the EWM is ready, your TM will not be able to execute any freight order further. Okay, so that's why where the integration will help the customer to again to discipline or streamline all the processes, and eventually the optimization is to time to reach to the market. And especially if we talk about the international shipments, here we have the risk of seizing the shipment. Entire shipment can be seized by the customs or by putting the heavy penalties. Okay, all right, now this landscape we have discussed already. Okay, this seems like a repeated slide. Okay, this again seems like a repeated slide, not repeated here. Some of the functionality has been extra mentioned here. What are the different function area like track and trace, monitoring and the visibility? This is specifically GTT or the event management integration, international trade GTS. I think this is again repeated slide. This diagram has been given here. TM system architecture. Now, if you look at this TM system architecture, this is again is ported on the SAP NetWeaver platform. Now, TM initially was a part of supply chain management when the TM almost like 15 years back, 15 or almost like 18 years back, when came to the market as a TM product in year 2006 or 7. Right, that time the TM has been came up as a standalone product which was ported to SAP SCM platform, supply chain platform, which was ported on the NetWeaver. But this SCM platform was not having only TM, even the EWM, TM, event management, okay, APO, different module was ported on this SCM platform. But now with S4HANA, this SCM is these SCM processes like event management, TM, EWM, these are completely comes under the S4HANA business suite. Okay, so that's why the TM is coming as an embedded option in S4. Even EWM is coming as an embedded EWM option in S4HANA, because these SCM processes one by one has been embedded into the S4HANA business suite only. Okay, other than that, so but this TM structure that you guys can see, This is still valid if we are not talking about S4 HANA Business Suite, not about the embedded option, then we have to go with this standalone architecture. So this TM architecture that you see, this is not obsolete architecture. Even if we are connecting non-SAP ERP to SAP TM solution, then we have to follow this architecture only. Okay. So this architecture will follow if we have side-by-side scenario, or we also call it as a standalone system. Okay. Other than non-embedded, basically. Other than non-embedded deployment option, the TM will be available only with this architecture. Okay. In the SCM platform. All right. And in the SCM platform, this can be integrated with the SAP ERP or non-SAP ERP like SDMM or all the other module. Okay, CRM, SRM, different interface that you guys can see. Okay, CRM integration, SRM integration, supply chain management, which is now APO is obsolete module now, and the next version of APO is called as the SAP SCM module, which is specifically for the demand planning and capacity planning, only for inventory planning basically. Okay, nowadays you guys must have heard about one more model, which is IBP. IBP is integrated business planning, which is again the next product after SCM, which is already in the market from last 5+ years. Okay, then business object like GTS, rail car management. So a lot of SAP product itself is being integrated to the TM. So whatever the product in this diagram you guys can see around, CRM product, SRM product, mobile devices, global trade services, rail car, or the ERP, all these product in this slide has been given as an SAP product. But the TM can connect with non-SAP product also, non-SAP CRM, non-SAP SRM, okay, non-SAP ERP also, because TM is available in the market as a standalone product also today, right? And these deployment option was right from the beginning. Okay, this slide is more into technical, that what are the different connections available, the RFC connection or the PIPO connections. Okay, majorly it's the connection between the TM and the other systems that you guys can see around. Okay, right. So the web services, okay, different standard web services are available for these connections. Okay,
This optimizer is different server.
optimizer.
Even for optimizer TM, it's a different server. Like in S4 embedded S4, this optimizer is within the S4, or like it's a different server
It is inside S4 only. Yeah,
inside. Okay.
inside S4. Yeah. Right. So this is more technical actually. What is the TM optimizer has been given different web services and the connection point of view. This you guys can skip completely. Now these are the basic shipping, which is a logistics execution, LETRA. We also call it as a LETRA. Okay. And we know here that a lot of logistics process which is in the core SAP, in the SAP core, is also available in the TM. Okay, but in TM will go for some additional process, additional functionality like LETRA. You cannot connect to CRM. We cannot connect to the GTS process to LETRA. But all these integrations, LETRA, we cannot connect with any third-party tool. Okay, but all this integration or different process integrations are available very well in the transportation management solution. Okay, so the history has been given here from 2017 onwards. Now today, planned long term. So you guys can see here, planned long term is, you guys can see LETR is completely gone now in the last slide, in the last section. Okay, in the first section it was LETRA, the next section it was LETRA, and in the S4 TM both are working. So it's a today's what we have in the market. LETRA and the TM both are available in the market. But in the planned long term is only TM solution will be available in the market. Okay, and LETRA will be obsolete. Okay, so all this logistic process will be going only in the transportation management then, right? But again, there is no formal statement from the SAP on any kind of a deadline. Okay, so that we have to wait. Okay, now the overview of the functionality has been given here, that what are the different functionalities covered by the TM. The shipping and the freight forwarding industry, as we already know, shipper scenario and the SP freight forwarder scenario. End-to-end transportation overview we have just covered, starting from transportation requirement, planning, execution, charges, settlement. Okay, planning based on the order. Yes, planning is always based on the order, whether it's a freight order or your sales order or the purchase order or coming from the forwarding quotation. We can plan the combined inbound outbound deliveries. Of course, the planning can be done for the combining different order for the same customer or going to the same location or destination. Okay, optimized transportation planning. Optimized transportation planning is the automatic planning. When we actually come to the execution, we'll know more about this. What are the different planning parameters are available in? We have a lot of parameters. Okay, for the optimized transportation planning, peer-to-peer in the broadcast tendering. This is we are going to cover in the hands-on also. What are the tendering is opening the freight order for different carrier to provide their quotation for the tendering. Okay, how this tendering will be done, whether it will be done one by one, peer to peer, or broadcast in a one go. It will broadcast to all the carrier to submit their quotation. The tendering process, charge calculation and the freight settlement, dispute management. If we have any kind of a carrier invoice dispute, if our transportation charge calculation is different, whereas the carrier invoices, the charges are completely different. So the dispute can be raised in the system. The dispute management is there in place, and real-time data decision making, CDS-based analytics. So these are the reporting. Strategic freight management is for the long-term freight agreements. Okay, strategic is for the entire 1 year. We already know that this is the carrier, this is the third-party service provider, and for particular goods or the number of goods, if you're already making an agreement, so that is called the long-term strategic freight agreement or the freight management. Okay, but if you compare with the basic shipping, so this is just a comparison has been given that what is being provided by the SAP TM solution and what are there in the basic shipping. Basic shipping, the LDTRA. Okay, logistic execution. It is only for shipping industry. Okay, first of all, it is only for the shipping industry where you have only delivery based planning. Okay, there is no order based planning there. Freight order with a group, yeah, combination of the mass creation is there also. Manual and the rule based planning, there we do not have. So in the TM we have manual and the optimizer both planning, but in the LDTRA we have only rule based planning. We can have a manual route created between the zip code, postal code to postal code, that we can only can cover. But again, the route planning is also in LDTRA. We have to go for the customized solution. There is no standard solution available. Okay, then monitoring reports are there. Okay, and it is without any event management. As I said, basic shipping LETRA, there is no integration with any SAP module or non-SAP, non-SAP third party integration. Okay, and the charge calculation is happening only for the basic charges. Okay, there is no different charges that we can calculate, and moreover, the charge calculation is very small area if we compare to the TM. TM support different calculation method, different SPRO logics, or even the customized logics we can add in. For example, if a particular agreement need to be determined for a particular between the particular purchase organization and the carrier, that will be determined. But along with that determination, you also wanted to have a particular set of business partner. So you can add a kind of a pre-check only for a certain set of business partner, that particular agreement will be determined. So that kind of a checks or the BRF plus condition or the business condition or customization is not available in the basic LETRA. Okay, whereas TM do provide a big scope of any kind of you not even in charges. In the other area also, it do provide a lot of condition level checks for any kind of a BRF plus condition checks, or we can have our standard bodies are available for any kind of a particular standard development. Okay, but those kind of a development option are not there in the LETRA. Okay, right. So now we have the deployment options right from the beginning. What are all deployment option was there? So earlier it was, so we'll go for the first section on the, okay, one by one. We'll go for this section first of all. I'll just zoom this. Okay, let's talk about this section first of all. Now earlier when the TMs came to the market, ERP integration was available. So ERP and the SAP TM. Now, then slowly down the line, S4HANA came in the picture, and all the entire ERP, which is ECC majorly. Okay, ECC was migrated to S4HANA, and that S4HANA was still working with the SAP TM on the NetWeaver platform. That is on the SCM platform. Okay, then the customer, then the S4HANA TM is also now available in the market. S4HANA TM. So that now the TM can be migrated to S4HANA TM, and this is called the side-by-side scanning. If you look at this, both the S4HANA TM, so this is only S4 HANA Business Suite, and this is S4 HANA TM. It's a 9.5 version. Okay, this will work only if the base memory is HANA. Okay, so this S4 HANA is a part of Business Suite of HANA. Okay, but this can be deployed on two different servers. And there will be an integration then between S4 HANA core processes, like your SDMM processes, and S4 HANA TM processes. This is called side-by-side scenario. But if you want to go for the embedded, where the TM and all your S4 HANA core process like SDMM, etc., will be in one place under one business suite. So that is on one server, one system, that is the embedded option. So this is the most of the client will follow this kind of a journey. They are migrating their ERP to S4 HANA first, and then later on they are migrating their TM to S4 HANA TM. They can decide they still wanted to go for side by side scenario or the embedded option. Both the options are available. Okay. And the second deployment option is where ERP will not be migrated to S4. Rather, the TM will be migrated to S4 HANA first. So the TM migration will be done to S4 HANA TM, which will work with ERP integration easily without any problem. Okay. And then ERP can be planned to migrate to S4 HANA. So both approach are fine. Okay, both the approaches are fine. You can have a look. Okay, look at this. Both approach for the clients are fine. Whether they want to go for their ECC to upgrade to S4 followed by the TM migration to S4, or they want to go for STM migration to S4 followed by ECC to S4. Okay, all right. And in both the cases, when the client will be migrated to both the system in S4, then embedded or side by side scenario. Both the options are already available. Okay. Now, in my opinion, my suggestion was always if the client is following the embedded one, then always follow the ERP to S4 first, followed by the S4 HANA TM, embedded version. But if they wanted to go for the side by side scenario, then they go for the TM version or ECC version. Then I think that doesn't matter at all. Okay, they can go for ECC upgrade or S4 HANA TM upgrade. Okay, anything they can go first if they are going for side by side. But for embedded option, ERP should be migrated to S4 HANA processes first of all. The reason is because ERP process, if you look at financial impact, the different module impacts, and obviously the S4 HANA migration to S4 HANA is a major project, big project as compared to the TM project. Okay, and followed by the TM embedded option, because if we just come to the TM embedded option, almost like 99% of the SPRO we just have to keep same. Only the master data migration we have to change a little bit. Okay, so this is again the same diagram which has been given here. The transportation charge solution. This is only the TCM. Okay, it is not the TM overview. It's a TCM, transportation charge management overview, and what all things are available in the charge management. So you can see on the left side the charge management is connected with SD. On the right side the charge management is connected with MM. Okay. So SD or MM, SD, if our client is LSP, okay, if our client is LSP, then we'll create a forwarding order. So that's why the SD integration is given here on the left side and the forwarding order at the same place. On the right side, it's a freight order or the freight booking, which will be the MM scenario, which is the purchase of services. So SD is the sales of services, MM is a purchase of services. Purchase of services is our shipper scenario. The sales of services is our LSP scenario. And both will need the charge calculation. And in the charge calculation, we already discussed what is the agreement, freight agreement or the forwarding agreement calculation sheet. Rate table is a database table. Okay. Other than that, this is a kind of master data. We have certain configuration as we are going to discuss that. But the major thing which has been provided was the BRF plus framework. So this charge calculation in the TM will also come with a kind of a standard body enhancements or the BRF plus framework to enable certain kinds of checks. Okay, conditions are business rules. Okay, and these conditions or the business rules or the bodies are provided in standard. Because this was required here in the continuation, we just discussed about the deployment option between the side by side and the embedded option. Okay. In the side by side scenario, let me go back. Let me go back to the previous one. 1 second. 0. 1 second. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah. So if you look at the side by side scenario, so the First major drawback in the side-by-side scenario is the data duplication. Okay, the master data and the data duplication. Okay, right. Now, what kind of a data duplication? Because in S/4HANA, you have your master data, right? Your business partner, your product master, even your configuration like shipping point, plant. Okay, all this information, your master data and the configuration, we do need in a S/4HANA TM also to be copied if you are following side by side. So it's a data duplication, all right? That is not required in S/4HANA. S/4HANA will work on a single copy of business partner or your product master, your material. It will follow the same configuration of shipping point or the plant. Okay. So embedded, the benefit is there is no data duplication required here in the S4HANA TM. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. And the second drawback of the side by side scenario is we need a connection. Okay. RFC connection. There is to transfer this data from S4HANA to TM, we have something which is called the CIF, core interface. Okay, we have to make sure that this core interface is running for any kind of a data update or any kind of a data transfer. The synchronization of the data. So first is the data duplication, another is the data synchronization. Data has to be synchronized also. Okay, so we have to make sure our SIP program are working fine before we transfer our transaction from S4HANA to S4HANA to TM. We also have to make sure that the master data and every configuration are already available. Otherwise, those transactions will be failed into errors. Okay, so that's synchronization is the second point. Third point is it's on a two different setup, two different servers. Then obviously it's a server capacity, then the cost involved in that. Side by side, we have more cost involved. Okay, because we are maintaining two different system here, different deployment. Okay, and their maintenance also, their server memory. So it is the cost involved. That is not there in the embedded. Embedded, we have only one system to maintain. Okay, within one system only, one server memory it will consume. Okay, and that cost and the optimization. All right. So in short, embedded have more pros than the cons. Okay.
From cost perspective, is it embedded is costing more, or like because we are maintaining two server, the side by side is costing more?
Side by side is more cost as compared to the embedded. If you can see, there are two different system we have to maintain. Okay. So maintenance cost is more in side by side scenario.
Okay. Yeah, but then if some of the existing customer is already having a TM module which is running in a different box and they don't want to do it together, they need to have it side by side, right? And they don't. And so I'm just trying to understand what would be the reason like client would not be going to embedded one, rather they want to have a side by side. And any practical scenario where a client is bound to do that one, they
Now
have
it could be possible. Yeah, it could be possible that the client may have more than one ERP. Okay, for example, sometimes the ERP is, for example, let's take an example. My client is a global client, and for America region, they are using S4HANA. For Europe, they are still in ECC. Okay, all right. So in that case,
they had to do it.
Or maybe some other geography, let's say Middle East, they are using non-SAP ERP. So they, in that case, if they put it in the embedded means the ERP always has to be SAP ERP only. Then they can't go for the non-SAP ERP. And moreover, embedded is not ECC. It has to be ERP. ERP has to be in S4 only. Okay. Then only the embedded is possible. All right.
Okay.
Now the standalone system, if you are keeping it standalone to connect with a different ERP, it could be SAP S4, it could be SAP ECC, it could be non-SAP ERP. Okay. So that kind of flexibility is there in the case of side by side. But embedded will not have that flexibility then. For example, our company has acquired some different company. From acquisition point of view, now if you wanted to deploy our TM system to that acquired company, it's not easily possible if you're following embedded. Why? Because that acquired company is following some non-SAP ERP. Let's say they are following Oracle. It means we have to convert their Oracle to SAP, then we can extend our TM solution to them. But if we are keeping it side by side, so easily Oracle can integrate with TM. Okay, no need to change their existing ERP then. Okay, so that could be the perspective of the client, right?
Is there any difference with respect to embedded TM, specifically for TM, when if we are going with the on-premise or cloud or the different deployment options?
Yeah. So no, on-premise and the cloud is completely based on, on-premise is something which is managed by our client directly. Okay. Our client can make any kind of a configuration, any kind of a changes in the system. It's a completely own system. Okay. But cloud subscription, if we take, then it is not a full-fledged actually. So some of the control will be in the SAP hand, because cloud is something, it is a SAP cloud. So my client entire system will be in SAP server only. So my client will not have a full-fledged access. They have the limited access to make any kind of a customization and the changes in their system. All right.
Okay.
Right. So that's why the client is, they go for the on-premise. They wanted to have that entire full-fledged control because they have business process. They want to customize fully. Okay. So they go for on-premise.
Okay. So it is completely business decision, right?
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the kind of implementation which we are doing for TM, right?
Right. From the consultant point of view, yeah, we can just list down, what are the difference between these two, but which one to choose, that is up to business to decide. Okay, we can just put forward the differences between the on-premise and the cloud version. Okay, and cloud is available only for it's a subscription based, right? So cloud is available for a shorter period. Okay, let's say 6 months, 1 year, something like that. Then again, but on-premise is available for the longer purchase, longer license, a 5-year license, 3-year license, like that. Okay.
Yeah. Clear, Samir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's continue further. So this slide we discussed transportation charge management. Okay. All right. So now the deployment option and the migration path we have just discussed. So this is, you guys can say, I just load application of master data and the customizing. Okay. This is which scenario? Side by side or embedded? Anyone?
This is embedded.
Embedded one. Okay. No replication of transactional data also. Now your transactional data will be also replicated. Yes.
Right.
Okay. So data duplication basically, and direct integration of predecessor and the successful document. So what is this direct integration? That I'll just refer this previous image.
Instead of OTR and DTR.
Exactly. Instead of OTR, DTR, we'll have. So if you come here in this diagram, you guys can see here we have order based transportation requirement, delivery based transportation requirement, these documents as a middle link between the freight unit and our sales order and the purchase order or the deliveries. Okay. This will be required only for the side-by-side scenario. But if we are working in the embedded, then we do not need this data. We do not need this document, OTR or the DTR, order-based transportation requirement, delivery-based transport. These links are not required. This linking document is required only we are going for side-by-side scenario. But for the embedded version, we do not need this OTR, DTR. These are internal actually. OTR, DTR, there will not be any linking document created. Internally, the system will link sales order directly to the freight unit trigger. Sales order or the purchase order or the delivery, that will directly trigger the freight unit in case of embedded. Okay. So it means we do not need any configuration for OTR, DTR. We do not need any extra transaction to be created for OTR, DTR. So we are saving that efforts and also saving that memory space also, rather than for each and every order we are getting OTR, DTR also in the system. We are saving that space. Okay. Saving the bandwidth means saving the cost for the server. Okay. All right. So these are benefits, advantage of having the embedded system in place. No replication of master data, no replication of transaction data, data duplicacy. Data duplicacy is the one thing, followed by the data synchronization also. Data duplication is the one thing, followed by the data synchronization. Data has to be synchronized also. There has to be real-time sync between our CIF, which CIF is a program which is used to transfer the data from S4 to our TM solution. In case of side-by-side, because in case of side-by-side only, the data copy will be required. So that data copy will be done by the CIF program. Okay. So that CIF program we also have to schedule that way. That it will maintain the data always in sync. It has to be data synchronization between S4 and the TM solution in case of side-by-side. So data duplication is a challenge, data synchronization is a challenge. DTR is not required in case of embedded version. Okay, all right. And the maintenance cost, obviously, the maintenance cost of embedded is low as compared to side by side scenario. Okay, now this slide is seems like repeated. Okay, this is also like repeated. A lot of slides are repeated. I'll just make sure I'll remove all the repeated slide. Now, the benefits of transportation management as a whole, what we have discussed so far, the TM solution will help the market or our client to reduce the cost. How it will reduce the cost? It will reduce the cost by providing the best practices, the SAP best practices. Okay, and improve the operation performance. Now, operation performance is completely depend on the kind of a platform that we are using. We are using the S4. So efficiency or the performance speed is all related to the technical stuff. So as for memory is, it's 100 times faster what the SAP claim as compared to ECC. Improve carrier collaboration and the resource utilization. Yeah, SAP do provide the collaboration portal and the LBN portal for the connecting the TM solution to the carrier portal. Okay, and utilization parameters for the reporting perspective. Efficient end-to-end order and the process management. Now, end-to-end flow we have seen already. We again will be discussing end-to-end flow. We'll be doing the hands-on also, so that we'll see in detail. Efficient logistics and the fulfillment process. Now, this is we are talking about the SAP best practices. Now, logistics is not only about the transportation planning. We are also talking about the integration partner also. Integration modules like GTS EWM, integration with SDMM. Okay, so that we'll have end-to-end planning concept in our system. Okay, end-to-end planning is something which is the strongest forte of SAP actually, and we know why the SAP is the strongest. It's a leader in the market because this ERP has the strongest integration between the different module. Even if you talk about ECC, SD process, MM process, finance, CO, PP module, it is integrated. They all are integrated processes. So this is what the SAP is also targeting about TM, GTS, EW, all the integration. So this is something which is giving the SAP to be called as the efficient logistics processes. Okay, improve execution, the visibility. Now the visibility and the responsiveness, we are talking about the event management or the global track and trace, which is about the monitoring basically, monitoring of shipments, or we are also talking about the add-on of the map, okay, or the GPS enabled. Okay, all right. So now responsibility doesn't end when the executing the shipment. Strategy contract require the shipment to be trace visibility, recognized yet. So now this track and trace, okay, the visibility and the responsiveness. This track and trace is also required, specifically when we are talking about the international trade. Because in case of international trade, the shipment to be tracked and traced if it is crossing the country's border. It should, okay, when it should cross, when it's an actual approval in the system. Okay, so that kind of a risk are associated risk. Okay, as I already told you guys, the international shipment is not only about the transportation, it will also involve the global customs approval before crossing the borders between the countries. Okay, otherwise the custom will seize the shipment, they can have the heavy penalties. All right. Now, capability of transportation management, shipping product across the border, which we discussed already, managing transportation essential economic, new technology and the methodology. Now, this is a major challenge for the TM solution. Whatever the new technology which are coming in the market, we know already, right? A lot of things about the AI or machine learning and a lot of things. Okay, so the TM has been still being improved so that it can be integrated and can get a benefit of the new latest technology in the market. And this is not only for TM. The SAP is targeting for all this new technology whatever coming in the market to be improved for all the modules. Okay, global economy, common border crossing, reaching the remote customer, multiple vendor. Okay, now sourcing from the multiple vendor increase the transportation cost. If we are talking about different scenario like a milk run scenario, we are sourcing from the different multiple vendor. So in that case, how the transportation planning will be done, so that will reduce the transportation cost. So that is also a challenge which SAP do provide a standard process for that. All right. Now, respond faster, cost effectiveness. These are the general benefits which has been given. Right. Natural disaster, risk vulnerability, and what are different keeping factories running and the customer. Now, these are the general statements which has been associated here. Okay. All right. Now, order management, we discussed already order management. We are talking about majorly the transportation requirement, and those transportation requirement will be coming from your SD or the MM module. Okay, that we'll see. Or SD MM module, if you talk about the shipper scenario, if you are talking about the LSP scenario, these are the direct requirement. So those transportation requirement will be coming from the directly as a quotation, forwarding quotation to the LSP. Okay, all right. You can see here, order management is either by order to cash or the procure to pay integration, or it is direct order from using the forwarding order. So the first line is we are talking about the shipper scenario, and the second line we are talking about the LSP scenario. So the transfer requirement will be coming either SDMM, so that will be the shipper scenario, or forwarding order, direct forwarding order, or the forwarding quotation in the system. That is the LSP scenario. Okay. What are the different mode of transport has been given? Rail, ocean, air, parcel, different mode of transport. That's the SAP TM do accommodate. Okay. Now the planning aspect has been given here. What we are going to cover in the planning? There are different planning option has been given. Okay. 3D load planner, I have to check whether 3D load planner is there in the system or not. Route planning and the optimization, we have to create a route between two locations. Clicking on the optimization, the optimizer will select on what particular route, what all carriers are available. Out of those carriers, which carrier will be the best carrier, and which mode of transport, and out of the mode of transport, which carrier, sorry, which vehicle will be selected. That everything will be taken care by the optimizer. That is a part of planning. Okay. Then the packaging or the handling unit transportation. This is generally we use for specifically when the TM is integrated with the EWM solution. When we are working with the handling unit, but those handling unit will be transferred from the EWM system to the TM system. Okay. Manual trailer or the multi-level trailer equipment, again, this will be again multi-level equipment, or this is come from our resource master data in the system. What kind of a is vehicle that we are going to our client going to use. So we have functionality in the SAP TM resource master data. We can create what kind of a trailer or what kind of exact vehicle. So these kind of functionalities are not available in the logistics execution. There we can't make kind of a different trailer or the vehicle available. Okay, their capacity, their working time, that is not available in the logistic execution. Okay, there one vehicle will be represented by just one number. Okay, but here the one vehicle will have a complete master data associated that we call resource master data. Okay, carrier selection, we are going to see different process. Carrier collaboration we are not covering, rather than we are covering the LBN portal that will be coming in the last. Okay, tendering we'll see peer to peer and the broadcast. Travel planning. Okay, all right. As I said, the carrier selection we are going to see. In the carrier selection, we are going to see the manual carrier selection and the automatic carrier selection. Along with that carrier selection, there are the different algorithm for the carrier selection. Okay, so like broadcast or the peer-to-peer, that we are going to have a look. Okay, yard we are not, yard is support, but we are not covering again, because yard is again part of warehouse. Okay, custom declaration is a part of GTS. So a lot of integration things has been given here. As an overview, we are going to cover these. What is the EWM and the TM integration? So that will be making more benefits if we have little bit idea about those integrated module also. Okay, but some of the terminology or the overview we are going to cover. Okay, now in the execution part, what we are going to cover, we'll have a look at the outputs. Okay, we are going to have a look at now alerts, event management. We do not have the real-time integration. Even if I want in the training, I won't be able to give you an idea about EWM integration or the real-time GTS, because these are the training systems. These are standalone training systems. The real-time integration is possible only if you are actually working the projects. Okay, but kind of an overview at what all different steps or the flow, even at that level, that will be helping us at least to start the process. Okay, so that will have a look for EWM or the GTS integration. Document printing is the output that we are going to cover, the PPF SPRO configurations. Okay, right. Charge settlement we are going to cover end to end, starting from whether it's a forwarding agreement charge calculation or it's a freight agreement. The principle is same. Only as I told you guys, the agreement we have to remember. Freight agreement determination is based on. Now, does anyone remember what is a freight agreement determination based on which parameter? The freight agreement will be determined. Anyone?
Sorry, come again.
Purchase
Freight agreement.
organization.
Yeah. Purchase organization
Agreement between purchase organization
and the carrier.
Or are you asking like
Carrier.
what are the parameters?
Yeah, these are the two parameters. Yes. purchase organization and the carrier. These are the two parameters, okay, and its combination will be used to determine freight agreement. Okay, freight agreement is applicable for shipper scenario. On the other hand, forwarding agreement. Now, does anyone remember what are the parameters to determine forwarding agreement in the system? What are the two parameters which I told you guys? Yeah.
Forwarding agreement is in LSP, right? So there
Right.
you need sales organizations.
Correct. Sales organization
Yeah,
and
sales organization. But forwarding, you told about freight agreement, not about forwarding agreement. But I know it's like sales organization and maybe sales
and the
area
customer and the
and the
customer.
customer. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe.
You can just take an analogy here. There it's a purchase organization, LSP sales organization. There it is a carrier, LSP it's a customer. Simple. Okay. So these two different focus we always have to remember. There are the shipper scenario and the LSP scenario. Every process we have to remember that what are the difference between at each and every step, how it is done in the shipper, how it is done in the LSP. This is the major question in team. Okay. So the principle for the charge calculation and the settlement will be following same. Whether it's we'll be creating the agreement, calculation sheet, rate table, scales, everything is same. Only in the freight agreement, the determination will be different. Okay, determination parameter for the freight agreement is your purchase order, purchase organization, and the carrier. In case of forwarding agreement, it's a sales organization and the customer. So that we are going to cover settlement, charge calculation, settlement, cost distribution, customer billing, transferring that bill to SD. That we are going to cover. Okay, how that cost that is calculated in TM eventually will be charged to the customer. That is the SD billing integration that we'll see. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which integration scenario allows real-time tracking of shipments in LBN? Option A, material requirement planning. Option B, production order management. Option C, quality inspection. Option D, global track and trace. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at transport management? Our SAP S4 HANA TM with LBN course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S4 HANA TM. It's like a smart tool to plan, execute, and track your shipments with ease. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced features. It's made by experts who truly understand the field. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They're ready to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found it super helpful and career-changing. Best part, it's very affordable. This amazing opportunity to grow is within your reach. Ready to become an SAP S4 HANA TM expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay, you're discussing about the architecture, the shipper and the LSP scenario. We already discussed an example. What are the shipper focus scenario? What are the LSP scenarios? Shipper are the ones. Now a quick check. Can anyone explain me whether shipper is purchasing the services, transportation services, or selling the transportation services? Anyone?
Purchasing.
Purchasing the transportation services. And how about LSP? LSP is purchasing or it is selling.
Selling.
Okay.
Selling.
So the shipper example has been given here. Shipper example has been given Ericsson. Okay, Nestle. They all are a kind of manufacturing companies. Okay, LSP example has been given DHL, Panalpina. Okay, these are the transportation provider or freight forwarder company, right? Now we also discuss about embedded S4HANA team starting from 1809 release LSP scenario. Okay, it's been written some shipper companies who has a group company to take care of all the transportation activities. So it's a group transportation scenario. Okay, we'll be covering an overview of the group company in the last session or second last session, where it's a kind of a group company. Okay, where one of the company code in the group company, one of the company code will take a responsibility of providing all the transportation arrangements. Okay, and the other company codes will just rely upon their internal company code to arrange all the transportation. Okay, so we are going to take an overview about this group company scenario. Between these two company code, which is a part of the same group company. Okay, that we'll see, right? Okay.
What you were talking about, like you have a shipper company who is having their own fleet, right?
Right.
Yeah. So the transportation logistics service are taken care by that company, but
Yeah.
it's the same group company.
Exactly. No, it is also a kind of a shipper scenario only. It's not a LS.
Okay.
Group company is a shipper scenario only. For example, take an example of Nestle. Nestle has many company code. Take an example. Nestle
Right.
has a company code in Bangalore. One of the company code they might have in Maharashtra. Okay. One of the company code is in West Bengal. So in that case, suppose West Bengal, because it's near to the port, taking care of all the arrangements. But the West Bengal company code is also a shipper. So all these three company code in Karnataka, Maharashtra, and the West Bengal is a shipper only. But other than West Bengal, other two company codes in Maharashtra and the Karnataka, they are not arranging their shipper activities. What they are doing, they are completely relying upon West Bengal company code to take care of all their freight units or the freight order executions. Okay, so the West Bengal will is, as I said, all the three company code are shipper only. But the West Bengal is an actual shipper who will be connecting with the carrier or the freight forwarder for arranging all their transportation. Okay, on behalf of Maharashtra company code or Karnataka company code. Okay, so in that case, what is happening? Maharashtra company code transportation, Karnataka company code transportation, it is still being executed. But rather than Maharashtra or the Karnataka company code connecting with the carrier, making all the agreements, finalizing the rates with the carrier, settling the carrier invoice, what they are doing for them internally, their carrier is West Bengal company code only. What they are doing, there comes the process of internal settlement. Okay. So you were asking about the charge. Your client is having only the charge calculation. So within the charge calculation, this is also one of the scenario, the internal settlement. We discuss about the freight settlement. Okay. Where we are settling the invoices from the carrier. But what about this kind of a group scenario? Okay. Where shipper company codes, one of the company code is owning the responsibility of maintaining, arranging the transportation for rest of all the company code on their behalf. In that case, the West Bengal company code, in my example, will arrange the transportation for Maharashtra and the Karnataka company code, will pay to the carrier also. But this West Bengal company code in turn will charge to Maharashtra and the Karnataka company code. How that internal charges, okay, within the company code, how that charges, internal settlement will happen. That will also an area in the charge calculation settlement. Okay.
Perfect. It's showing event-based charge, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Right. But event-based charges will covering as an overview. As we know, events are triggered from another module, which is event management. In TM, whatever the event that we are recording, that is our manual provided values. Okay, that is not a real-time event trigger, because we need GTT or the event management integration with the TM. Then only the real trigger will be triggered both from those module will be received in the TM. Then the further charge calculation will happen. But what are the relevant configurations or the basic examples as an overview I have that I'll cover. Okay.
Perfect. Okay.
You told me about the yard logistics.
Right.
Okay. And one more topic you told me, right? There are two topics you told me.
Milk run.
Oh, milk run. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
and continuous move.
Right. All right. One second, continuous move. And just now we discussed about group company internal settlement and event-based charging, right?
Yeah.
All right. Now we are coming to SAP. How in SAP these processes being executed in the system, how the shipper scenario and the LSP scenario, what step, what document, what transition document will be executing in the system, that will have a look using this flow chart. So left block that you can see, it is for the shipper. So shipper, we are going to use sales order or our outbound delivery, because shipper is the one who is purchasing the services, right? Shipper is the one who is purchasing the services. Now, again, one more question, a quick check. Does anyone remember what are the parameters to determine freight agreement? Freight agreement is in the shipper scenario. And what are the parameters to determine forwarding agreements? Let's talk about the freight agreement determination first of all. How it will be determined? Purchase organization and the on the other hand, LSP, the forwarding, where we'll talk about the forwarding agreement.
Sales organ customer.
Exactly. Sales organization and the customers on the other hand. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead. Now, let's look at the shipper scenario first of all. Shipper scenario will be creating the sales order, outbound delivery. Now, this freight unit that you guys can see, it is directly taking the freight unit. Okay. So, in between, what documents, if you just connect or refer the overall transportation flow that I showed you guys, if you just recollect, after sales order or the outbound delivery, what in between one more transaction document is there, right? Does anyone remember? Before, I mean, between the freight unit and the sales order and the outbound delivery, there's one more medium, one more transaction document was there, which is not required in embedded system, but it is required in side-by-side scenario. Exactly. OTR and the DTR. What is the full form? Order-based transportation requirement, delivery-based transportation requirement. Okay. So this flow, you guys can have a look. It is not sales order and outbound delivery. You can look at the sales order or outbound delivery. Okay. So it means our transportation requirement in case of shipper scenario, which is OTR and the DTR, will be triggered from sales order and the outbound delivery. If in this flow diagram, I'm not showing you guys OTR and the DTR, then this flow diagram is depicting what deployment option, side by side or embedded? Anyone?
Side by side. If it is OTR, DTR, then it's decentralized, right?
The decentralized is your side by side only.
Side by side, yes.
Okay. So my question is, this flow diagram that you guys can see, there I don't see OTR and the DTR.
Embedded.
Then it's embedded. Okay. So even if you guys can look here, embedded. Okay. So these structure that you guys can see here, this is the option. This is the flow chart of the embedded one. If for your client is using side by side scenario or the decentralized, then you have to add OTR DTR also in the middle. Now we know that the sales order and the outbound delivery documents will be generating the transportation requirement, which is OTR DTR. Embedded, we don't see OTR DTR. Rather than in embedded, we directly have this transportation requirement is internally generating one freight unit document, which is a planning document. Freight unit is a smallest planning unit in the transportation. Can anyone tell me one example of the freight unit which I gave you? What could be the smallest freight unit, the smallest transportation unit in transportation? It could be boxes. Yeah, it could be boxes, it could be carton. Okay, it could be number of boxes together. Okay. So the smallest unit of the transportation planning is called the freight unit. Okay. Now this freight unit where all the planning activity will happen. Okay. What has to be there in the freight unit? The source location, the destination location. Okay. Source location, destination location. What else? It will have the items. What all items will be carrying? Okay. And the dates basically, the departure date, arrival date, etc. Okay. Then this freight unit will be further planned. After the planning is done, it will be converted into the freight order. Okay. Freight order. Now the question is, suppose this freight unit has some kind of a departure time, some kind of departure time it will have. But on the last moment, we'll come to know, okay, there's a delay of 30 minutes. Rather than departing at 11 o'clock, now it is departing at 11:30. In that case, how those changes will be treated by the system, whether it should cancel the freight unit completely, it should block the freight unit, or whether the 30 minutes delay is acceptable, and that acceptable 30 minutes additional waiting time will be further communicated to the freight order also. If the freight order is already created in the system, then those changes will be further cascading to the freight order or not. So this entire area where the changes will be coming will come under change controller settings. Okay, so you guys can make a note of this. What is a change controller setting? Change controller is in case of any quantity changes. Let's say in the last moment, instead of loading, we planned for 100 items. We come to know, okay, only 90 items is being loaded. Okay, or the timing. Instead of 11, we are moving at 11:30 now. So the changes, how this freight unit will react to those changes, whether it should delete this freight unit or the recreate a new one, or whether it should cancel or block it, or whether the changes are acceptable and it will further, flow, it will further communicated to the carrier. Okay, these are our planned time was 11 o'clock, now it is 30 minutes delayed. So this trigger, okay, this trigger to the carrier informing that you are about to send the trucks at 11 o'clock, but now send the trucks at 11:30. Okay, so these area, how the system should react to the changes to the quantity or the time, okay, is called change controller settings. All right, as of now, can you understand this terminology and note on the definition? When we come to the system, we're going to have a look at it. Let me know if any questions are there, guys. Okay, now after the freight unit, what we'll have is freight order. Okay, now every planning thing has been done at the freight unit. Why we need the freight order then? Freight order is an actual execution. Okay, freight unit level, you will not execute any kind of a charges, but the freight order level, you will track the execution. Freight unit is only for planning. There is no execution aspect in the freight unit. Freight order is actual execution, and that actual execution will be done by the carrier. It means the carrier will be assigned to the freight order level only. Okay, all right. The carrier will be assigned to the freight order level. When the carrier will be assigned to the freight order level, then only the execution will start. So execution will be tracked at the freight order level. And the second thing is, once this execution is completed, or even if it is not completed, we can trigger the charge calculation. So charge calculation doesn't depend on the execution status. Okay. Even if the execution has not started, it is in progress or it is completed, it will not impact your charge calculation in the system. Okay. So the charge calculation is also another aspect which which will be happening at the freight order level. So freight unit is your planning document. Freight order is your execution document. Okay, freight unit is a transportation planning. Freight order is your transportation execution. This is majorly process flow we saw, right? Order management, which is generating the transportation requirement. Second is a transportation planning, which is freight unit. Third is a transportation execution, which is a freight order. All right. Let me know, guys, if any questions are there. Okay. So it means the carrier will be assigned at the freight order level to execute this transportation first thing. So it means any kind of a carrier selection we also have, because on a particular route, say let's say Delhi to Mumbai, this particular route by road, we may have many carrier. Out of those carrier, which carrier will be selected? Which carrier will be actually executing for my client? That is a carrier selection process. So it means the carrier selection process will be also executing at the freight order level only. So the freight order, we have transportation execution, charge calculation, and carrier selection. Everything will be happening at the freight order level only. Okay, freight unit is only for planning, transportation planning. Okay, once this freight order is done, the next is the freight settlement document. Now, this is also important document, because at this freight settlement document creation and the posting. So in this flow diagram, this freight settlement document step is showing whatever the charges has been calculated in the freight order that we have to post. And you guys remember, settling my carrier invoices to verify where we will be verifying the carrier invoices. Which module? MM module. Exactly. In MM module, the carrier invoices will be verified. Correct? Why? Why in the MM we are verifying the carrier invoices? Why not in SD module? Anyone? That's a very basic question.
It's a procurement of service.
Procurement, yeah.
Exactly.
Purchasing.
Because carrier is also kind of a vendor only, right? What is carrier? Carrier is another role created for the business partner, but it's a vendor only. Okay, and the vendor means procurement. It's an MM. So the carrier invoices verification will be done in the MM module, right? And to verify those carrier invoices, what we need? We need the system calculated charges also, right? And where the calculation is happening? at which step, okay, at which step in this flow diagram the charge calculation is being performed at freight order level, right? Now, this freight order level, whatever the charges has been calculated, has to be posted to the MM module. So to post it to the MM module, we have to create one more document, which is freight settlement document. Okay. So that's why it is called the charges and the settlement, right? Give me just one moment, guys. All right. So freight settlement document is the document to post calculated charges from TM to MM. And for what purpose? For carrier invoice verification. Okay. Once this posting is done in MM, so MM will automatically will create purchase order and the service entry sheet. Now, guys, here you need a little bit about that also, a little bit about SD2. Okay. So I assume you guys know about purchase order or the service entry sheet. If not, anyhow, we are going to do cover in the hands-on also. So we'll see. Okay. So purchase order and the service entry sheet. Service entry sheet in the MM is created for procurement of the services. Okay. For procurement of the services and to confirm that yes, these services has been finished, completed. We need a kind of a confirmation document. So service entry sheet is the confirmation of the services. Okay. It's a kind of a confirmation of the services that yes, this procurement of the services and the services has been delivered. Okay. So when we post this freight settlement document from TM to MM, then it will create purchase order and the service entry sheet document automatically in the module. All right. At the same time, this freight settlement document will also settle. Now, I told you guys only about the charges. Freight order, there is one more thing will be calculated in the freight order. That is the cost distribution. Okay. Whatever the cost for the different, for example, 2-3 freight unit for a particular route has been clubbed into one freight order. So what are the cost for these 2-3 different freight units in this freight order? So that will be calculated by the cost. So the freight order, we have the cost also being determined, and that cost will be posted again, same freight settlement document only. Now, we will not have two separate documents. Okay, one freight order will be doing two things: calculating the charges to verify the carrier invoices, and it will also calculate the cost. Cost for what purpose? We are calculating the cost. Does anyone remember that? Do you guys recollect what we discussed about the cost? Why we need the transportation management to calculate the cost? For what purpose? Why we are distributing the cost? For anyone?
Be distributing the cost to the customer because the freight.
Exactly.
That,
Because
okay, I have one question is that like in tangible product for purchase order, you do the GR, right? And you'll get a material document. So
Correct.
service entry sheet is nothing but you are doing the GR of the service.
Exactly.
Okay.
Just like that. Excellent.
That's
Yeah.
okay. But tell me one thing, like here you have shown purchase order, that is service purchase order and service entry sheet, two documents, right? Once you settle the FSD.
Correct.
Now, is that created simultaneously or you need to do something? Because in tangible product for purchase order, you need to do the GR, right? Through Migo or through inbound delivery GR. But in this case, the service PO, will you do something in the service PO so that ACS will be generated or like, I mean, it would be created automatically once you do the settle the FSD?
Yeah. So now coming to MM, because to answer you, I have to go to the MM. Like in MM, you already said purchase order is the first step, good receipt is the second step. Similarly, in MM, if we are purchasing the services in MM, then purchase order is the first step, service entry sheet is the second step, and the service entry sheet, we have another T code. The T code is ML81N. Okay, we are creating a service entry sheet in another T code. So it's a two-step process. When we post this freight settlement document in TM to MM, the first, because this will be happening in the background. Okay, this will be happening in the background. Then obviously in the background, the purchase order creation program is running first, followed by the service entry sheet creation. Okay, but for us, it will be in the real time. So the moment you post your document, you will find, and you refresh your freight order, you will find the purchase order and the service entry sheet has been created immediately. Okay, but yeah, it will be in this, it's a two-step process. It will be following the sequence. It will be creating the purchase order first, followed by the service entry sheet at the same time. Okay, all right.
Got it. Yeah.
Now, we were talking about the cost. We already understood why we are calculating the charges, because those charges will be base for doing the carrier invoice verification in module. On the other hand, why we are calculating the cost? The cost will be distributed if we are multiple freight unit in one order, or even if we have the single freight unit but with the multiple item. But for each item, how much is the cost for carrying the entire? For example, I'll explain you with one example. Okay, what is the difference between the charges and the cost? So this we have to understand, guys. Okay, for example, I have one freight unit. Okay, and there are few items. Item number 1, 2, 3. Okay, 6 items. For those 6 items, we have whatever the base charges or the freight charges and everything, and we find out, okay, the 110 euro. Okay, 110 euro is the transportation charges. This is the charges, 110 euro. All right. Now each item is having certain weight. Let's say this is 5 kg. Okay, this is 10 kg, something like that. Right. Let's say this one is a 15 kg. Okay, then 25 kg. Okay, 50 kg. Okay, what is total? 60. It is 90. I'll just keep it as a 5 kg. There's zero. So I'll just keep it like this. 5 items. So it is total is coming how much? 40, 100, fixed item, 10 kg. So it is become 110 now. All right. Now the charges that we have calculated. Okay, the charges we have calculated, it is coming around 110 euro. It is based on the base rate, fuel charges, handling rate, a lot of different waiting charges. So the charge is calculated as 110 euro. Now what is the cost? So these charges will flow to where? These charges will be flowing to module. Okay. Why to the Because we have to perform invoice verification. Now anyone among you from you already have the knowledge. In which T code in we perform the invoice verification? Anyone? It is MIRO. Miro. Miro will perform the invoice verification. Okay, so we'll perform the invoice verification in Miro. Okay, invoice verification. All right. Now the next is the cost. So these were the charges. Now why we need the cost? We have to verify the cost. Okay, why we need the cost? Because now let's come to the cost. So what happened? The cost will be distributed. The cost is always distributed based on what parameter? It could be based on weight if it is a single freight unit with a multiple item. It could be based on the delivery items if we have the multiple deliveries, multiple freight unit in one sales order. Now let's take an example. We are considering the weight. Based on the weight, we'll be distributing the cost. So what will be so based on the weight, we are distributing the cost. So based on this proportionate, right? On the proportion, this 110 euro will be distributed or splitted. So it will be 5 kg. So if you calculate, this is coming total around 110 kg only. Charges is 110 euro. So it is 1 euro per kg. 1 euro per kg. Then how much is the cost for the first item? The cost for the first item is, let's say, 5 euro. Okay. Same thing. Cost for the second item is 5 euro. Cost for the third item is 15 euro. So per item you will get the cost. Charges is for the entire document, entire freight order. But the cost we are bifurcating. We are distributing the cost for each item. All right. For each item, or if we have the multiple freight unit in one order, so based on the deliveries or even based on the weight, we can distribute the cost. All right. So this way we'll have this cost distributed. This is called the cost distribution. All right. Now, what is happening here? For example, for this particular, okay, we are in your SD, you want only 3 items to be billed to the customer. So how much billing you can do? You can easily show this, right? For per item you get the cost, correct? So in SD, when you are generating this cost, when you're charging this cost to the customer, so this cost, first of all, I'll just mention here, this cost will flow to SD. Okay, will be used in SD. Okay, and for bill to customer. Eventually, this cost will be billed to the customer. Okay, billed to the customer. Okay. Now, if you are generating the carrier customer invoices, so for each item, you can show them the cost incurred for its transportation. If I simply say 110 euro, then what you'll do? Per item, you can't show the transportation cost, right? For every item, you'll be showing only 110 euro. If I do not have this cost distribution, and the customer will say, I want to know the transportation cost for each item. Per item, you give me the split cost for each item. That will not have if we do not have this cost distribution functionality, right?
For here, you can see that for per kg, we are having the exact same amount, the same charges. But
Right.
if we are having different items, then how can we calculate? Like this will be different rates will be different for different items. It is like that.
So the rate for the different item rate, these charges, right? These charges will be calculated for the entire freight order for one execution. It will be like a header, so it will not be split in for per item in your charge calculation, right?
All item having like for all our item having a same like rate for 1 kg and all are like same item only. If a different item, then
I think she means if heavy item having small boxes and a big light item with big box, they are calculated similarly with this in the parameter of kgs, right?
Yeah, exactly. We are looking at the weight. We are not looking at the material number. It could be any material. It could be different materials. Okay. That's why I said the cost is distributed based on the weight. So system is just checking the weight here. It will not look at what material. Okay. It will just simply look at it will not look at the whether it's a box or the carton or anything. It could be anything. Okay. But simple system will simply look at their weight to distribute this. Okay.
Yeah. So, like Samir, let's say like charges is 230 euro. Okay. So in this case, what it will do is that 230 by 110 into 5 for the first, and second is also same, and 230 by 110 into 50.
Right.
Correct.
Exactly. Okay.
But also there we are conveying like evenly distributed one. Like there might be a situation where with the heavier item, the cost would be more, right? I mean that's generally like if you are actually or like the lower item, the cost would be more because it's still containing few what is the volume probably or some other parameter. So how that would be there? Is that option should be there also, right? Then this cost calculation should not be that simple.
So in that case, what example you said is I completely agree that the smaller, smaller or the heavier will have a different cost. Of course, that will come under the charges here.
Okay.
In there you can see the split. There you can make a rate table. We can make a rate table, right? For 5 kg, okay, the rate is something. Let's say we are charging 10 euro. Okay, but at the same time, if it is 25 kg, okay, if it is 25 kg, or we can say up to 5 kg, okay, up to 5 kg 10 euro, or if we are making it up to 25 kg, okay, then we are charging more. Okay, up to 25 kg means beyond from 6 kg to 5 kg, it will be 20, it will be charged as 25 euro something. So it means 25 kg we are more than 5 kg we are considering as a heavy. Okay, up to
So Samir, I understand then you are saying like on the charges part we can do that kind of calculation which is rate calculation, but think from a customer perspective, the cost part you are sharing with the customer, right? Which might be collected separately. So being a customer, I mean, then I would be benefited, right? Suppose I am actually getting 100 kgs where I want few of the things which are like a lighter, but then as a cheaper means cost means there is cost would be calculated why means we need to we need to actually recover some of the amount which we are spending, right? That's the reason possibly, right? So from that perspective, we also should have some kind of charge calculation in cost perspective also, right? Means from if you think from business perspective, it means if I am sending like the lighter weight parcel, okay, which is consuming more detail like more area, for that I should be spending more being a customer, right? So just like a regular scenario when you are sending your stuff from one country to another, there is a volumetric calculation, not only the calculation based on kgs, right? So that part should also be there in cost calculation, right?
Right.
it is there on the distribution method, right? Which we will be defining either based on gross weight or volume, right?
Yeah.
So what makes the business decide whether it has the distribution method should be based on weight or volume?
Now let's go one by one. Okay. Let's take your colleague's question first of all. Okay. So your colleague's question is about the customer who is ordering less than 5 kg, the light portion. Obviously, they will pay less. Okay. Now, at the same time, we have to understand one thing, that the freight order that we are creating, okay, that could be clubbing the freight units, right? Let's say it is having 2 freight units. Okay, we have divided into 2 freight unit. All right. One is having, okay, these are the light ones, let's say. Okay, these are the light ones. And let's say these are the heavy. Okay, heavy one. Then obviously for the heaviest, we'll be charging more. Okay, let's say I'll just keep it 5 kg or 4 kg. And this I'll make it 10 kg because as per this matrix, less than 5 kg will be charging 10 euro. Okay, so here 10 euro, okay, 10 euro, and the 10 euro. These rates, the charge calculation, which will be paying to the carrier. We have to understand one thing. This matrix that I have created here, it is to paying to the carrier. These charges, which is actually the real, based on the real weight, will be used for paying to the carrier. All right. Now we'll come to the customer, and this is where we are paying 25 euro. Okay, this 50 kg is also 25 euro. This is 25 euro. Let's say, because anything heavy up to 25 kg or up to 50 kg, let's say, we are taking 25 euro. So in that case, now let's say this is clubbed into one freight order. Okay, this will be clubbed into one freight order. Now in that case, what is the total aggregate calculation and the charges that we are going to perform here is 30 and 75. So it is something like how much? 30 and 75. It is 105, correct? 105 euro total charges. Now in that case, we now coming to your question. Okay, how the cost will be distributed in such a scenario? Because if we split based on the weight, this cost, then what will happen? The customer with the heaviest one will get an advantage, obviously, because what we are doing, we are calculating 105 euro. Okay, 105 euro, we are just distributing based on the weight. Okay, 105 euro, we are just distributing based on the weight. So if we just simply calculate 5, it is how much? 25, 50, and 10. So it is 10, 14, 14, and 85. Okay, 14 and 85. Let me just keep it like this. So 75, 85, 85, and 15. Total it is 100 kg. Okay, 105, 100 kg. So how much euro per kg? It is 105 divided by 100. Let's say something like something around 1.1 euro or something, which is coming at. Okay, so here what we'll do, we have come up with that 1.1 euro per kg into 5 kg. So the same rate will go here. So in that case, what is happening here? It is spending 5.5 euro, and the same calculation we'll be doing here also. We'll be distributing 1.5 into 25 kg, something like that. Even in that case, if you look at here, what is the actual charges paid to this carrier? It is 10 euro. It is 30 euro, total 30 euro, which is coming here. All right. And if you're distributing the cost, it is coming how much? 105 divided by 100 kg. It's coming how much? 1.05, right? 1.05. 1.05. Or we are considering as a 1.1 euro. So this is what is coming here, 5.5, 5.5. Okay. And how much it will be coming here? 25.6, correct? 25.6, something like that. 257, I think. 25.7. Let me know, guys, if any corrections is needed. I'm just calculating here. So 105 divided by 100 kg. So the rate will come, and that rate we have to distribute based on the proportion of the weight here. Okay, and what we are doing, we are calculating here the charges based on. So you guys can see here very clearly. You guys can see the customer who is ordering the light test is actually not paying what it has been a total. It is 30 euro, but it's actually paying something around 17 or 18 euro. But the heaviest is paying more in that case. So in that case, the calculation method, what calculation method you will prefer? If you are clubbing the load for a different customer in one freight order, at that time we'll not take for the weight in that case. We'll go for the delivery option then. We'll take the entire weight of the entire delivery. Okay, all right. We'll not go for the distribution based on the weight. This is the answer for this kind of a scenario where we are clubbing the light and the weight for a different customer in one freight order.
Okay. There is an option like you can either go with a different methodology. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That time we'll go for the delivery option then.
Right.
Okay.
That was my question actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then the system we have then obviously, otherwise if we're going for the weight method, then obviously as you said it correct, the lighter one will be paying less as compared to the heaviest one, and heaviest one will be paying more in that case. Right. So on what basis we are deciding the calculation method? This is the method that if the customer is using the consolidation, if the business is using the consolidation into one freight order, two different freight unit, which is going from same source to the destination location. Okay. Then we go for delivery method. Based on the delivery, it is going to split the cost. And if we are not going that way, if it is one freight order into only single customer, then we can go for the weight. Then it will give you the exact, because anyhow the entire charges will be distributed as per the weight. And we have already discussed with the customer that is based on the weight we are distributing and showing. Okay. Yeah.
Here we are talking about one parameter. Let's say the charge calculation is happening on weight. Is there a possibility where there are multiple parameters used to define the charges calculation?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So charge is charge calculation. Now, as of now, the charge calculation can be based on this matrix, right? As of now, we have just one parameter. Similarly, you can have other parameter also, like source location, source to destination location, a source location to destination location combination you can make. Okay, along with the weight. For example, source is US, okay, and the destination is Germany, and the weight is 5 kg. So this kind of metrics we can make, of course. Okay. Source location, destination location. We have many other transportation zone. Okay. Country, source country, destination country. So we have many parameters. All right.
For some of the customers, we do not want to pass down the cost. Let's say for D2C or some business premium customers, let's say, we do not want to pass down the cost. So from charge calculation, we will still incur the charges from the carrier, but from SD side, we can control whether we pass down those costs to the consumer or not, right?
Yeah. So basically what your question is, for some of the customer, for some of these charges, this cost, not the charges, SD side will use the terminology for the cost. So whatever the cost incurred, that will be showing in the SD billing for the customer. But in case if you have certain customers, okay, where you don't want these charges to be to be added in their total pricing, total net price in the SD billing. So in that case, what option we have? We have only one option. We have to put the routine in your pricing procedure. Okay, right? Against that condition, right? Against that condition in your SD pricing procedure, you have to put a routine that for these particular customers, we have to skip these charges, or we have to make it statistical or something. Okay, all right.
This we passed to our SD billing, right?
Right.
From cost perspective. So how that would be done? I mean, how you are actually moving that cost, which is calculated here to SD? Is there a kind of interface where you are updating the condition record on SD side, or like how you are actually passing that to SD billing?
Now, this cost is not directly passing to SD actually. This cost will go to the CO module.
Okay.
This cost will actually go to the COPA CO module. Okay. All right. And from there, we are going to release this cost. So this cost is already available. So we are updating in the CO tables. There are database table. When we release it, right? So it will be updated in the database table. Okay. And when we create our SD invoices, right? There is a predefined condition type is there in SD. There's a predefined condition type in SD. So when we'll come to this area, I will show that configuration in SD, that which condition type has been provided by SAP standard solution. Okay. And that SD condition type, based on, there's only one flag that we are activating, one drop down. It will consider the TM charges. And that condition type, we also have to come to the TM SPRO, and we have to map it, TM and the SD. condition type, mapping, SD condition type. Okay. There is a SPRO configuration here. All right. So there are two things. One is the TM SPRO, that is SD condition type we have to map. Second thing is the cost we have to release in the CO module also. Because if it is not released to the CO module, then this cost, where we look at the cost? In the database table somewhere we have to look at, right? So those database table are the CO module, database table, not the TM module. Okay. And third is that is a standard, condition type, SD condition type. Okay. Which is given here. All right. So third page is already, yeah, please go ahead.
Is it that COPA integration is always mandatory, or whenever we are using this distribution, we are supposed to integrate COPA?
Yeah, of course. This has to be here. Okay. Right. So this has to be here. The CO module we have, because otherwise what will happen? What we are doing? We are actually calculating the cost here, right? We are distributing the cost. Where we store that cost? Where we pull the report from? Okay. The company, the management at the higher level, when they actually look at the transportation cost incurred by the company, where we pull the report, they are going to pull the report from the COPA module only, right? Okay. And how those reports will have a actual real-time data. Okay, so your module has to be there. Okay.
So, Samir, I think this is the portion SAP kept the same from LETRA to S4 TM, or like in TM. In LETRA also, like the way shipment cost been distributed to invoices, same way like this copy control you go to.
Exactly.
So same way it is being done in TM.
That's correct. Yes. So it is the same thing what we have already in the LE, the shipment costing, and how it is being flown to the SD. So that concept, that principle is exactly same. Here we do not have
LETRA we used to use FB00. Here also we use FB00 or some different condition type.
No, here we actually has not been shown any condition type. Here we just have the Fury app. In the Fury app, we are just posting the document directly. Here we will be showing only document directly. Although it might
No,
be.
I'm talking about the condition type, SD condition type. Like in LETRA,
here we have different condition type. Okay. All right, fine, guys. So I think you have a fair idea about the costing and the charges. As we already know, charges, we have a lot of parameter, and this is the real time, because these charges will be actually working with the carrier. And carrier based on source location, destination location, weight, transportation code, many other parameter, we can drive those charges. And moreover, it's not only single charge. It is not only freight charges. Along with the freight charges, there could be handling charges, waiting charges, okay, any kind of a penalties, miscellaneous charges, lot of charges we are talking about. Okay. All those charges and a total will summed up, will be coming as a cost. So the customer we are not going to show, okay, these are the transportation charges, these are the handling charges. No. Customer is not interested to know all this. The split of the transportation, handling, waiting, penalty, no. They just understand these are the transportation charges. That's it, that they have to pay. All right. That's why the cost. Okay. All right. So what we have understood the shipper scenario. What we are going to execute in the system will actually make sense when we actually come to the system. We'll execute now end to end, and looking at the entries available in the in SD, as in the customer bill. All right. Now in this flow diagram, your SD cycle has not been shown here. Okay, that how that charges will be flowing to the SD, but in our execution we'll cover that. Okay, on the right side now, we'll talk about the LSP scenario. And in the LSP, we know the transportation requirement is direct. There is a direct transportation requirement for the LSP. It is not integrated with any other module. And there is direct requirement may have a forwarding quotation. Some of the client, they are using the forwarding quotation as a reference to capture the quotation and the quotation price and the other details, like if it's a container, okay, and that for that particular container, how much is the charges and all, okay, the quotation basically, and what services on what dates. So that could be a reference document for your transportation requirement in case of LSP. Okay. And this LSP, as I said, it's a direct transportation requirement. We'll be creating a forwarding quotation. In some client they create, but not all the client, they can directly create the forwarding order in the system. And that forwarding order is to sell the transportation services. Now my client is selling the transportation services. If my client is selling the transportation service, they will directly create the forwarding order in the system. Forwarding order will also generate the freight unit, and it will follow the same cycle that we have already discussed for the shipper, because this freight unit will be converted into the freight order and there will be a carrier assigned. Because as we know, our client is a LSP. LSP is someone who is arranging the shipments, who is planning, who is doing the transportation planning and arranging the shipment. But they are, after doing all the planning, they will assign this freight unit eventually to one carrier. Okay. And this carrier will be again taking care of all the freight order execution and the charges. Those charges will be again posted to the for paying to the carrier. Okay. And the service entry sheet for paying to the carrier. Okay. You see, here you do not have the costing and all. Why? Because the customer is billed separately. It is not TM to SD or SCOPA and everything here. Because here my client is not interested to know what is the cost, because my client is separately following the forwarding order document to post the charges which is being charged to the customer. Here it's a direct charges. Okay, it is not a cost to the company. All right. Let me know, guys, if any questions are there. Okay. So there in the shipper scenario, it makes sense because shipper is paying first to the carrier, and that cost it will charge to their customer. So that's why the cost is coming in case of shipper scenario. But in case of LSP scenario, there is nothing about the cost. Is directly selling the services. My client is LSP directly selling the services and charging those services. That's it. Okay. On the other hand, my client who's a LSP is paying to the carrier. Okay. So what is happening here? It's a direct charge to the customer. So directing charging to the customer is forwarding order, and that forwarding order will be creating the forward settlement document. So this FSD, this we call it as a FWSD in the short form. FWSD is forwarding settlement document. So this forwarding settlement document will post to the SD and will create a billing document in the system. Okay, it is going to create a billing document, customer billing for these services that is being sold by my client who is a LSP. Okay, and since my client is a LSP, also coordinating the carrier for execute the transportation. So my client LSP will also pay to the carrier. For paying to the carrier, a separate cycle, just like freight unit, freight order, freight settlement document, and eventually posting to the MM for the carrier invoice verification. All right.
So in LSP, what if the carrier is from LSP only? Then also the flow will be the same.
Yeah, flow will be same. This thing I have underlined here also during our introduction overview, a TM process overview, that if a company, take an example, DHL, they are the LSP, and not all the geography, but in some geography, they have their own trucks, or the ship also, they are owning. Okay, but not the entire globe. Okay, so in that case, take an example, India DHL have their own trucks. In that case, the DHL is having own trucks, so the DHL is a carrier also. But even in DHL, there will be two separate companies. One is a DHL LSP, another is a DHL carrier. Okay, it is actually bifurcated even in the business. If you look at, there are two different departments altogether. It's not in the same department.
It means like for this LSP, okay, the right part is like 3PL and left part is 4PL. 4PL is having their own fleet, and 3PL is like generally they don't have their own fleet and they subcontracting to some other carrier. So that's why this right part is probably 3PL, and I mean the left part is 4PL.
So what's happening here? Yeah, you can understand that way also.
Yeah.
But even if you say 3PL means they are selling the transportation services and they're charging their customer for that services. But how they will perform that execution, whether they have their own fleets of vehicle or they are outsourcing that to another carrier. Even if they have their own fleets of vehicle, within the company, they have a separate department altogether. In the SAP system, we still have to create one carrier, DHL as a carrier also. Okay, and we have to settle that way for our reporting purpose. We have to settle that way that these are the carriers, so that within the DHL also, the picture will be completely clear that how much is the DHL carrier department, or the carrier, basically the who will be actually owning the trucks within the DHL. Okay. So there are two separate departments, just like in company, right? In a company, we have the finance, but within the finance, we have separate department, right? One is account receivable, another is account payable, right? So same way, account receivable, account payable, both are finance only, but their roles are completely different. Okay, their spokes are completely different. Okay, similarly, even in SAP, we have to create a separate master data for our DHL carrier also. Okay, and a separate master data for our DHL LSP also. Okay, yeah, right. Let me know, guys, if any questions are there.
Can you just convey on the service implicit perspective? Why it is
Mhm.
different? Earlier is it's a supplier settlement document. So what service we are actually providing here? They do not have any transferable asset movement,
Yeah,
something like that. So just
services means the transportation services. They are providing the transportation services, right?
okay.
So that service here we are not talking about any other services in TM. TM will talk only about the transportation services and transportation services. What type of services? Why we need these services? These services we create a service master data in MM. Okay, for a corresponding charges which is being incurred to the carrier. Carrier, what charges we are paying? Let's say we are paying, as I said, we are paying the base charges, which is the base freight charges. We are also paying the fuel surcharge. We are also paying something, let's say, handling charges. Okay. Let's say we are also paying some kind of waiting or the penalties charges. So these charges we are paying to the carrier, correct? Now these charges will be mapped to a service master data. There is in MM, we have something which is called the service master data. Okay. This is coming from TM as a charges, and this is in MM. All right. So for each and every, you know, service charges, we create a service master data in MM. So these are the services basically, right?
And the service master data would be actually assigned to some GL service GL kind of thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. We'll have this. We have in SPR actually. This is
But then
okay.
that comes under MM module, right? We
No,
only
this SPR will come in TM.
okay.
Yeah, this service master data creation, this we have to connect with MM team, and we have to tell them that these are our charges, and against these charges, please create a service master data, and they have to provide this service master data number. Okay, once we have this service master data number from MM, then only we can come to SPR to create this mapping. Okay.
Thank you.
LSP scenario, okay, on 4PL cases, like they
Mhm.
do have their own fleet. It means like they must have some cost, okay. Then they
Correct.
would be calculate the revenues. So why it is not integrated with COPA? It also should be, because here also they are incurring some cost.
Yeah, of course. Now we have to understand in case of forwarding order, okay, we have the freight order. We have an option in SAP. Even in our, I think in our training system, we already have the freight order. The cost is being calculated.
Mhm.
Okay, cost is being calculated here also. If we actually need the report for our costing purpose, that yes, we do have this settlement cost COPA thing here also.
No, I'm talking
Okay.
about the forwarding order, then forwarding settlement document, then billing document, which you are doing.
Okay, this
Is
part,
like, yeah, this
the
is
left side.
4PL.
Okay.
Yeah, so that one is like you are incurring some cost, definitely,
Correct.
because you
Right.
have a, yeah. So how you would be reporting this cost to COPA?
Now, this we are talking about this left side, right? Forwarding settlement
Yes,
and this.
yes.
Okay. So again, forwarding settlement document, what we look at here, the forwarding settlement document is the charges which is we are going to bill to the customer. Let's look, we have to understand one thing. Forwarding order, let's say
Okay.
we told to the customer, these are the services, and for these services you have to pay €1,000, and we have to create the bill for the €1,000 only. Okay, we have to create the bill for the
For
thousand
the
euro. But what is
customer.
the actual cost? The actual cost will be coming in this freight cycle, actually, freight order.
Mhm.
Freight order will be actually cost too, which we are the company is paying to the customer, and that will come here. Okay, although it is not being shown here, it is not covered in this flow
Okay,
chart.
understood.
Okay, but that cost is coming in the freight order same way. Like you can refer this supplier settlement document. Same supplier settlement document is here also. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so that cost will be there in the forwarding case also. Okay, because cost is connected to the carrier, paying to the carrier cost. That is the only cost. Okay. Now, TM architecture for the business process flow. Okay. All right. Now this is connected. This has been told about the standalone scenario. Standalone means your side by side scenario. Here we have only OTR and the DTR coming in the picture. Rest everything is same. Okay. We can see there is a DTR in this example, sales order delivery, outbound delivery. There is a DTR has been triggered. Okay. And based on the DTR, the further process will go ahead. Okay. The comparison has been shown. The right side is a S4HANA 809 embedded TM, and on the left side in the middle block is showing your OTR DTR, which is your side by side scenario. So from the comparison, you can easily come to know that where we have more server space we are saving the more server space in the embedded TM. But the challenge with the embedded TM, if my client is using multiple ERP system, non-ERP or other ERP system, in that case, we cannot integrate with the embedded TM, our TM solution. Then we have to go for the standalone, the TM option. Okay. And in standalone or the side-by-side scenario TM, it's cost more actually. It's cost more from the maintenance point of view also. Okay. It has a data duplication, data synchronization, and the maintenance cost. Okay. These are the cons associated with that. And the pros is only thing is that multiple non-ERP, ERP, multiple ERP, it can connect easily. But the embedded one is only S/4HANA ERP we need. Okay, but other than that, pros are more. We are saving in terms of data duplication, data synchronization is not needed. Even the same synchronized SPR configuration we are using, and maintenance cost is low here, right? All right. Now there are some terminologies has been given here. Okay, so this anyhow we as a general terminology has been given. Okay, this will not make sense until unless we go to each and every key terms. Okay, so just you guys can go through. Okay, maybe we'll be also covering some of these terminology, not all, but some of the like FO, FIR, FWSD. FWSD is your forwarding settlement document. FSD is the freight settlement document. So kind of short form and the abbreviation has been given here. So regarding this terminologies and all, okay, so basic terminologies is that we are going to cover here is FTL and the LTL. Okay, what is the full truckload? Okay, and less than truckload. Okay, we can see from the picture also. The less than truckload, you can see the multiple colored boxes. This multiple colored boxes is showing that this is a load from the different customers. Okay, these are the load for the different customer going into one truck. Whereas a full truck load, it's the same consistent same color. It is showing that this is the load from the same customer. Okay, so it means less than load, we can also understand this as a consolidation scenario. This is a consolidation. Okay, even when we are dispatching something, let's if you guys just recollect from your experience that you're dispatching something, some courier or something, so that is generally going to less than load only. Okay, it will undergo the consolidation. Okay, and so that's why it's cheaper also. So less than load is cheaper. And if you talk about the full truck load, which is a dedicated truck, okay, it's a dedicated truck for a particular customer load. If it's a dedicated truck, so it will be costly, okay, and less than truckload because it is having load from the different customer, okay, and which will be further will be undergoing the consolidation. If there is any space is left, we'll further consolidate it to fill it complete. So that's why the less than load for a customer perspective, it's very cheaper. For a customer, it's cheaper, but company is making same profit, whether it's a less than load or the full truck load. Okay, all right. And so you can see here the definition. The full truckload is the transport of the goods that fill up the full truck or the partial load, occupying the capacity 80-90%. So what is the full truckload? As you guys can see in this picture, it is 100% occupied. But it is not always like this. Okay, full truckload means that entire truck is being dedicated for one customer load only. And that customer load can completely full the truck, whether it can make 100% space utilization or it can make a 80-90% space utilization. But this entire full truck load will be charged to the customer. Okay, this entire 100% space inside this truck container will be charged to the customer. Whereas for the less than truckload, it is not based on the space. It is based on the deliveries. Whatever the deliveries or the space occupied, only for that particular space the customer will be charged. Okay, so that's why the full truck load, it is not entirely 100% space utilization, but the customer will be charged for the 100% space utilization. Doesn't matter. The space utilized is 80 or the 90% in actual. So the customer will be charged for the entire 100% space in the truck. Okay. Now for which material or which material classification we can go? Bulk material. Okay. The bulk material, even if you look at in your experience, you must have seen in the container full of sand. Okay. Will be going from one place to or to the another place. That is the bulk material. Okay. The truck which is full of sand or full of any construction material, that generally go for the full truck load. Okay, right? It is faster because here we are not undergoing any kind of consolidation. It is faster because it is point to point. Okay, source to destination. That's it. That's why it is faster. Less than truck load, as we know, the customer will be charged only for the space that they have utilized in the truck. Okay, so it is good for the smaller quantity. Material loaded will not occupy the entire space of the truck. We know it's for the partial space utilization. Okay, and goods in the smaller batches, less than truckload is used. Even take an example, you want to dispatch your laptop from Delhi to Mumbai. So whatever the laptop space will be utilized, will be occupied in the truck, only that particular charges will be you'll be charged for. Okay, and it is taking more time. Why it is taking more time? It is taking more time because the truck will not start moving until it is 100% full. Okay, that's why the truck company will make a profit. Okay, so they will wait for the entire truck to be full. Once the truck is full, then only the truck will start. So that's why it is taking more time in transit as compared to the full truck load, because the loading of making this 100% utilization of this entire truck, which is holding the truck to wait for the longer time in the case of LTL. Okay, all right.
And the space utilization which we are talking is completely based on volume, right?
Yeah. It's based on the volume. Yes. Okay. Yeah. All right. But the charges could be based on both. When you're actually dispatching your goods or any box or laptop or something, it is based on the weight and the volume both. Okay.
Yeah. Understood.
Now, another terminologies is FCL and the LCL. So it is a full container load or less than container load, almost analogous same. Okay, but the full truck load is for the mode of transport road. It is for the road transportation. And FCL, LCL, these terminologies is used for the ocean. Okay, if the mode of transport is ocean. So the full container load, it is just analogous to FTL. Here also the same analogy. Whatever the cargo, until it occupy the full container in terms of size. Again, the full container means even it is 80-90%, but that container will be dedicated for one particular customer or the consignee. Okay, so this is dedicated again, so it will be in terms of cost, it is high, just analogous to FTL. LCL is analogous to LTL, less than truckload, where the cargoes from different consignee will be consolidated unless the container is 100% occupied. The container will not move. So that's why the LCL is taking more time. Okay, but it is from the charges point of view, it is cheaper as compared to the FCL. Okay, all right. Now different scenarios, the type of transportation, the direct shipment. You guys can look at this picture to understand the direct shipment. Direct shipment is point to point. Okay, just now we discussed about FTL. So majorly FTL we will go for the direct shipment. It is source to destination. Okay, the truck will not stop anywhere. Source, it will be loading on the source and the unloading at the destination. Okay, this is example of direct shipment. In this picture, you guys can see manufacturer A. So that's why generally a direct shipment will take FTL, full truck load. So manufacturer A will load the truck and it will stop at the destination, supply destination. So different four different truck has been provided because it is just a one single leg source to destination. So this is called direct shipment. Okay, all right. Also, one more thing about the direct shipment. If we just compare with our previous case where we discuss about the freight unit and all, in case of direct shipment, you may or you may not create the freight unit. What does that mean? If it's a direct shipment, so in SAP, when we say the direct shipment, so it means our carrier and the truck is already finalized. There is no need of planning. Okay, on a particular route from manufacturer A to the supply destination, it is already predetermined which truck, which carrier. So there is no planning required. If there is no planning, so the freight unit is also not required in that case. So it means directly after your sales order or the outbound delivery, directly your OTR DTR means your transportation requirement will directly trigger the freight order. The freight unit will be bypassed in that case. That is called the direct shipment option. Okay, DSO. In SAP, we call it as a direct shipment option. Okay, but this is required only in case where there's no transportation planning, etc. Vehicle is already known, carrier is already known, everything is generally a kind of a small go down where the every day one or two shipment is going and it's already predetermined. It's not for the big warehouses where the hundred of trucks is coming every day and loading and unloading is happening, and it's not 24/7 is happening just like warehouse 24/7 loading and unloading will be keep on happening. Okay, rather than for the small scale. Okay, for small scale loading where there's one single route, one driver, one carrier, one truck, same vehicle will be coming every day on a particular time. Okay, for that particular case, we'll go for the direct shipment option. So it depends on business to business scenario. Okay, all right. And I told you guys, in case of direct shipment, what document we are going to skip? Freight unit. Okay, we'll directly jump to freight order in that case. Okay, and why we do not need the freight unit? Because freight unit is our planning document. In case of direct shipment, there is no need of planning, so that's why we don't need freight unit. Okay, let me know guys if any questions are there.
So this doesn't need any building rule, automatic building rule or anything, and only a freight order will be automatically created, right?
Now coming to the freight unit building rule. Freight unit building rule is the SPRO settings in SAP. It's a SPRO setting or even the Fury app that you can understand. It's a setting basically.
Yeah.
But that freight unit building rule will be required because freight unit building rule is something which will be receiving the transportation requirement, and after that receiving the transportation requirement, it will decide freight unit is required or not required. So there is a setting in the freight unit building rule only. Okay. Which will trigger freight unit or will not trigger freight unit. So there's a setting in that. Okay, but freight unit building rule will be there. Okay, right. Now coming to the next scenario, milk run. Okay, so the milk run, if you look at in this diagram, okay, so if you look at supply destination means it is the origin. Okay, origin has not been mentioned here, but it's the origin, this orange color. Now from this origin, the truck will go to the manufacturer A. The loading or the unloading can happen. So the manufacturer A, the goods can be loaded. Okay, can be unloaded here. What goods will be unloaded here, which has been started from the origin. Okay, then from manufacturer A, it can move to the manufacturer B. So the loading, unloading can happen at the manufacturer B also. Same goes for the manufacturer C and D also. So every step there can be loading and unloading. It is not always loading and unloading. It has to happen, but it is both option has been given. So this is something which is called the milk run scenario, where the same truck will be started at the origin. It will go to first vendor A, loading, unloading, B, loading, unloading, C, loading, unloading. Let's say C, they are just loading, they are not unloading anything. D, they are just loading, they are just unloading, they are not loading anything. So when I say loading and unloading, it is not loading and unloading both will happen. Either or could be a case. Okay. But the same truck will be covering different vendor all across the city and will come back to the same origin, and the same origin will be called as a destination now. Okay. So the truck will start at origin and it will come to the same origin back. Okay. And that origin is your destination also. Okay. This delivery method, this scenario is the milk run scenario. Okay. All right.
In the milk run scenario, will there be a single carrier doing the entire activity till the destination, or can there be multiple carriers?
Could be multiple carrier. Okay. Could be multiple carrier, but again, no, wait 1 second. When you say multiple carrier, are you talking about the single truck who is provided by the multiple carrier, or for each leg, each stage you are talking about?
The entire thing actually. So it starts with, let's say, one truck, one carrier. They go to point A. So will the same truck and carrier will also go to point B, point C, point, and ultimately to destination, or can there be a switch of carriers in between? Let's say till point B, one carrier and one truck.
It has to be same truck. So if I'm saying same truck, it means same carrier also. Okay. All right. So there's no switch. Same truck, same carrier. So we are not changing the vehicle. We are not changing our goods from one container or one truck to another truck. No, it's not like that. Okay. There is no intermediate location where this goods will be loaded from one truck to another truck. No, same truck. Whatever the truck has been started in the origin will come back to the destination again. Same origin as a destination will come back in the evening. Okay, morning it started, evening it will come back. Okay, but it's the same truck, and the same truck means same carrier also. Okay.
Okay.
So
And
do we have multiple stages on the freight unit, like A to B, again B to C?
Of course. Yes, it's a multiple stages in that case.
Multiple
Yes.
stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the multiple stages will be here. Okay, so it means we need a freight unit. We need a freight unit to plan. Okay, to plan our stages. But here we do not have any carrier selection. So the freight order will have only single carrier. Okay, whatever the selected carrier, that will be at the freight order level. It is not that for each stage we are not having different carrier. Okay.
Just will be like stage by stage, and like each stage it will be calculating the charges, right?
The charges. Now again, when I say the charges will be coming from where? Agreement, right? Agreement is between purchase organization, and that agreement is applicable for all the stages, right? Because we are not changing the carrier, correct?
But distance will be different, right?
Distance will be different, of course. So that's why the charges we can do at stage level. For each stage, we can do the separate charge calculation. But the charges, whatever the database charges, that is between the agreement between the purchase organization and the carrier. So those database charges will not rate. Basically, those rate will not be changed. For each stage, we have the same rates, but for each stage, we have a separate distance. So the charge calculation will be based on the distance. So the charges could be separate. Charges could be separate for each stage, and we have an SPRO configuration. We can calculate the charges for each stage separately. Okay.
Yeah, got it.
All right. Or we can do for the entire distance also. That is because anyhow that will come same, right? If from origin to A it's 5 kilometer, A to B 10 kilometer, B to C 15 kilometer. Total is how much? Total is 30 kilometer. Whether you go for each stage, calculating for each stage one by one, or total you calculate for the 30 kilometer. Anyhow, the same calculation will come, right? Right? Whether you go for the header level, calculating for the entire distance, or calculating for each stage, your total sum will come same. Okay.
Sami, let's say for some reason there are some disruptions on the road and the entire distance comes up to be more than 30 kilometers. So will the customer pay for the agreed amount and not pay for the additional distance due to any deviations on the road or any disruptions on the road?
Now, sorry, can you please come again? Where is the difference in that? I just missed it. Yeah.
In the planning side, and let's say in this example you told, from point A to point E, let's say the entire distance is 30 kilometers. And as per the freight agreement, we said that, okay, for this point A to point A, the distance is this, and this is the freight amount. But during the execution, we see that, okay, the roads are being worked upon, so there is deviation. So instead of 30 kilometers, the carrier went for 40 kilometers or 50 kilometers due to the deviations. So will that additional distance be charged back to the customer saying that due to this reason, we are charging you so much? Or will the agreement be...
Now, these kind of a scenario where the actual distance or the covered distance which is showing in the system, it could be less than 50 kilometer. Let's say origin again come back to the destinations for the entire circle. The system is showing 50 kilometer, but actual distance executed by the carrier is 60 kilometers. So there is a delta of 10 kilometer. Who will pay for this 10 kilometers? Now, these kind of questions are already covered when we create the agreement. In case of agreement, we'll also have kind for terms and condition. This is not covered in SAP. This is outside SAP. That for these kind of delta charges, that how this 10 kilometer will be charged. Okay, how this 10 kilometer will be charged. So whether this 10 kilometer will be charged separately, okay, or the carrier can add in their invoices the 10 kilometer, kind of a manual charges, right? Manual. Okay, so these are at the agreement level when the purchase organization and the carrier are discussing, right? So these kind of a scenario they cover actually. Okay, if the calculated distance and the actual transported distance is more or less or something like that, so these conditions are already there. In case of more, business can go with an option that carrier can add that delta charges in their invoices. And from our freight order perspective, we have been given some manual condition. That manual condition will also add the charges for the 10 kilometers. Okay, delta charges. All right. So just like in our SD or MM, we have the pricing condition to put manual charges, right? Manually, we can put the charges. Similarly, in TM also we have the charges. You can manually type the charges, any kind for delta charges. But again, it depends on the initial discussion between the purchase organization and the carrier, whether the company will be paying actual system calculated charges only 50 kilometer or whether they go for the actual. Okay. So it depends now. Okay. But yeah,
Thanks.
in
Next question: is it only for truck or other mode of transport as well?
milk train is only for truck.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right?
Samit, is this, suppose there are different kind of material which are shipped, so is there a kind of requirement this has to be like similar kind of material, or like how we are segregating, like from suppose you are saying like there is no unloading can happen in one point and then there are loading can happen, right? So is there a kind of
Right.
compartment planning or some like area which are mentioned for this part of shipment that would be used? So how that would be segregated? Mainly
So,
this.
In simple, like Samir, his question is that whether incompatibility is relevant in this case or not.
Not only incompatibility, Yangsuman, other than incompatibility also, like there are suppose a different shipment which is going, which should be, there are different, I think, supplier, right? What we have saying.
Right.
No. So in this case, in the milk run, it's a single carrier and single vehicle. Okay.
Right.
Then
No,
question would-
vehicle is
yeah.
single, but then unloading point there might be different.
Unloading
supplier.
point is different. Yes.
Yes.
But supplier is same. I mean,
Supplier is same, but then they can have different kind of shipment product. Okay, and
Right.
I'm not.
why the incompatibility is coming into picture, right?
Mm.
Like one is, let's say, kind of gaseous material or like liquid, and another is like solid materials. So that's why the question would be like, incompatibilities is relevant in this case or not? Kind of.
No, incompatibility is not relevant here.
I'm not looking at
He's not
incompatibility.
asked about incompatibility.
I'm talking about suppose I'm actually moving similar kind of product, but that need to be shipped to unloading point A. Okay, there might be a situation where different kind of product should be there in the same truck, and there should be some different space which should be occupied of that. So how that would be managed? That's my question.
Oh,
now,
okay.
look,
Load building.
whatever the scope of the products, right? So we can see it has been written in the definition also. It is milk run is applicable for the mixed loads.
Right.
You see, mixed loads.
Right.
So mixed load means multiple item. We don't know how much item, but still we have to define the scope before we actually say, okay, let's start loading, unloading. But what will be loading and what will be unloading, which will be already there in the freight unit. Before we actually start the execution, we have to create our freight unit also, right? In your freight unit, if you are saying, okay, the item number 1 or 2 will be loaded or unloaded, something like that. So in that case, the entire load, basically, okay, entire mixed load, whatever the number of 10 item, 15 item for this entire circle. So those 15 item is our scope, okay, and that 15 item we have to be entered in our item for the freight units, okay. So now, what is loaded, what is unloaded, that is something that can be done and happening at the each stage, because we are not tracking the inventory in our freight order. It could be loading and unloading. In freight order is only for the transportation charges. That these are the 15 items. For the entire journey, these are the 15 items. You can do unloading, unloading to any other point A, B, C, D. We are not bothered about that. We are not tracking the inventory, that how much goods in my vehicle as of now. At the moment in my truck, which all material are available. We are talking about the monitoring the inventory. Transportation TM, we are not monitoring this inventory. Okay. All right. We are just
But we are actually worried about loading and unloading, right? When we are unloading something, there should be space managed. Like what I'm saying, suppose you are stacking your product such a way, the one which would be unloaded and point A might be behind the something which has been there in means like unloading point B. So that kind of space management, okay, which possibly has been done with compartment planning. Is there anything can be
load building there as a concept?
Yeah.
Probably Sumir would be showing.
Yeah. So that will
So,
undergo again our load profile, right? We have the load profile. Each stage, when we actually come to SAP, right? I'll show you guys where each stage your vehicle will be shown in the SAP system as a just like you have in progress bar, right? In progress bar. Similarly, your vehicle will be shown. Your vehicle capacity will be shown, and how much your vehicle has been loaded. 100%, 50%, and 10%. How much is the total capacity available, or how much has been utilized? For each stage, you have that that kind of visualization in SCP screens. Okay, so user will
So,
every stage the user will look at. Okay,
so maybe you would be showing in 3D, right?
not 3D. It's an SCP screen only, just a flow diagram. Not a flow diagram. Sorry, kind of a bar diagram we have. Okay. Okay. So that is there. Okay, that is there. 3D is a different thing. 3D is a, and we need a add-on for that. That 3D planner is there. I will check in the add-in in the server.
Okay.
Okay. Now another scenario. Similar way, we have another scenario also. This is for the partial load scenario. Just like your milk run scenario, right? We all here also we start from the origin, same truck, same carrier, multiple stages, origin coming to the destination. But here it's a loading only. Here we are just doing loading. Okay. And for the loading, how much is the vehicle capacity after loading at A, loading at B, loading at C? So that is we can see in our Gantt chart again that how much is the vehicle utilization, 50%, 70%, 100% that we can see. Okay. Now take an example. You can also think of a scenario. For example, you started with origin, it go to the point A, point B. Now the truck is completely full. Now, what in that case? Shall it go to C and D? No, it's not required. If the truck is full at the point B, it can directly come to the destination if it is full. Same is applicable for your milk run also. If the truck is already loaded and there's a further loading is required at point C, rather than completing this entire cycle, they can directly come to the destination. All right. So this is also a case where the truck is fully loaded. No further loading is possible in that case. So it will come to the destination then. All right, clear?
Won't this scenario be planned out before in the freight unit side? Because they know the product and the quantity side. So they know that if we are having so much load from point A and point B, then from there they can plan it to go to the customer directly. And if they have a different vehicle, they can directly send it to point C parallelly, and then it can pick up the rest of the stuff.
Yeah. That unloading. You mean the unloading at the other point, right?
I mean, in this scenario only, where you said it by the time the truck reaches point B, let's say the truck is full, then the truck can go to the customer directly. But
Right.
in the freight planning, we would be knowing, right, how much products and how much of quantity or volume will be we are loading up from point A and point B.
Not in the freight unit, freight order level, freight order. This loading will be loading means actual execution is happening. So these both scenario, whatever the loading, bar chart or Gantt chart that you will be watching, that chart will be available during execution. Execution means your freight order. That call, if the truck is completely loaded or further loading is required, that call we have to take at execution level. It means in the freight order level. Okay.
So before that, is there no option for me to know that before the truck goes out, I know that how much of the space can be utilized at one point?
No. Freight unit, we are not planning. Okay, these many 10 will be loaded and 20 will be unloaded. That will not be there. That kind of a planning is not there. Okay. So these two scenarios, as I said. Yeah, please go ahead.
My question is like, how can the optimization be planned out in the sense that, let's say I have to deliver to the customer by afternoon. Okay. So I have 2 trucks, and if I dispatch the first truck at 9 o'clock, it reaches to point B at 11 o'clock, and then I realize, okay, the truck is full. Now I only have 1 hour for that truck was a new truck to go to point C and point A and ship the products to the consumer in the next 1 hour. So the point I'm trying to say is that is there a way where we can plan things accordingly to know how much of the truck space will be consumed by the orders or the deliveries, and then dispatch 2 trucks in place of 1 so that the products reach the customer on time? So such planning, is it possible anywhere on the TM side or outside TM?
Yeah, no, it will be in the TM, and that planning is already there in the freight order level. So the freight order, when I say it's an execution, during the execution, when you create the freight order, right? At the time of creating the freight order, for each stage, you will be, because our freight order is already having the stage. For each stage, the loading chart will be, your Gantt chart will be showing the loading. That one stage, that much loaded, another stage will be loaded that much. Okay, so that loading will be appearing after each point, how much is the loading percentage will be. So that is already there in your freight order. Okay, so freight order will be actually showing you the picture that the loading has been created for each stage. That way we have created the loading for 70%, 80%, but we are talking about the exceptional scenario. For example, in our freight order for the stage A, we have created, okay, loading will be done 80%. For stage B, we planned for loading will be done 5%. So it is 85%. Now, when we reach to the point B, we come to know as an exception, they have more stuff to load. In that scenario, they have to call to the transportation planner. They have to take the transportation planner consent that whether we should go ahead and we should load in the same truck and that truck will come to the destination, or we should keep only 5% stuff. So points for every point, there is a load which is already predetermined, and those predetermined load is already there in the Gantt chart in the freight order. It's a predetermined load only. Okay,
Yeah.
but in case of exceptional scenario where the manufacturer B has certain kind of a load and because of urgency or something they wanted to load it. Okay, so they can always go to the transportation planner calling that these are the load we wanted to, if we have the space already available in the truck or because of urgency we want to load it now. So transportation planner can take a call whether the truck should follow the predetermined load which is already planned for A, B, C, D points, or whether it can take a exception load from the point B, which is crossing their 5% limit, which is already dedicated. So each point there is a limit which is already being defined in, and where we can see that limit in the freight order itself, not in the freight unit. Okay.
So here in this partial loads, it means like you are loading the goods, means like this supply destination. The destination is kind of a this manufacturer A, B, C, D are kind of a vendor for this supply destination, right? Okay, so it means you have a purchase order and maybe inbound delivery and freight units is already there. Okay, so and you are loading that freight unit in the transportation cockpit. The transportation planner will see the freight units and you are doing the planning over there. And the transportation proposal, if you use transportation proposal, it will show the freight orders with the vehicle and carrier. So it means like you are doing the planning beforehand. Correct. So like
exactly.
yeah.
Right.
So whatever Vivek's question is answered in that way, right? In transportation proposal, you would be able to see the freight orders beforehand, and that way you can plan, right? And the execution is that real execution.
So exactly, because when we do when we have the planning profile, right? There is a load planner. There's a load profile already created in the system. So that load profile is our planning element. That planning element is not in the freight unit. That planning element will execute when we'll actually create the freight order, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, please go ahead.
So what exactly comes under when we are saying freight unit? In freight unit, we are doing the planning. So what point exactly comes under mean that planning?
So when we say the freight unit planning, we are talking about which source, which destination, what are the different stages that we are going to cover. Okay, this is the major, which is we are covering in the freight unit, and what all items we are talking about the mixed load, right? But mixed load means how many item? What is the scope? 15 item, 10 item. So those items we have to add in the freight unit. Okay, so the freight unit is a high level plan that we are creating. Source, destination. Okay, this route, and after this route, what all item? How much weight? That's it. Yeah. All right.
Run. Can you just once go to that milk run? So in this milk run scenario, I mean, this from supplier, this manufacturing A, B, C, D, it could be customer also. Like manufacturer A, B, C, D means like these are kind of vendors. Okay. And it could be customer also, right? So so it is mixed of inbound and outbound scenario, right? Mixed of inbound and outbound scenarios.
Right. So here in the transportation, we do not generally use this terminology, customer or vendor, rather than we say it as a location. Location A, location B, location C, location D.
That's correct.
Whether it's a loading, unloading happening. So we, as I said, we do not look from the customer point of view. Even the customer is as a destination location for us, right?
Yeah.
Right. And
And
the vendor is a
in
picking location. Yeah.
and in milk run, there would be no hub or transportation transshipment location, right? It's
Correct.
continuous.
Right. Yeah. Transshipment
Okay.
is a different thing that we are going to cover.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So guys, if when we say the planning, okay, freight unit planning, we have to understand what is the purpose of the freight unit. Freight unit will take an example. Okay, your transportation requirement of 25 boxes are coming. 25 boxes. This is my T, or I can call it as a TREQ, which is my transportation requirement. From where this transportation requirement will be generated in the shipper scenario? Anyone? What is the trigger for this transportation requirement in
A
shipper
delivery
scenario?
or a sales order.
Order or by
Order
delivery?
or a delivery.
Or OVD, outbound delivery. Now, this is my transportation requirement. This transportation requirement will be followed by what? Freight unit. So what is the role of freight unit? Freight unit is the smallest transportation unit. Suppose the freight unit we have created, so it's a logical, it's not a physical. Box is a physical that you can touch, but freight unit is a logical concept. And the freight unit, we are saying that the 5 boxes, one freight unit is equal to 5 boxes. One freight unit is equal to 5 boxes. All right. So it means how many freight units are needed for the 25 boxes? We need 5 freight unit, right?
5 freight units.
So this is also a planning aspect. And let's say for one freight unit, we need 1 truck. So how many trucks are needed? 5 trucks are needed, right? In that case. So freight unit is also advising us that how many number of trucks are required, how many numbers of vehicle or the vehicle capacity is required. That is the planning aspect. This is for the transportation planning. Freight unit will have source and the destination and the route. Okay, it will also have what items that we are going to transport. It will cover the scope of the items. Okay, but the major aspect of the freight unit is to come to this thing, that how many numbers of freight units are required. Okay, because one freight unit, we are saying 1 truck. Based on this freight unit only, we will be able to plan that how many number of trucks are required. Okay, yeah, how many number of vehicles are required. Okay, or what are the different vehicles or the vehicle capacity is required. Okay, that will come from the freight unit only. All right, so freight unit planning. Now we are talking about the load plan, okay, or the carrier selection. Okay, carrier selection is also kind of a planning, you can understand, but that is something will be at the execution level. Load planning. So these are the predefined point where the load will be also already planned based on the load profile. This will come as PRO configured. It's not a runtime. Your freight unit is being planned runtime based on the quantity or the source and the destination. Incompatibility also, the freight unit will be planned, but your freight order, that is simply following the algorithm which we have set in the SPRO settings, your planning profile settings. Okay, it will just follow. Okay, whatever the load has been point ABC, it will just every time it will propose same ABC loading only. It is not a runtime, will be keep on changing. So if we talk about the milk run scenario, if it is advised already 10% loading, B 20%, C 30%, D 40%. So it will always will be proposing same in all the freight order. Okay, clear? So it is not that every time the transportation planner will sit and he will do the planning. No, it is not like that. Okay, it's a fixed, it's a one-time activity only, which is where we keep in the planning profile setting, and that plan profile will be executing when we create the freight order in the system. Okay, all right.
So is this statement true if I say the result of the planning is
Hmm?
freight order or freight booking?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's correct. It's a correct statement. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Can priorities also be assigned? So if we have multiple boxes and we need to assign priority that these 10 products get loaded first and the rest can go in the next batches. So such priority assignment can also happen. And if it happens, where does it? Is it at the freight unit level or in the freight order?
Now, first thing, freight unit. If we are talking about loading, unloading, freight unit is nowhere in the picture. Okay, completely freight order. The answer is freight order. Anything you are planning, even if you are giving the priority to the boxes, okay, 10 boxes will be loading first. So you'll be keeping in the front, where in the truck, right? At the end. Okay. At the end, you'll
Yeah.
be keeping so that it will be unloaded first, because it is so that is something which the transportation planner has to decide how to plan those boxes. That these will be unloaded first. So this will be keeping at the end. Okay. So and where it will be having freight order only. Okay, so the loading or unloading this coming under freight order only, because the load profile will be executed only when you create the freight order. So freight unit, freight unit is only for number of capacity, what vehicle is required, how many vehicles are required, what capacity of the vehicles are required, whether we need the cold storage, hot storage, or any health hazard material incompatibility. So that kind of a vehicle requirement basically, and from source to destination, because we also need to know, right, Delhi to Mumbai, whether the cold storage are available or not available. So that planning will be done in the freight unit. Okay. So freight unit, you can simply understand with a one liner that vehicle, how many number of vehicle and what vehicle is required. That will be decided by the freight unit. Okay. Right. That can be planned by the freight unit. Once the vehicle is decided, once we already know that this vehicle and that much capacity of the vehicle is required, then we go for the next step, the loading, unloading, and the other stuff. Okay. But if you do not have the vehicle decided, well, there's no point of talking about loading, unloading, because we have to first of all decide the vehicle, the capacity of the vehicle on a particular route, source to destination. Okay. That's why the freight unit is having only basic source, destination, route, and not even carrier. And how many number of vehicles or how many freight units are required. That thing will come in the freight unit level transportation planning. All right. Next, everything will fall under execution area only. Whether you can see it as a planning. Okay, load planning, loading we are planning. Okay, route and etc. The carrier we are planning. So that we can refer the word planning, but in SAP we call it as an actual execution. The carrier selection is the execution. The actual loading plan or loading profile or the load planner. So load planner will come under the execution area only. Okay. All right. Fine, guys. Let's continue further. So these we discussed already side by side and the embedded scenario. Okay. Next we are going to cover is, so we were here. So terminologies, we discussed the scenario, also we discussed different scenarios. Okay. Now standalone, the embedded TM. We already discussed a lot about it. So you guys can go through this. What is different with standalone? So the cloud is always a subscription level. On premise or the cloud, that is decided by the business. Okay, whether they go for the cloud option or the embedded option. Standalone or the embedded option, that they can decide based on the pros and cons that we discussed already. Okay, but in both the cases, whether you go for the standalone, which is a side-by-side scenario, we also call it as a decentralized, or we go for the embedded. These functionalities are available. Okay, whether it's a freight planning, execution, integrated with the collaboration portal or the LBN, EM integration, GTS integration. So all this functionality will be available in both the cases.
Okay, let's say I have Microsoft Dynamics, okay, as my ERP solutions. Can I use SAP TM just for the transportation activities?
Yeah, we can use, of course. Okay, we can use that.
Okay, in that case, it's a side by side then, right?
Yeah, side by side. Yeah, only deployment option available is a side by side then. Okay, as I said, non-SAP ERP. It's very straightforward, simple question, side by side only.
Right.
Okay. All right. Because embedded is only for S4. Okay. Now we'll talk about the master data, the business partner. Okay, maintained with the BPT code, or now we have the SAP Fiori app also for the business partner. Okay, so we'll directly come to SAP now. Second. All right. Now we know we have BPT code. Okay, if anyone among you new to S4, okay, then the BPT code is used to create the business partner. Okay, it's a master data in the system. Specifically, we are looking at, we click on the organization, and there is something which is called the BP role. Okay, 1 second. All right. If you look at the BP role here, okay, so I believe you guys are already working as for the TM solution already. Then you know what are the TM relevant. BP is a vendor. We know these are the two role applicable here, right? FLVN00 and FLVN01, right? Then carrier we have CRM010. Okay, so if we are creating, because we have to give our carrier also in our freight order, right? So freight order and even the transportation lane, etc., we have to give the carrier. Okay, without the carrier, how we can even create the freight agreement? Okay, so we need to create a business partner with a role carrier in the system, right? And so the transportation level, only these are the role which is important. Okay, just Okay, as we know, the business partner we are creating as a person, group, or the organization in the system, it is a master data. Okay, and now the business partner is the major benefit of having business partner in the system, because earlier we used to have an ECC customer or the vendor, even if it's the same party, same customer or the vendor, but we have to create a duplicate data, one single customer number, another customer vendor number in the system, and we have duplicate data in that case. But now we have, when I say data, we are talking about the name and the addresses. Okay, name, addresses, or the payment information we are keeping separate. In SD we are creating customer, MM we created the vendor. But now with the business partner, what we have done, we have removed that data redundancy. Okay, now data duplication not there, because the name, address, etc. we are maintaining at the business partner level. Okay, internally it is still generating one vendor number and one customer number in the system. Okay, so I'm assuming you guys know already in ECC what is the customer, what is the vendor. Okay, so and if you guys new to HANA, in the HANA we are creating business partner, and this business partner internally will create a customer number and the vendor number. But when we assign the BP role here, so if you want to make the business partner as a customer, take an example. Let's create one business partner. Okay, we'll keep this as a location. Okay, location ABC. Okay, or a city street. Okay, give some 306. Okay, Hyderabad, say India. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm maintaining this entire thing at the business partner level, name and the addresses. Okay, and I'm just saving this. So this will create a business partner number in the system. It will generate a business partner, but this is still not customer or the vendor until unless I assign the customer or the vendor role. The moment I create the business partner, these two default role will be created in the system, the general data and the financial services BP. Okay, other role is required for FSCM module. Okay, a separate module. But if you want to make this business partner to treat as a customer in the system, then we have to add which role? Does anyone know? What is the BP role for the customers? Anyone?
It's FLCU.
Right. Exactly. If it is, this is these two, FLCU00 and FLCU01. Okay. You guys know in your ECC customer, you have three kind of a data, right? In your customer master data, what are the three segment of master data? Customer master data. Anyone?
So we are talking about the general company
Yeah, general data. Next is
company code view and then sales view.
company code data and the sales data. We have three segment, right, in our customer master. Similarly, in BP, to create those segment, right, what we have done, this 0000, the general data, this you can see general. So this will represent your general data. You give your general data, name and address and everything. Even if you look at these tabs are also same, the general data tab. If you want to add your company code data for the customer, so you have to add these role FLCU00. You have to click FLCU00 and you will find one button here, company code, and there you can add your company code data. Okay, you have to enhance here which company code that you're looking for. For example, I'm looking for the company code 1710. Okay, click and adopt. Okay, here I have to give the reconciliation account. Now here you can see it's all company code data tabs only. Customer payment information, correspondence, withholding tax. So I'll just put here receivable domestic. So this is what company code data. Okay, I'll just save this. This will become the company code data now. Okay, this is the company code data. Similarly, if you want to create your sales data for your customer, then what we have to do? Again, you come to the change mode and you select another role, FLCU01, customer, and there you have your sales and distribution button, and there you add your sales data, all your shipping, billing, partner function, etc. There you can add your sales area. Which sales area? There also we have to give the sales area, right? Similarly, here also we are giving the corresponding sales area. Okay, click here and transfer. For this particular sales area, you can give all your billing data, Incoterms, payment terms, pricing indicator, everything. You can give partner function will come by default here. Okay, so this is your sales data. Okay, and you have created a new BP here. So what we did, we just now created. I'll just go to the display mode. So what we did, we created one customer with general data, company code data, and sales data. But here it is not a single screen. Rather than you have to switch the roles here. To come to the general data, you have to switch this role. This is your general data. To come to your company code data, you have to come to the role FLCU00. So, and you have to click this company code button. It's a company code data. If you want to switch to your sales data, then you have to come and FLCU01. Then there's a sales button, sales and distribution. This is your sales data. All right. So this is how we are creating a BP in the system. Same way, the vendor will be also created. Only the role you have to choose for the vendor is, does anyone know what is the vendor role in HANA? Just like customer, we have FLCU00, FLCU01. What is the BP role for the vendor? Anyone?
LBN 00.
Yeah, FLBN00 and FLBN 001. So here we have FLBN00 and FLBN01. Here, okay. If you add FLBN00, is for your vendor company code data. If you add FLBN01, that is your vendor purchasing data. Okay. Vendor also have three segment of data, right? General data, company code data, and purchasing data. So the same way we have make the customer, you will also make a vendor, right? Any questions, guys? Let me know. Okay. Now the question that, can we have the same business partner? Can I add these role for the customer also? It is already customer, right? This business partner is a customer. Can I make this business partner vendor also? The answer is yes. We can add this vendor role also here. We can add this vendor role. We can come to the company code data and we can assign the company code to the vendor, and we'll assign all the vendor purchasing data. Okay, I will save this. Now I'll go to the display mode. If you look at this business partner is a customer and the vendor also, and it is possible, right? And this is something which is achieved in SAP business partner concept. Now, so if I take an example, Tata Motors is our client. Now Tata Motors is purchasing from the vendor Bajaj. Bajaj is a vendor. Okay. On the other hand, Bajaj is also purchasing from Tata Motors. So Bajaj is our customer also. So this party Bajaj, which will be vendor and the customer for my client Tata Motors. So in that case, rather than maintaining two different database, one for vendor, one for customer, now I'll have only one business partner number in the system, and there I'll be giving the same general data. So your general data will be remaining same. So the benefit is, now we do not have this same name and the address is getting duplicate. Okay, we are not creating separate name and addresses for the customer Bajaj, and the same Bajaj, same name, same address we are creating as a vendor in the system in ECC. But now in S/4HANA, that is optimized. This name and the address or the other general information, or in case if my party is customer and the vendor both, I just have to come and maintain this name and the addresses, and I can save the space. We just have to add this role here to make the system identify that yes, this is the customer and this is the vendor also, right?
In A1 table, it will show the account group. Okay. And
Right.
LF A1 also showing the same account group table.
No,
I mean,
account group will be different, and where you can see, you can come. You have to switch to FLCU00 or 01. There you have customer general data. There you can see the account group cost. Okay, and you can see one more customer number generated in the system. So you can see, if you look at this picture again, I have created the business partner, but this business partner internally will trigger one customer number for the customer account group, and one more vendor number also for the vendor account group. So internally, for the internal tables level or the internal SD or the process is still giving a customer number or the vendor number to work with. Okay. So this is my customer number. I'll be using my sales order, whatever the sales order I'll be creating. I have to use this customer number. I will not be using the business partner number for my sales order. Okay. So rest of the process are still following the same way. Okay. All right. And similarly for your vendor also, you just come to this vendor role. Any vendor role you can come, and there you have vendor general data. And you can see this vendor number had been generated and account group is different here. Okay. And this will be going to a LFA1 table, customer KNA1 table, vendor LFA1 table. Okay. And we have to create our purchase order with this vendor number, not with this BP number. Okay. Clear?
Correct.
Fine, guys. So now exercise for you guys. You guys have to create one customer, one business partner, and that business partner try to make a customer role, add the customer role FLCU0001 and the BP role FLBN00 and 01. Also make it as a carrier CRM 010. Now all the roles, if you look at the slide, all the role has been given here.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which document type is used to represent the legal contract between the shipper and carrier in S/4HANA TM? Option A, purchase order. Option B, freight agreement. Option C, sales order. Option D, delivery note. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at transport management? Our SAP S/4HANA TM with LBN course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4HANA TM. It's like a smart tool to plan, execute, and track your shipments with ease. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced features. It's made by experts who truly understand the field. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They're ready to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found it super helpful and career-changing. Best part, it's very affordable. This amazing opportunity to grow is within your reach. Ready to become an SAP S/4HANA TM expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
So we were discussing about the business partner concept, okay? And we also saw we created the business partner, and the important aspect in the business partner for our discussion, for our training is the BP role. And we saw the moment we created the business partner, it created with the general data, okay? General data. In the general data, we are just putting name, address, and all the contact information, etc. The language, preferred language for the communication. Okay, phone number. And when we added the business partner role, the BP role for the business partner, then only the system will generate a customer number or the vendor number. And the BP role for the customer number, we saw it is FLCU01 and 00. Now, if it is a company code data, FLCU00, sales data, FLCU01. Similarly, for the vendor also, we have different role, FLVN01 and 00. Company code data 00, purchasing data 01 role. Okay. Other than that, we also have the BP role for the carrier, CRM010, right? CRM010. So for our TM, this role will be the relevant for us, CRM010. Now we have one more role, which is the invoicing party, BBP006. Now the invoicing party is a BBP006. If the vendor is the vendor that we have created in the system is because there's like customer you have sold to party, shipped to party, etc. Right? In the vendor you also have an ordering address, okay, or the supplier, good supplier, and the invoicing party. So three type of vendors are there. Partner function. I'm talking about the partner function. Okay, just like in for the customer, sold to party, shipped to party are the partner function. For the vendor, we do also have the partner function like LF, which is the vendor. Okay, OA, which is the ordering address, and RS, which is RS or RV, which is an invoicing party. These are the partner function. Okay, if these all parties are different, then only we need this BP role invoicing party to be. And for what purpose we need this invoicing party? Because it's an invoicing party. Okay, invoicing. Okay, invoicing or the payment, etc., will be done for this invoicing party partner function. Okay, if we have different partner function, then only we assign this role invoicing party role separately. Okay, we'll create a separate BP number for that. Okay, but otherwise, if we have already assigned the vendor FLBN00 and the 01, then this will cover. So by default, the system assume the same vendor is the ordering address, same vendor is the goods supplier, and the same vendor is the invoicing party also. Okay, so for our MIRO, invoice verification, only assigning this FLVN0100 role are enough. Invoicing party has been, this PP role has been given only in case when our ordering address vendor and the invoicing party vendor is separate. Okay, we have the separate partner function, right? Clear? So in our case, we will be creating a business partner for our carrier. We'll be assigning the vendor role and the carrier role. So this carrier CRM010, basically this is the only BP role which is relevant for us. Okay, it's relevant. CRM010. All right. Now customer represent the destination location. Okay. Customer is in TM. From the TM perspective, we'll be always looking at the ship to the recipient. So the recipient, the customer, will be treated as a destination location. Okay. And the carriers are the vendors. We know the carriers are the vendor to my purchase organization, to my company, to my client. Okay. To my client purchase organization, carrier are the vendor. And from that vendor, we are purchasing, my client is purchasing the transportation services. And this is something which has been written, transportation services are being procured. Okay. So carrier is also kind of a vendor. Okay. So I suggested you guys can create a business partner BP in the system. So if any one of you find any error creating the business partner number, let me know if you need any help. Let's go back. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So we'll start with where we left. We were discussing the BP number in our SAP system. Okay. Let's go to our BP number that we have created.
671.
671.
1000671 is the one you have created.
Oh, okay. 1000671. Thank you. Okay. So this is the one we created, location ABC. Okay. And this business partner, just for our testing purpose, I added all the customer vendor, all the rows here. Okay. All right. Clear. But generally for the transportation management, you'll be finding the customer role, which will be our destination. Okay. Destination. Yeah, of course, our customer could be vendor also. So this is also a valid scenario where we can have customer and the vendor role both are added to my BP, because this is where the BP benefits will be coming in the picture, that we do not have to create a separate master data, the general master data for our customer master and the vendor master, in case if both customer and vendor is the same party. Okay. So this is the benefits that we discuss now. For this particular business partner, as I said, this business partner is a destination location. Okay. So let's go ahead. Now we'll talk about the locations. Now the transportation management always work. This is a starting point. Okay. It's also kind of a master data, location master data. Okay. So, and what is this location? What is the exact definition of the location? Now, the location is a physical address basically. Okay. A physical address that could be specified by a pin code or a region. Okay. All right. Location. Okay. So the definition of the location, it's a physical address. Okay. A particular pin code or a region, it's a location. All right. Now freight is moved between the locations. So if you look at this diagram, in this diagram, there are different location has been given. If you look at the circles and the square, the blue color circle and the blue color squares, circle is representing one location. As I said, location is just a physical address. It could be pin code, it could be region. Okay. And this square color location are called the transshipment location. Okay. To understand what is the transshipment location, just refer the diagram on the right side. Look at the first, direct shipping. Direct shipping, which is location A to location B. It means origin location, origin port, which is a location, a physical address of origin port, and the destination port, which is a destination location, a physical address. And this is called the direct shipping, point A to point B. The goods is whatever has been loaded on the origin port, those goods and the same ship will reach to the destination port also. Okay, same ship number, same goods, same container will reach to the destination port. Okay, transshipment, the goods will be loaded on the ship number A and it will reach to one intermediate location. That intermediate location is also called as a transshipment location. And in this intermediate port or the intermediate location, the goods are unloaded from the ship A and it is being loaded to the ship B. Okay, so when the goods are being unloaded and loaded into the another vehicle or another ship, those intermediate location is called the transshipment location. It is not always the ocean. It could be by road also. It could be by railway depot also. Okay, where the goods are being loaded into the one vehicle, one ship, and then it is being intermediate location. It will unload it and load it into the another vehicle, another ship. Okay, all right. So this transshipment location could be a port. It could be a hub. It could be a depot. Okay, so not necessarily that this transshipment location is always a port. But what we are discussing here, the locations. Okay. So there are type of locations basically. Okay. There are different type of locations. Okay. But as we know, the basic definition of the location is the physical address. So those physical address has been categorized into different location types. Okay. Right. If you come here, so this is the T code for your location. You guys can make a note. Okay. SCM TMS slash LOC3. So that same T codes has been mentioned in this PPTs also. Okay. Been given this T codes and everything, all the details. All right. So come to this location and there you can see the location type. Just open this. As I just said, the physical address is representing one location, but what type of physical address? What kind of a physical address? So the location has been categorized and that category is called the location type. Okay. You can see port is a location, airport, railway station, hub, warehouse, terminal, business partner is a destination location. Okay. Now this location, which is the customer and the vendor, which has been given, now it is not being used anymore now. For the reason, this is being used when the ECC was there. Still, if your client is using ECC and the TM is connected, so they are still using this, location type 10101011. But now we know either TM or the ERP is already being migrated to S4 HANA. So only business partner will be coming in the picture now, 1021 type. Okay. Now, depending on the client, what kind of, different scenario, whether some mode of transport, air or railway, consolidation, deconsolidation are there or not, warehouses are there or not, railway junctions, different type has been categorized here. Okay. And how this location is being created in the system? This location is created, you can create manually. You can create this location manually. Okay. If you're talking about a terminal, a hub, a warehouse, okay, which we can create manually. Okay. But there are some locations which are the addresses, which are transferred from the S4 HANA ERP system also to TM. Okay. Now, what kind of a location? A very simple example to take location is the starting point is the shipping point. Okay. Starting is the shipping point. So it is a type 1003 and the destination, as we just discussed, the destination location is our customer, which is our business partner 1021. Okay. So the starting location type 1003 shipping point, the goods being loaded, and the destination is our business partner customer, which is 1021. Okay. Location type 1021. Right. Now, how these, because we may have many business partners, we may have 50,000 customers, 60,000 customers. We want to transfer to transportation management and create the location. Obviously, the SAP has provided automation here, provided the standard program to create the location. So that standard program has been given here. So this is the program slash SAP APO create location. Why SAP APO? Because as we know, this is the same program which is being used right from the beginning when the transportation management was called as a TPVS, transportation planning and vehicle scheduling. Okay, so the same program has been used in the current versions also. Okay, to replicate the location, replicate the physical address of business partner, 50 or 60,000 business partner, shipping point. We may have many shipping point. So for to bulk creation, we need this program SAP APO create locations. Okay, all right. So let's see in the system.
When let's say we have S4 HANA, okay, and ERP is also S4 HANA and TM is embedded. So in ERP, when we create the plant shipping point, so
Right.
in TM, it would be automatically created as location, right? With plant and shipping point as location type. Or
No.
or we need to like by program we need to
Yeah.
create a location.
Exactly. We need to create a locations. Yes.
Okay.
We have
It
to
will
create a
not be
locations.
automatic.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No.
But it
Yeah.
creates on the fly, right? Along with the transaction data. For example, if we are not creating a shipping point, which is a new one, and we are creating a sales order, in embedded TM, it creates on the fly, right?
Yeah. No, it's not like that. Okay. So yeah, we have the possibility. Okay, we can make it, but that is a background run. Again, the same program will be run in the background. Okay, even if you're now that is the customized process that you're talking about. Okay. Otherwise, if we talk about a new shipping point created, we still have to transfer to our embedded TM system. Okay.
Transfer means like there is no SIP. Okay.
There is no SIP. Yeah.
Yeah. So transfer, like you run this program batch job or what?
Yes. We have to run
You
this
can run
program.
in foreground also or in background.
Yeah. We can run in the foreground. Okay. But again, if you're talking about the automation, yeah, we can set up this in the background for the automation. Okay. In that case, now if you're saying when you create the customer order, when do you create the customer order, you will give the shipping point. But before that, shipping point is already created in the configuration, right? The same configuration which you guys can see on my screen. Okay, this is the shipping point configuration only, right? We need this table entry, shipping point table entry in this table, in this configuration. Now, followed by this, you will be creating a sales order, right? VA01, correct? Makes sense, right? We cannot make any entry ABC in our shipping point in the sales order item level. We can't do that. We need a shipping point to be created in the system first of all, right? If your shipping point is already created in the system, then there will be some automation program in the background, right? Which is already being transferred to TM. Okay.
Is that true for whenever you create the customer and vendor? Because we have loads of customer and vendor.
Yeah, of course. Now again, that is the same program running in the background. That's it. It is just tracing every day. Okay, whatever the locations, whatever the shipping point is being created, or
changes also.
Changes also. If you can see, look at this program selection screen. Okay, if you look at this,
Samir, I remember I have tested this. I mean, the first transaction data for a new shipping point is creating the location automatically. And really,
you're talking about creating the order, right?
Yeah, creating the location without the SAP APO create location program. The first transaction data with the new shipping point, it has created a location automatically. I remember I have tested this in embedded.
But did you also test it before creating your sales order? Did you also test it the shipping location was already there or not in the TM system?
Yeah.
Then I'm not sure. Okay. If you look at here, okay, for example, basically what we are saying, we are creating the sales order, right? Let's understand here. There are two-step process, right? Step number one, your shipping point has to be there before creating, right? Your sales order, correct? Shipping point create config, correct? Now here I'm talking about our S4 only, okay? And step number two, we are creating our sales order, correct? Now you're talking about step number two, we are creating the sales order, which is directly creating a TM location.
Yeah.
TM location in the system. And you are also saying I have already verified
embedded. Yeah.
In embedded. And you are also been confirming that before that, step number two, I execute, also make sure that there is no location for shipping point was available.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. This was your testing. Now at the same time, when you created your shipping point and creating the sales order, now it means your analysis is the trigger is creating the sales order, right?
Transaction data. Yes, exactly.
Right. Trigger is creating the sales order. But at the same time, sales order is our transactional document. It is nothing, it is creating as a master data here. Correct? Sales order is just updating the transaction tables, correct? In the system.
Correct.
But the location is a master data. There has to be something, right, to trigger this master data in the system. A transaction is triggering automatic updating the entry of a master data. So there will be a background program. Okay, there could be a customized. Okay, that when you're pressing this exit, your user exit in the sales order, triggering the save button, the system might have checking if location already exists, doesn't exist, and it is transferring and creating the location in the TM system. Okay.
Is probably sales order is TM relevant, but if it is delivery relevant TM, in that case, probably in sales order, the location will not be created. It's in delivery when you would be
and moreover, delivery we have the partial cases also, right? Partial delivery. If I'm creating the partial delivery, then how many times that program will hit the same location? It will fail because location already exists. Okay. Right. So this is my assumption. We can verify again. Okay. But the location, yes, we have to transfer this location. Even if I just create a shipping point here, for example, if I just create any random number, okay, take TCS1, right? And we'll just press save button. Then I should copy. Okay. Now I should have given some address actually, because we are creating.
So it means wherever there is an address, it will create a location, right?
Yeah.
At that plant.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Now, what all locations that we have to transfer? You do not need to transfer your master data. Okay. Just like SIF, you do not need to transfer your master data, your customer material and all. But yeah, your configuration like plant and the shipping point as a location, you still have to transfer. Okay. Now, this is the program that you can transfer, creating a business partner as a location. Okay. And plant shipping point as a locations. Right. So what we'll do, we have just created a shipping point and we'll execute and transfer this. Okay. And the location is always preceded by SP underscore. Okay. If it's a shipping point. Okay. This is coming in the program. It will not be changed. Okay. It's internal in the program, that is always preceded by SP underscore followed by your shipping point in the S4 system. Okay. Now, if you want to check this location is created just now with this naming convention. So we have to go back and display. Okay. Look at the type. System automatically pick the type. It's a shipping point. We are transferring this as a shipping point. Location type 1003. Okay. And the corresponding addresses, whatever the address we have given there, it will be transferred here. Same goes for your business partners also. The business partner you have to transfer as a location in the system. This entire thing is in the background. It is not in the foreground where we are doing in the projects. It is being taken care in the background by the backend program. Okay. So if we take, just now we have created one business partner also. We just take that number and try to transfer that business partner to in the system. It's 1000671, I think 671. It's cute. Now if you look at here, the naming convention, it's a fixed. Okay, I think 10 or 9 digits. So it is followed, preceded by the zeros. Okay. So if I just go and check the business partner location here at 1000671 display, the system will not able to identify this. It doesn't exist. So it means the preceding zeros are equally important. Okay. If I just click on display, the location exists. This is our location ABC, the business partner that we have created in the system. And it took the location type business partner. Okay.
Okay. Can you just once go to general for this location, general data? Go little below. Go little below. Okay. There has another partner.
Yeah. Okay.
Two questions over here. So one is like all type of business partner we need to transfer to this location, or only the shift parties will be transferring from business partner to location, and what is general recommendation as per team process?
Now look, if we are creating a customer, let's say a business partner, you're creating a customer, by default you have all the four partner function, right? Sold to, ship to, bill to, and all, right? Because here we do not have like a kind of account group concept where we just select the ship to party account group and we get only ship to party created. So in that case, all the business partner are relevant. Okay. Because now we are talking about BP, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So if the business is creating the business partner, some business partner, by default, we are getting all the four partner function. But if we are creating some account group in the system and that account group doesn't show ship to party, okay, in that case, obviously it is not relevant because the business partner must have the ship to party partner function also. Okay, because that is the recipient. Okay, ship to party has to be there. In short, you are asking about that partner function only, right? So that is relevant. That is mandatory to be in your business partner. Okay.
Okay. And another question is like from business partner perspective also, if you open the transaction BP, there be a tab where this TM location should also be displayed.
Right. So there is a TM master data tab in your BP. Okay. Just
why I'm saying that, because it's not, I want to convey that this generally IS solution, it's different, the same thing. There is a kind concept of a business partner. Okay. And then you are actually able to see the location from the ship to party, vice versa. So from that perspective, it looks similar to me, and hence there must be on the bottom somewhere, it should be shown in general data somewhere.
Let me check. We have here in the identification. if you anything being transferred from the feeder system, right? As for
External.
we have here external BP number, something like that. Okay.
Might be the exact thing. That is a kind of common for external identification number.
Even if I go and check, because earlier I have not assigned this carrier, right? But not every business partner is a carrier.
Right.
Okay. There we have this transport data. But the TM master data do exist in our customers. Let me just check if it is available, because this is the customer we have transferred. What data is there? No, there's one TM master data location.
Yeah, that is what I'm actually.
Yeah, I think they have changed this. Earlier it was TM master data. Now they have changed it to transport data. Okay. Yeah, it was TM master data earlier. This tab.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
For land and shipping point, whenever you'd be shipping to TM, one business partner also would be generated, right? For each locations. What's the relevance of this?
The business partner for the plant?
Any locations. Okay, any location you ship to TM, in the below, I saw in the general data below, there would be a location, there would be a partner. Go below.
This is the one, right?
Yeah, it would be automatically created, right?
Right. It's the same. Just like how we have in your feeder system, right? If you just check for your SP TCS one.
Right.
Okay. So here you do not have any business partner. Okay. So basically this is only for the business partners. So whatever the business partner that you have, the corresponding mapping in the feeder system, that BP number will reflect here. Okay. That's just a mapping. Just like mapping we saw in the business partner. Okay. BP number, we saw that mapping. Okay. Here, the same mapping you can see in your location also. That's it. Okay. BP and the above location number here. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. But that is only for the object type BP. Okay. Only for your BP.
So BP types will be there, right?
Object types
like partner types like freight service agent or something. So like when a BP is created with a type of freight service agent as a type, it is not creating the location automatically. I mean, even though the program runs. So is there any restriction for only certain partner types to be created using the program or in whatever way?
Yeah. So now your query is that we have created a different partner function altogether, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Right. We have created some different partner function. The partner function is your forwarding agent, correct?
Yes.
Right. And that forwarding agent is, I think it's a CR, right? Partner function in the feeder system internally, correct?
Yeah.
That's like you have your sold to party AG, WE, RG, RS.
Clearly, TF, I have another type of partner function. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so if you are having another type of partner function, let's say that the type CR. So what we have to understand here, these business partner, okay, like I'm just replying only for the business partner. This business partner has their BP grouping, right?
Yeah.
And that somewhere it is connected to your customer account group also, correct? It is connected to your account group, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Second, let me just reach there. Present distribution. Sorry, 0, there. Somewhere your BP grouping is connected to your account group, and this account group eventually connected to your partner function. So only those partner function which has been assigned to this account group will be relevant for your object type BP. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
If you have assigned any new partner type XYZ, XY, okay, AB, ABC, anything, that has to be mapped to your account group in our SD configurations, right? And then anyhow, rest will follow. With BP grouping and account group, we don't need to change anything. You just have to add your partner function in your account group. And then that partner will be also relevant then for transfer as a BP. Okay.
Okay. So from TM end, there is no such restriction, right?
No. There's no restriction. TM will just consider whether it's a BP or not. Okay. It means TM will just look into that this BP definition and the corresponding relevant account group, and this number has to be there generated in the system. If this number has not been generated in the system, only the BP number, okay, even in that case, the BP will be transferred, because for TM, what is relevant for us? Only the physical address, right? Only the physical address.
Yeah.
Right. So, but still in that case, if you have the new partner function as partner function type created, you still go ahead and can create as a, what do we say, as a business partner transfer, location transfer in our TM. Because eventually, if you look at the location type, earlier when we are not having any business partner, right, there was still vendor type 10111 still exists in the system. Okay.
Okay.
That's why these has not been obsolete yet. They are not obsolete. They are still in there. So it means still your forwarding agent or any vendor or thing you are creating, these types are still there, applicable in the system. Okay.
Got it.
So that you can try. You can try creating the forwarding agent CR in the system, or you can try just transferring the business partner. Just create only address. No need to create customer or the vendor master data. No need of even populating the account group number. Just try to transfer. Try if it is taking a location type 1011 or not. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Clear.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now in this location, if you guys see, there is other geographical data. Okay, like longitude, latitude, etc. Now this information, okay, if exact information, this will be coming from where? From the feeder system. We have to give the exact location and everything, that all data we have to pull in. Okay, sometimes the system will also follow based on the postal code. Even if you just do the Google and you just search longitude, latitude finder, you will get a lot of websites for the longitude, latitude finder. Okay, so that will give you the exact, the longitude, latitude, and what are the degree and the minutes, etc. to fill in here, the precision value. Okay, so this entire data, there is a mass update program also for this location. We can do the mass update for this geographical data. Okay, otherwise, based on the pin code number also, if the GPS enabled, so this value will be filled automatically. If the GPS is enabled in the system, the moment we transfer our pin code number from feeder system, from S4 system to the TM, then all this will be calculated. The second method is the mass updation, location mass update. We can do the mass update of the locations.
For this
Yeah.
longitude, latitude, it is like we trust the outside websites, right?
Yeah,
There is no standard SAP thing.
the standard is GPS enabled only. Okay, that add-in is
Integration
there.
is.
Yeah, integration. GPS has to be enabled. The map, okay, that
Okay.
has to be enabled.
That add-on, yeah.
Exactly. So even if you just eventually, okay, if you just go and you just fill here longitude and latitude, look by pin code, you can go here and just simply search on the map. Okay, it will give you the exact location. For example, if I'm searching for my location, okay, in Greater Noida, okay, get the GPS coordinate. The system will give you Greater Noida, Gautam Budh Nagar, India. This is the longitude, latitude, and all. So the same thing, is coming from GPS only. This one, the same application has to be integrated with our SAP system also. Then whenever the location will be transferred, even if you just transfer your pin code number in the address, if I just let me try 201,306, whether it will take it or not, get the GPS coordinate. It's taking for China, but yeah, okay. But my pin code based on India or other parameter, if I give 201,306 India something, let's see, it is taking. Look, it's coming to Gautam Budh Nagar and all. So based on this pin code number and the country combination, which is already coming from your S4 data, right? You're already giving your postal code, pin code number, and the city and the other India and the other information. Based on those keywords, it will be giving the exact latitude, longitude, and the precision and all the values. Okay.
We have to activate the GPS or anything. Is it that we have to, SAP has to pay anything separate license?
Yeah, that has to be paid. It's an add-in actually. Okay. And that has to be procured from the SAP. There's a separate license for that. Yeah, for that integration. Yeah, it will come with the standard plugin. Only the basis will just do that integration, though there's no need of ABAP team to connect anything. Okay, basically there's no PIPO connection. It's a standard add-in. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so if that add-in is there, this will be filled automatically.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Otherwise, if you have 60,000, 80,000 location, how we'll be doing? We again have to procure some services. Okay, those location, those addresses, we have to give to some third-party companies to make all the location and everything for us, and that we have to upload in our TM system. Okay, so that is something, a mass update program for location. As of now, I don't have that program handy, but I'll share that mass update location also. In the mass update location, That is only for this purpose only, to set this longitude latitude for each location. Okay. All right. Next tab is the addresses. So this is just coming exact copy or replica of what we have in our S4 system. Third tab is the alternate identifier. Now, any location, if you give any additional identifier to identify, then we use this alternate identifier. So there's a standard codes which is being used globally, just like IATA code. This is generally used for the airport. If we just simply search, or let's say Mumbai, okay, Mumbai IATA code, you see, okay. So this 3 alphabets code is a IATA code, International Airport Transport Association. This code is worldwide. Even if you're traveling worldwide, right, you'll be finding this code is printing on your boarding passes also, right? So that is the thing. That is your IATA code. Okay, if I give for Bangalore Airport, IAT, Banana, BLR. Okay, so whatever in the bold letter, 3 alphabet which is printed on your boarding pass, that is nothing. It's an IATA code. Okay, so identifier. Okay, similarly, we have this global location number. This global location number is for identifying the supplier factory, actually factory, the company. Okay, this global location number is, I think it's 9-digit number. This is, or 13-digit number. This is to identify the electronically. It is to identify the digital address of a company, physical address and the digital address, both GLN number. All right. Similarly, a different location like DUNS +4. This is in US only, to register a vendor for identifying their payment terms. So the different code worldwide have a different usage. Okay, so that you guys can simply have a one-liner about this. And as I said, these codes are giving an extra identifier to a particular physical address location, and this is only for a specific types like airport or the factory or the vendor. Okay, like that. Yeah. Then you have the TM tab. Now here we have the generic information. Now it depends on whether we depend on different functionality that this physical address location is being used for, like waiting time for the truck, minimum maximum waiting time. If you are connecting with the air cargo, then this air cargo relevant information. Okay, trailer handling, trailer recoupling, coupling is possible or not. Now what is this coupling? This is when we have the trailer container in the yard. That time we are bringing the vehicle, and the vehicle is going under the cart, under the container, and then lifting it and picking that lifting of that container is called the coupling, and then moving to the another place and leaving, that is called a decoupling. Okay, so decoupling, coupling, this is relevant for the trailer handling. So these fields are not generic. Only for a specific scenario these fields will be used. EWM TM integration system. Okay, not all the scenario we are using this field. Only for the relevant business scenario only these fields will be used. Okay, same goes for the resources. What all resources? Now resources will be creating a resource master data in the TM system. Okay, the handling resources. Okay, if I can just show you guys, just come here, transportation management master data. There are resources. Okay, in the TM we are creating some resources. Okay, resources are or resource master, which is a resource master data for the vehicle as a resource. We are creating a calendar is also one of the resource master data that we are creating in the system. A container resource or the handling resource. Okay, so these all are the different type of resources that we are creating in the system. If we just go here and we look for the handling resource work list, one step back, sorry, come to the defined resources. So here you can click on the display resources. Now, what type of resource I want to display? I want to display the handling resource. Just come here and display the resource. As of now, there is no handling resource. I think they're in the system created. Let's look at the calendar resource. Calendar is just like a factory calendar we have. Okay. We are just assigning the factory calendar to the TM. So this is our calendar resource, ZCal01. What is important here is the factory calendar which has been assigned under this factory calendar. So this is the way how that factory calendar will be assigned to the transportation management. It is not directly. We can use a factory calendar as a definition. Rather, we are using the calendar resource to map a factory calendar. Okay. And based on this, we'll be further defining the capacity. It means the working hours. Okay, working hours of a particular location. How we'll be defining the working hours for a particular location? Based on this factory calendar. Okay, based on this factory calendar, we'll be defining the capacity, the working hours of this location. And eventually this factory resource, this calendar resource, we will be updating in our location. Where? Here, operating times. So this inbound, outbound that you guys can see, this will take you to the calendar resource only. The calendar resource, okay, resource master data. So this calendar resource have a factory calendar assigned as well as the working timings. Okay, the working timings for that location, the inbound timings would be different from the outbound timings for that location. So the inbound, outbound locations timing has been given. Similarly, the handling resource, what are the different, as of now, there is no handling resource available in the system. For the inbound and the outbound, what are the different handling resource, okay, in the system? What is the handling resource? Generally, which is used for like forklift, okay, or the manual handling, okay. So now this is generally used for when we are talking about EWM and the TM integration, because we know for the EWM, the inbound outbound processes, okay, when the loading unloading will happen, when that particular location is, as per the operating times, what the working hours, okay, that time we fill all this value. But that time your location type is not a business partner. Or so this question for you guys, if I'm using a warehouse, out of this list, what will be my location type then, which is representing a warehouse? Your location type will be, you can see here, 1170 warehouse, carrier warehouse. So for these kind of a location, these value will make sense. Operating timings, handling resources, because the handling, we know handling is, we are talking about warehouse directly, handling the materials, handling the cartons or the pallets, okay, or the loading point also we use loading machineries, the handling resources, right? Okay, the rail junction for the loading unloading handling resources. Okay,
On this calendar part, if you go there again, you said like all the means the calendar which are relevant here, we need to create a calendar resource, right? So is it
correct.
something also which should be done in backend when we are actually creating a calendar or updating a calendar, or it need to be created here separately as a resource?
This calendar resource,
Yes.
this calendar resource is the master data that we have to create in the system.
Okay, you need to create it. Okay.
Yeah,
So
we have to define this as a
okay.
master data, as it's a master data. So we
Okay.
have to, just like other master data, we'll be defining this master data prior we create for the other
Okay.
transactions. Yeah.
So now suppose in S4, like embedded system I'm talking about, there is a change in the factory calendar. US, okay, it can happen, right? Because there are holidays which are redefined and then this kind of
Right.
things. So is it then directly synchronized here?
Yeah, it is synchronized. Yes. It will just simply follow whatever the factory calendar has been assigned. If there is a change in the definition of this factory calendar, then it will be directly updating this capacity here. Eventually, this is a real time, this capacity that you see. If any changes, any holidays are coming and updated, so this capacity will be changed then accordingly. Okay, right? So it's just this capacity is not one time. It is just referring your factory calendar only. The moment when I'm clicking this button, it is eventually taking me to the factory calendar only.
Okay. And then another question is like, suppose in the same factory calendar, we can have two different resources. The reason what I'm saying, there might be different operating hours, okay, where in the resource, okay. But then we want to follow the same factory calendar. So that can also be created, right?
Yeah. So factory calendar, we are just following only for the days. Okay. Only for the days. Days means working days, days or the holidays. But these timings, right? Start or the end time. This we have to provide in TM. Okay.
And
So
there
this
is
is TM provided. Yeah.
no option like this would always need to be followed through this resource. There is no option like different this transportation transport resource which we are creating. There we would be assigning different working hours. There would be a symmetry which should go through this resource only. I'm saying like maybe one of the particular location wants to operate for only 1 hour. Okay, there can be a situation, right, due to the closer or something like some local regulation. So that kind, if we need to do that, we cannot directly do that in the system. We need to create a resource. Okay, so that is the kind of extra burden. Okay.
Exactly. We have to follow this because the working times, operating times, we cannot directly, we do not have any option to directly assign any, working hours here. We have to go by, updating, because here we have only one possibility to assign our resource calendar. That's it. Okay.
Might be there is some solution in future that
Yeah.
would also be there.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So we'll here, yeah. So this is the only option as of now. Okay. We have to follow this resource calendar and updating that resource calendar and linking with the locations to define their working hours. Okay. We will be coming to this resource master data. That time I'll show you guys how to update the capacity and all. Okay. All right. Handling. Let's click on the handling. Handling is all about the equipment. On this equipment type, equipment group, we have to define first of all in the SPRO configuration. Okay, what are the different equipment type available in the system? So this, okay, equipment group, equipment type, again based on the location type. As we said, the location could be warehouse, it could be the loading point, it could be the railway terminal where this equipment will be used, right? Like forklift or manual handling or the doors. So these all are nothing, it's a resource classes, and this is again coming from based on a kind of physical address we are talking about, the location type basically. Okay, and this equipment group, equipment type, resource class, this we can fix, we can assign, we can make a mapping in the SPRO configuration. At that time, that we'll discuss. Okay, so handling container we have to create because we are talking about our FCL and the LCL, right? Full container load, less than container load, from where the container will come. When we are talking about the freight order is your items basically. Like take an example of Apple. We are talking about Apple phone. Okay, the freight is what item? Apple phone we are talking about. There we do not talk about the containers. But when my client is a LSP, they are selling the transportation services. They doesn't use any items because my client is a service provider. Okay, if I'm talking about LSP scenario, if I'm talking about shipper scenario, then my client is not a service provider. They are the goods provider. Okay, they are selling the goods in the market. Just like Apple. If my client is Apple, they are the goods. They are selling the goods. Okay, so that's why in our freight order we have to give the item number, Mattel 1, 2, 3, 4, and all. But if you're talking about LSP scenario, there my client is selling the services. What services? Transportation services. For the services, we do not create any item number. Item 1, 2, 3, service 1, 2, 3. It's not like that. Other, we'll be using the container. How many containers are required? What container is required? So that will be our resource master data only. Okay, we are not creating any service master data. Then we are creating a container master data in the system. Full container load, less than container load, LCL container, what container. So those containers will be there. Okay, we'll be coming to this resource master data, right? Just to show if any containers are already available in the system. Vehicle resource. So this container is also called as a transportation unit. In EWM, it is called as a transportation unit actually. Okay, one container is equal to one transportation unit. Okay, so these are the containers are already there. You can see this container and the corresponding container, the classes and the maximum capacity of that container, right? So these are the associated data for this, resources in a 40 feet container. Okay, for full container load. Okay, and the next one is that we have created is a 20 feet container. All right. Anyway, we'll come to this. Let's go back to the locations again.
We have a business partner called driver, right? So driver will be created with which type? I mean, like BP, yeah, it's like FLC00 or like what? And that would be moved to TM as a location for driver.
Look, a driver for us, it's not a physical address.
It's not a physical address, yes.
So obviously we'll not be creating any BP number or any location for the driver. Driver is just an identity. We just need an just like iCard number, just like employee number. So that will be creating just in configuration, a driver number, whatever the configuration will have a table. We just make a table entry for the drivers. Okay, right. And that driver we can associate with the user ID. We have the user side in SAP, but again, I'm going too much in depth because that user ID is something related to the capacity. But if you wanted to create a user master data, so the driver can give you an identity and we can associate some driver number, driver name, driver details. Okay, that's it. very limited information. Okay, right?
Okay.
Or that kind of a driver identification number like R card or something that we can add in that details. Okay, but no need of any address or something in that. Okay.
Driver be added as a resource over here to handle the loading.
In the location, no driver, that option is still not there, that which all driver can be available for that particular location, which all driver will be working in this location. Okay, you have other way. If you are working for this equipment group and all, okay, there also we do not have the driver, but you can give a specific location to bound these resources, that these resources can be used on for this location, like that. That restriction is there. Resources, only the resource and the location you can make a relation, but the location and the driver relation, that relationship is still not there. Yeah. Okay, so what we discussed the different locations. Okay, so one more thing, if I just showed you the trash location type, you must have observed I have not showed you guys any location type for the transshipment location. Okay, if I just go back again, if you just look at the locations type, there is no location with the name of transshipment location. So the transshipment location is a concept. Okay, kernel could be a transshipment location. Okay, a warehouse could be a transshipment location. Railway junction could be a transshipment location. A port, okay, a intermediate port or the airport could be a transshipment location. So the transshipment location is a concept. So there is no specific location type for the transshipment location. Okay, it's a business concept that intermediate port or the intermediate airport, intermediate railway junction or the hub could be, or the CFS station, consolidation phase station, container phase station could work as intermediate location. Okay, clear? Right. Now, locations, the freight is moved between the locations. That's why the location is important for the TM. Freight unit always has both. Only we discussed during the freight planning document that what is the exact role of the freight planning. It first of all tell us how many vehicles or how many freight units will be created, how many vehicles will be required, what capacity. Also, it will also source at the destination location. So the freight unit will be created next based on these locations. Freight unit may travel through some locations. Source location, shipping point, destination location is a customer that we have discussed already. We tried creating one location for each shipping point and the customer destination location. All right. We also discuss about the location, the different type of location in the system, different associated parameter to the TM. Okay, the longitude, latitude, the address associated, different identifier. Okay, as well as the resource mapping. Okay, and these are the T codes and the program to create and delete the location in bulk. You can delete also the location in bulk. Okay, right. Same location which I've just now created, we can delete also using this program. Okay. So the location we just now created is SP underscore TCS1. Okay. Just click on execute. Program ended successfully. Okay. All right. And now we can go and check our location, TCS location. It is not deleted. Let me check. Program ended, but I still can see this location appearing in the system. I don't know. I have to check why it is just not even showing the log. It's showing application log, but we're not even going to the next screen. All right, there'll be some issue in this program. We'll see. Okay.
Remove this location type and try to open it. Means are you able to open? Go back.
This
Yes, only give the here. Just execute.
It's not even working, and not generally when it deletes, it will go to the next screen in the log. It will show the log actually in the next screen with a message that the location is deleted successfully, but it is not even showing anything. It is just giving a footer message. Program ended successfully and not showing anything.
And is there any transaction code where you can change log, or is it like you need to go inside and only you can get it from there?
Yeah, no, the application log will appear here only. Okay, just when we run this, so the next screen will display the log.
No, I'm saying like just like a material master change log, we have a kind of different transaction code. There is nothing like that, right? You have to go inside and then check it from there.
Right.
Okay, then
so
there is no
application log we generally see where if it is a data transfer, we'll go for SLG1, but here we do not have any data transfer. It's a embedded. So it's showing location application log.
Even if you check in the location, the deletion flag is not enabled.
No, it will simply delete. It will simply delete. in the system, okay, that time it will not even display. Yes.
The administration, you can see the flag is also not enabled.
Yeah, right. Fine. But yeah, you guys can still try in your testing system or the training system. Okay, but I'll also check why this program is not working. Let's try with the BP number that we have created. Let's try that 00010000671. This location. There's a business partner 1021. Simply try to execute. I think they're also same problem. Same thing. I think this flag. If I'm clicking the deletion flag, I think this is a soft deletion. Now I think it will work. Let's come out. This deletion flag is just archiving. That's a soft deletion.
Yeah, you have to set the deletion flag and delete from the program.
Yeah. Now it is. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, missed to enable that flag. So that deletion flag is a soft deletion, and this is the hard deletion, which will be deleted directly from the system. Okay. It is showing the program ended successfully. And now if I just come and try to display the log, yeah, it doesn't exist. Okay. So it's a two-step process basically. One is a soft deletion. And after this, we have completed delete from the database, or we can say as a hard deletion. Hard deletion is using this program. Okay. So we have to enable the soft deletion flag. Then only this program will consider those locations to be deleted. Okay. All right.
What is the table through which I can check the locations with the location types?
The location types.
Location with location type. I want to see in AC69. Let me know the table name.
Table is CMS. You also do the wildcard search.
Log.
It is. These all are
SAP APO log.
It's a log table. LOK.
LOC. SAP APO.
The one with the APO. Okay.
SAP APO/log.
See? Yeah. So there we have. Okay. So table level, you can just come here and do the wildcards for SAP APO or SAM TMS. Okay. You can find all the tables. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
In the number location ID, there are some character also. It's
Yeah.
So
this will be kind of a GUID. Okay. This location ID that you see, right? This location ID is nothing. It's a GUID. So your module like GTS or the transportation management, they use this hexadecimal concept. Yeah, to to link the tables. Okay, because these has been developed in a different object altogether, right? If you look at library, the application library for GTS is /SAP SLN. For TMS, it is SCM TMS library.
Yeah.
Okay, so because of that reason, they kept it as a GUID concept. Okay, yeah.
But then from here, how I would be getting that, like, what is my actual location ID, which is
this is the number, location number.
Location number.
Number location. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. This is a type. This is the number.
Okay. Yeah.
The GUID is only for linking from one table to another table. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. After the location, we have another master data, which is transportation zone. Okay. Now this transportation zone is a grouping. Okay. It's a grouping of regions or grouping of postal code or group of locations. Okay. So you can see in the diagram here. Okay. Location has been shown with this icon here which is actually for the location, reflecting the location on the map. Okay. And there's a boundaries across these locations, which is showing the group of locations. Okay. The group of location is a transportation zone. For example, if take an example, if it's in Mumbai, we have South Mumbai, West Mumbai. Okay. So we are defining that particular geography with some bifurcation. Okay. North Delhi, East Delhi, West Delhi, North, East, West. Okay. And we are making the group of that geography. And that group of geography will have a number of postal codes, number of regions in between that group, or we can also call it as a location. Location is also physical addresses. So the group of physical addresses is a transportation zone. Okay. Why this zone we have to create in the system? Because sometimes our charges is also based on the zone. Okay. All right. North zone to south zone, the charges the rate has been agreed. Okay. So rather than location to location, okay, destination or the source location, the business can also go for defining the rates for source and the destination zone. Okay, that is the need for this transportation zone. And the T code has been given here to create this transportation zone manually in the system. All right. So this is the transportation zone, SCMTMS dash zone, defined transportation zone. Okay. And if you want to know how many transportation zone already exist, you just simply execute. These many zones are already available in the system. The East South zone. Okay. And in this zone, how many locations has been grouped? You just double click and just scroll down below. And you guys can see these are the location which has been grouped under this zone, the East South. And what all postal code, if there is any postal code, what are regions, if any regions. Okay. So based on the business requirement, we group the locations or group the postal code or group the regions. Okay. Right. All right. So this is pretty much straightforward. Okay. We just have to click on create. You can create any locations, any transportation, any zone. Okay. Okay. And under this zone, you can just double click and you can further define what all location that you want to assign, or what all postal code, or what all regions. Okay. If our source or the destination location fall in this zone, then that particular zone level charges will be applicable to that location then. Okay. So you can add here whatever the location that we have, you can add. Okay. Here, group of location, group of postal code, or group of regions. Another question is, can we have both? Yes, we can have both. We can have location or the postal code and the region, all three all together. We can have, yes. Okay. In that case, how the system will look into whether it will go for the location and postal code and region? No, it will follow the OR. Okay. If our location, that postal code is matching, so it will just take the postal code. If the region is matching, if both are matching, then also it's fine. But the system will look for the OR. Okay. We can maintain the entries in location, postal code, regions, and in our freight order or the freight unit, whatever the source or the destination location, if the location is matching, fine. If the postal code is matching, then that zone will be pulled. If the region is matching, then also the zone will be pulled. So it is not an AND operator in between these three. The other, it's a OR operator. Okay. The logical operator, or the system will look at matching the location or postal code or region. If any one of these is matching, that particular zone will be considered then. Okay. Yeah.
These are different from that one zone we are using in like.
Yeah. Your master data, right? You are using the
yes,
transportation.
yes.
Yeah, right.
Logistics.
It's different from that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And there
Because
would not
that
be any
master data,
confusion, right?
that
Because
master data, that transportation zone, that is coming from the SPRO configuration,
right, exactly.
and it's just a table entry. But here we are defining this zone as a kind of a master data.
Master data. Okay. And this transportation zone also have. Can you just go inside, please? You're showing something there. Just once more. Can you? Okay. What are the parameter we can see? Can you go inside of this zone or?
Yeah, we can go. Yes, you can take
Just
any
go
zone as of now. Location, the group of location we are assigning in the Singapore zone.
Okay, so this is something which is only assigned to the location and nothing else. Like in the zone, we are not maintaining any parameter. And parameter may be the time zone, time UTC, and then what are these thing MML TM00? What are those? On the right hand side, if you can, I can see partially.
Okay, these are the user IDs. Yeah,
okay,
here you can just check. Now these all will be coming from this location that we are assigning here. These are the log data, the metadata. Okay, right. Zone is just like a group. Okay, we are just creating a group in the system. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So if we just read here, the direct assignment of the location or the postal code assignment or the region code example has been given. For example, the state of Florida in the US. We go for the state basis grouping. Yeah, it will definitely have multiple regions including. So we'll go for the region level grouping. Okay, and the T code has been mentioned. Now the next master data in our discussion is a transportation lane. Okay, the transportation lane. Now, if you look at this transportation lane, there is a plant or the shipping point. We can consider this as our source location, and the customer, which is our destination location. Okay, or the distribution center in between. There's one more location. Okay, how that during, for example, if the dispatch is being made from the plant location to the customer location, or this plant is in, let's say it's in Chennai, and the customer is in somewhere in Maharashtra. From Chennai to Maharashtra, in this particular lane, there will be, we'll set up a lane. In that lane, what all carriers are providing their services from Chennai to Maharashtra. That's Chennai to Mumbai. From Chennai to Mumbai, our customer is in Mumbai, plant is in Chennai. On this particular lane, how many carriers? Okay, we may have a DHL, we may have FedEx, we may have VRL. Okay, the domestic carrier. So how many carriers are providing the transportation services? So that will capture and save in our as a master data in the system, and that master data we call it as a transportation lane. This transportation lane will be also used when we'll be selecting the carrier between this plant Chennai and the customer Mumbai location. What all carriers are providing the transportation services? Out of these carriers, which carrier will be selected? Okay, so that will come under carrier selection. When we'll come to the carrier selection, that time we have to come to this transportation lane. Okay, the carrier selection depends on the transportation lane also. If we go for the lowest cost, lowest priority, okay, like that, those parameters. Okay, so how to create this master data in the system? So that is the T code has been mentioned here in the slide. Okay, in the bottom, SCM, DMS, TL5. So what is a transportation lane? It's a direct connection between two locations or two transportation zone or zone to location or location to zone. Okay, and maintain at, generally it is maintained at the zone level, or but it's not mandatory. We can maintain at the location level also. It's a location to location or zone to zone. If you can see here, plant to the transportation zone. Okay, in this diagram. So plant is in Chennai. Suppose transportation zone, we are talking about Delhi NCR. So Delhi NCR is a one transportation zone. Plant is in Chennai. So this point to point, Chennai to Delhi NCR. So it is location to zone. Okay. This lane is between location to zone. Okay. So it could be location to location lane. It could be location to zone or zone to location. Okay. So this is called the transportation lane. Let's go in the system and have a look. Okay. Example, we have just now want to create the location. Our SP, what we have created TCS1. Our destination location, which is our customer location that we have created, 1006,671, and we are clicking on the create button.
But you have deleted them, right?
I deleted, I think. Let me take any other location. So we can take any other location. We can consider the zone also. Okay. We can pull out any location or any zone as of now. I'll take anything as of now. Okay. Let's say I'm taking this. Okay. Now here we have to add the basic detail, that means of transport. Okay. Means of transport. For example, now means of transport is different than the mode of transport. Now, does anyone have any idea? What is the difference between the means of transport and the mode of transport?
Road,
Anyone?
rail, these are all mode of transport. Means is that the vehicle.
Exactly.
Yes.
Means is a vehicle type. Mode is the medium. Okay. So here we are selecting the means of transport. It means the type of vehicle, whether it's a truck or the trailer. Okay. We are not selecting here the mode of transport. Okay. We are selecting here the means of transport. So the existing means of transport, whether if it is going by road. Okay. So we'll select the truck or car, or we have another truck. Okay. We have the cold storage truck, hot storage truck. Okay. Trailer that we can select here. Okay. There is a validity associated for this transportation lane, start and the end date. Okay. Now fixed transportation duration. This fixed transportation duration and the distance. Now in our freight order, we have something which is for a particular stage. If you wanted to determine the distance and the duration. Okay. Whether that distance and the duration will be proposed from the transportation lane, or there will be actual calculation between the distance and the duration. That is controlled by these indicator, fixed transportation duration or fixed transportation distance. If we are now, in what case we activate this flag? If the company has decided from one pin code to the another, one location to the another location, we estimated there is a 80 kilometer, and we will pay you for this 80 kilometer only. Then we go for this transportation distance and the fixed and the transportation duration. Or either or, we'll not select both. It's a fixed duration. Okay, 1 hour journey, we'll pay for the 1 hour basis or 2 hour basis. Okay, or we pay for the kilometers. Fixed distance. Okay, so that cases we enable this flag. In real-time project, these are not activated because we actually go for the actuals. Because here we are not working with the S4 logistics LE module. Here we are working with the transportation management TM, and TM will always go for the actual ones on the actuals. Okay, how much is the actual distance Actual distance, it is not actual distance tracked by the truck. It is the actual distance between the locations. And that where we can capture, for example, distance of up to 10 kilometer, up to 20 kilometer, up to 30 kilometer, where we can create this matrix in the TCM. This is transportation charge calculation. Okay. When we're coming there, in the transportation charge calculation, we have the rate table. In the rate table, we can have that matrix. Okay. So up to 10 kilometers, we'll pay this. Up to 20 kilometers, this much. Up to 30, like this. But if we keep here the fixed transportation distance, only for it. Now, again, the business scenario, whether the business is always paying for a particular fixed duration, then we don't even need the rate table. Okay. All right. Then, because rate table, we are classifying the rates based on a particular distance, 10 kilometer, 20 kilometer, 30, 40, 50, like that. We are making a kind of a scale there. Okay. All right. Now, so here we can keep any transportation a default, a proposal. Okay. The proposed distance. Okay. We just simply click on generate proposal with the validity. Now this will, it is not triggering anything. There is the configuration which is required in means of transport also to generate this proposal, duration and the distance. We'll just give here 100. It is just simply clearing this. Generally what happened here, when I click on this generate proposal, right, from the start location to the destination location, it will calculate the distance and it will propose that distance here. Okay. But that will depend on this means of transport. Let me try with any other means of transport. Go with Z001.
No, from means of transport, you get the duration, and transportation
Right.
distance will come from location. But the problem is that in that location,
Yeah.
you don't have that so
We do not have exact addresses actually, the longitude, latitude, etc. Yeah. So that's why it is not calculating anything real. But if I show you other data, that there I'll show that the other data. Anyhow, this data is just for our practice that I'm creating. The actual freight unit or the freight order will be using our usual data, which we use for the training. Okay. Then so this is a general detail. Again, at the project level, you guys will not be actually using this. This will be calculated here. It is a calculated of the proposed distance and the duration, just to show in your freight unit. At the planning level, this transportation and distance and the duration will be calculated from the transportation lane. Okay, that we'll see when we come to the freight unit. Okay, now the other one is the carrier selection. So this strategy, they're relevant for the carrier selection. Now for the carrier selection, there is a condition we use there. Condition is a kind of a program, a built-in program. So that built-in program will refer the transportation lane. As I just said in our example, Chennai to Mumbai. Chennai to Mumbai, we are creating one lane. In that lane, how many carriers are providing the services? There could be 5 carriers, 6 carriers. We want to perform a carrier selection process. Okay, but that carrier selection process will be using this transportation lane only if this is active, this flag is active. If this flag is not active, then this particular transportation lane, even it is exist in the system, defined in the system and valid, but it will be simply ignored by the condition. Okay, because condition need this flag to be make relevance. Okay. So this flag is for carrier selection. Out of these 5 carriers, which particular carrier will be selected, or the ranking, how these 5 carriers will be ranked, rank number 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that is done by one strategy in the carrier selection, and that will use a transportation lane, but you have to enable this flag. Okay, out of that we have something which is called the cost associated, okay, or the priority. So these parameter also we will discuss when we'll come to the carrier selection process. That time we'll discuss this, why we have. So it is just to give you a one-liner that the carrier with the lowest cost, we want to select the carrier with the lowest cost. So we have to select cost here. The carrier with the priority. So we have to give the top priority. We have to give the priority here. Okay, we have to select. Anyhow, we are going to discuss that in detail when we come to the carrier selection. Then the cost origin. Cost origin is generally we keep as an internal cost. Okay, and here we select the cost because we want to select the carrier with the lowest cost. And where we maintain the cost, we maintain the cost for each carrier. So the next step is we'll be defining the carrier. After defining this means of transport and the default data for that means of transport, what is the transportation distance, duration, the default data, then we have to maintain the carrier, and against that carrier we'll be maintaining the cost for each carrier. Okay, so that time we'll use this all the priority and the cost or the cost origin. Okay, all right. Other one is for the continuous move. This will discuss when we'll come to the overview for the continuous move type. Okay. Then you can also see something which is for the share of business and the transportation allocation. So we'll discuss the share of business. So share of business is a promise by my client to the carrier that on a particular route, on a particular year, we'll be providing you that much percentage of business or the revenue. That is called the business share. Okay. So as we know, now we are talking about more about the carriers. Okay, so the transportation lane, the main importance of the transportation lane is a carrier selection based on the carrier lowest cost, carrier priority, or the carrier business share. Okay, so the business share is another process in SAP where the client will be making a kind of a promise to provide a business share in terms of percentage of revenue. Okay, for example, on a particular route from Chennai to Mumbai, okay, on a particular route, Chennai to Mumbai, the client is expecting something around 100 fleet, okay, 100 fleet in a 6 month or quarterly or in a 1 year. And there we have two carrier number one and carrier number two. So carrier number one, he will promise to provide 80% of the business, 80% of this 100 fleet. It will like almost like 80 fleet. Okay, and another carrier, they make a business, they make a promise of providing the 20% business. Now, what is this promise? This promise is, or this percentage is called the business share. Okay. Why this business share? What is the relevance in the business? This can anyone think? Why the, companies are putting all this business share and just in advance? Okay. Why they're promising? Okay. These are the, this much, vehicles that every, year will be needed. And this is upfront. They are making this a kind of a business share distribution among the carrier. Why so? Anyone?
They want to publish to the market like how dominant they are, and then from which are the fleet company they have most of the like distribution, so that they get the
Yeah.
business. Right?
Branding. Okay. This we can simply term as a branding in the market. Okay. What next? Anyone?
Maybe cost efficiency. If they are doing it earlier, they get a good deal.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course, cost efficiency. Then
Optimized transportation.
optimization. Yes. And when I say optimized, we are talking about the quick delivery to the market, time to reach to the market. Okay. Speed and efficiency we are talking about. Now, at the same time, when our client who is making 100 fleet a year and they have already promised these carriers, now these carriers, for example, 80% of their, 80% of their business share. Now these carrier also have to make them ready. Okay. For example, this 100 flight, they are making, let's say 1 million. Out of those 1 million, 800,000 will be coming to carrier one. 200,000 will be coming to carrier two. Now for this 80 fleet, they have to maintain some drivers. They have to hire those drivers. They have to make arrangement of the vehicles, correct? From Jenny to Mumbai. All this stuff they have to keep it ready, right? Before they actually jump to the next year, because from the next year the client will be keep on sending them the order. But if the carrier one, even they have already pre-informed them that they have already been provided, there's a commitment of 80% business share. In that case, the carrier one has to be ready. Okay, all right. So that the carrier will also get enough time to arrange all the vehicles, all the staff, all the necessary approvals. Okay, and all the IT support or software support to deliver this 80% promise. Okay, 80% is a promise by the client, but what about the carrier? If carrier couldn't make this requirement, okay, if carrier couldn't make this requirement because it's a promise, there's nothing happening on the ground as of now, there's nothing we are in execution. Okay, so carrier also has to meet this demand. So it's a advance heads up to the carriers that these many business will be coming, we are expecting this pipeline, so you also be ready. Okay, so carrier also have to make it ready. Now there is a risk associated, right, with the carrier. Suppose carrier has made the arrangement for the 80%, 800,000 revenue. They have hired all the drivers, arranged all the trucks, vehicles, necessary approval. They are already starting. They are already in progress. But at the same time, the next year, instead of 100 fleets, client got only 50 fleet. Okay, in that case, 80% means they were expecting 80 fleet rather than they got only 40 fleet. So it's a loss to the carrier, right? Because they already invested a lot in making their arrangements, hiring and arranging the vehicles, approvals and all. They already put a lot of efforts in that. So as per the terms and condition, there could be penalties also. If you couldn't make this percentage share to the carrier. So as per the agreement, now it's a terms and condition. Okay, there are the penalties clause also. If there is a penalties, okay, if the business share is not meeting, so those penalties are there. All right, those penalties are there. Yeah.
How they
Yeah.
do that penalties, like it's like a carrier send a debit note at the end of the year, or how?
Right. Now the penalties will be at the end of the year. Yeah. Now again, that will go manually actually out of SAP. The penalties we can keep in the business partner, business share. We can create the business share in the system, in SAP system. We have the penalties also there, penalty cost that we can add. Okay, that provision we have in SAP. But when it is going to be charged, that is another concept, and how it is going to be charged. Okay, whether it's a carrier invoice, which will be add on in the carrier invoice against some freight order, they'll be adding the penalties at the end of the year, or they'll be raising another invoice just to settle it down with the finance. Okay. Now that is something that as a functional consultant, we may find a different, experiences with the business processes. Okay. So there's no standard process for that. Okay. So SAP is just able to give you how much penalties, but how it will be settled. So the penalty settlement is not there. Okay. Yeah. So I was just letting you know, guys, what is the significance of this share of business share, the positive and tolerance and the negative tolerance. So per carrier, as per there's a positive tolerance and the negative tolerance also. If they have committed for the 80% and you are putting the positive tolerance of 5, negative or 5, it means 75 to 85%. 75 to 85%, the promise has to be met. Okay, it is not something they have to be exact number of 80%. Then only we can call it as okay, the promise has been met. No, it's not like that. It's a tolerance, a range. 75 to 85% business they will be providing, and that's why we are keeping the business share of 80%. But there is a tolerance limit also we are providing here. Okay, per carrier. So that tolerance comes from here, and there is a penalties cost. You can see if it's an excess, how much is the penalty? It's a shortfall, how much is the penalty? We can now this is fixed to the carrier, but other than that, we have the business share in the Fury app also. Okay, per carrier we can create a business share in the Fury app also too. Okay, all right. So we have the provision for that. Okay, all right. Now click. Now once you're just fill this all this means of transport, just try to save this. Okay, sorry. Before clicking save button, we have to enable this. You have to click this button, copy and close. So click on yes and then save this. Okay, now this means of transport between two locations are saved. So this means of transport, which is a truck is provided by how many carriers? Okay, it could be 20 feet truck, 40 feet truck, 100 feet truck, or trailer. But these trucks, or the cold storage or the hot storage, or these trucks, this is now what I said: 20 feet truck, 40 feet truck, hot storage, cold storage, okay, 100 feet trailer. These are what? These are the means of transport only, which I just said. Okay. When I say vehicle, a truck, but how many type of trucks? If I say ship, how many type of ships? Okay. So how many type of a particular vehicle is a means of transport? So if this Z001 is a means of transport, it's a normal truck. It's just a truck. Nothing has been mentioned here. But when you actually work for the company, you will be finding 20 feet truck, 40 feet truck. Okay, for 100 feet trailer, 60 feet trailer. Okay. That particular means of transport. Okay, 40 feet truck or the 100 feet trailer, which is this means of transport Z001, provided by how many carriers between SPTCS 001 to this location 1001. Okay, all right, on this particular lane, this particular means of transport is provided by how many carriers? So that carrier we have to add here in below here then one by one. Okay, we can take some carrier here. Now what is the BP rule for the carrier? CRM 010. Okay, and you will find all the carriers available in the system. So these all carriers are available, 33 carriers are available in the system. Okay, all right, we can say we can take some carrier like Logistics Private Limited. Okay, this is the first carrier. Enter. Since we have not selected any cost there, so the cost is not available here. We have not selected the cost. Okay, Same for the priority. That is not able because we have not selected anything in the priority and the cost. Okay. All right. So we just, and this is a percentage of business share. How much is the percentage of business share? It's the 80%. The tolerance is there on the top on the lane, 5%, 10% tolerance and the penalty. But here we maintain the share of business, 80% business share. Okay.
I just have one question here. Here in means of transport, if we maintaining share of business, so means of transporting the vehicle, you mentioned the truck and all, but then this means transport should connect with the customer BP because which customer is going to give us the that percent of business. Where are we going to connect those links? Because this is only means of.
Yeah. So this is the client. Okay. This is not an end customer. Okay. This client could be Apple. Let's say it's a shipper scenario. Now Apple could have many customers. Okay. So these are the end customers. Okay. So for our carrier, Apple is a client. Okay. This means of transport that we are providing, the charges or the promise or the business share, this will be with Apple and the carrier. Between the Apple and the carrier, there is no single end-to-end customer that we are the carrier are directly dealing with. Okay, right. So whatever the business share that we are maintaining, because it's our client system only, right? So whatever the business share we are maintaining here, by default it's our client system. Okay, our client and the carrier, we are maintaining the business share here. So if you say I have to maintain the client also, but we are in our client system only. This is our client system. Okay, right. In one system we are not working with a different clients, right? Okay, and mostly it's on a particular route. Now, if you say, suppose I have Apple Singapore, Apple India, and Apple Germany, 3 company code. Now we have 3 company code, but even company code will not make sense here because Apple Singapore can book any lane Chennai to Mumbai in India. Okay, so it's not a company code plus carrier combination. It's not like that. It's just a carrier. It's only for this share of business is only a feature associated with the carrier. Okay, all right, and it is same for Apple Singapore, Apple India, or Apple Germany. The share of business will remain same. Okay, yeah, because that particular carrier is eventually dealing with the purchase organization. Okay, right. So that will be segregated anyhow. Not all the carrier will be connecting with the different company codes. One particular purchase organization, the India one, that carrier will be dealing. Okay, so that carrier definition when we enter in the system, this will be by default, it will be for the India purchase organization only. Okay, Singapore or the other Germany company code, they will not even look at this carrier because their purchase organization are completely different. Okay, right? Okay, right. Okay.
There is another concept here in transportation lane, that is transportation allocations. Okay,
Right.
the means of transport below there is a transportation allocation.
Right.
Okay, little view on this.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Now the other one which we are talking about, the TM tendering. Okay, the tendering we'll see the tendering in our this TM system. Now this TM system is a standalone TM system. It is not connected to the LBN. Okay, for LBN we have a different TM system connected because LBN we took the cloud subscription from the SAP directly, for which we have another TM system ready, and we are still working on the LBN to make a setup on that. Okay, so the tendering will see both the way. Tendering will see in the standalone system how the quotation will be created in the system and how the back job will be running and awarding the tender to the carrier is the one go. Second method is connecting with the LBN. How the tender will flow to the carrier in the LBN and how the carrier will respond via LBN. So the LBN one is very easy. There we have 2 systems we are connecting and we are just triggering with the Fury apps. But the one is a standalone, which will need a batch job. That will need more efforts and the time to understand that this particular batch job is running and how it is executing this different tender to the different business. Okay, but that we'll see. All right. So let me just save this. So again, we have to click this button, copy and close. Then you have to press the save button. Otherwise, the changes will not be saved. Okay. Now coming to one more field, which is called the transportation allocation here. Now, transportation allocation is just analogous to your business share only. Okay, just like in the business share, what we are doing based on the revenue, we are making a promise. Okay, we are making the 1 million the transportation, and these many carriers. Okay, For particular carrier, we are making the promise we will provide in the 10% revenue business, or there is a 10%, 20%, 30% business share revenue. But that is based on the revenue. And the transportation allocation is based on the capacity. Okay. The transportation allocation will again create a kind of a, one more parameter for the transportation allocation in the Fury app. But that transportation allocation will be based on the capacity. For example, Chennai to Mumbai. Okay. If I just go back to our example again, Chennai to Mumbai. Again, we have these two carrier, but here we will be talking about the carrier capacity. What carrier has what capacity? So it is not not the promise. Okay, based on the carrier capacity. For example, this carrier can meet only 15% of my business. Another carrier can make up to 60% of my business based on their capacity. So it's the other way around actually. Okay, based on the carrier capacity, the allocation, the transportation allocation will be given to them. That okay, 100 fleet, out of 100 fleet, your capacity is 15%. So it's a real-time situation actually. But the transportation allocation based on the real situation, the current situation, where the carrier one can handle how many transports. Okay. So that is the transportation analogous. It's both are analogous, but the business share is a talk about the business revenue. For the transportation allocation, talk about the capacity. Based on the capacity, the allocation, the transport will be allocated. Okay. Right. Yeah. Right. Now, if you just look at this business share and the transportation allocation.
In that business share, we can have multiple carrier, right? Because we are keeping here 80% and 20%. That means there must be another carrier, right? In that same kind of
right.
concept. So you have only just a demonstration. You're only showing one. So there would be another one line created when it's in actual system.
Yeah. In this transportation lane you're talking about, right?
Yes, the one which you're showing.
Yeah, we can have multiple. Yes, we can keep on
as we are saying here, like 80-20. So there would be another one. And then where you would be maintaining that 20% or 80% share details. Can you just show that once more? That part only.
Yeah. Was TCS 1. So for that particular shipping point, how many transportation lane for the zone or different destinations are available? You can come to this mass maintenance mass display. Okay, and just click on display. Okay, if you just double click, you will find all the carrier here. As of now, I created only one carrier. Same way, you can keep on creating multiple 4 and 5 carrier here.
Right.
Okay, and you just have to select this carrier, double click on this carrier, and there you can fill the business share. Okay.
Okay, that is the
for a particular carrier.
Okay. And another thing is like we are not doing any fleet management of the carrier in TM, right? Or are we?
Right.
So fleet management is in I'm just saying like how many carriers, how many vehicles are there, and against that vehicle, there would be vehicle management also, vehicle details also, right? So are we having that kind of master data in where we will have a view of all the vehicles from those carrier which should be operating for us, and then we can actually see those allocation. Do you have that level of details in?
Yeah, of course we have. We have the report to show all the vehicles for a particular carrier, how many vehicles are available. Okay.
Okay, so fleet management is there also.
Yeah, that is there. Okay. And moreover, even if you come to the transportation lane, you can say there's a corresponding mapping, the step, how that reports are working, because this is transportation lane only. Here we are mapping means of transport and the carrier combination. So the lane only will be used for that report also. Okay. Right.
Transportation lane is not relevant for planning. In that case, it's an optional entry, right?
No, it is relevant for the planning. Okay.
If not,
but your freight unit, even if it doesn't create any transportation lane, your freight unit you still can create in the system. Okay. And you can continue arranging how many trucks we need and etc. Okay. As you said, it's correct. For the planning, when we talk about the actual transportation planning, until your freight unit, freight unit planning, we do not actually need even the transportation plan, transportation lane to be created in the system, because major point of the transportation lane is the carrier relation, actually carrier selection, tendering. Okay, that for that purpose we are using that. But freight planning we can do.
Another concept called cost and constants in planning profile.
Yeah.
Maybe it will be used that one. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Cost and constant will be using that. Yes. Okay, all right. So there you can see this is how we create the business share. Okay, now this is also one of the other way. Either you put this negative tolerance, positive tolerance, and the business share in the transportation lane associated with the carrier, or you also have this business share created here in the Fury app, and here it will give you a combination of the source and the destination. Okay, right? The source location and the destination location. Here you can give this is the source location and this is my destination location. You can provide here the source location SP underscore. If you do not want to go for your lane level, then you can come here. You can maintain the business share here. Okay, you can maintain 000 destination.
Here, one point to notice is that it's trade lane, not transportation lane.
Right,
Trade
right.
lane is concept.
Yeah. Okay, along
It's
with
not
that,
master
here,
plan.
along with that, you have here the same means of transport. You can give the same combination, just you are using in the transportation lane also. We are using here. Along with that means of transport, you have other parameter also like transportation mode. Okay, you can provide here the transportation mode. Okay, what else? This is the only thing which is given here, right? And start date, end date, negative tolerance, positive tolerance, penalty clause, anyhow, the same thing which we saw there also. But here, is rather than maintaining for carrier one by one, you can simply come here for the particular source and destination location, means of transportation mode. You can just keep on inserting the carrier here and the corresponding target share. So either you maintain in the transportation lane one by one, or you can simply come here for a particular source and the destination, how many carriers are there for a particular means of transport, and you can maintain in a one go in the Fury app. Okay, right? So, but the same combination: source, destination, location, means of transport, validity, and the carrier and the target share. Negative tolerance and the positive tolerance is up to is same. It's relevant for the means of transport. Okay, yeah. So same thing what we have maintained transportation lanes. So this is also one of the option to create in the Fury app. Okay, all right.
But Sumit,
Okay.
this will again revisited at the time of planning. Very
Exactly.
important concept, whatever you have given.
Now business share again, carrier selection. Okay, transportation lane. What is the important parameter? Carrier selection. Business share, carrier selection. Okay, at the time of carrier selection only, is if you want the carrier selection to based on the cost or the priority, transportation lane it will go. If you want the business share to be selected as a one of the strategy for the carrier selection or the carrier ranking, then only the business share will be referred. Or the transportation allocation. We want the transportation allocation. Okay. So these are the strategy that we'll select while performing the carrier selection. Based on the selected strategy, we can't select everything in one go. Okay, based on the selected strategy only, the system will go to that particular parameter. If your client is not using business share, if your client is not using transportation allocation, they have straightforward strategy, cost, lowest cost. So it will just simply come into the transportation lane. It will just check the cost, lowest cost, and it will select the carrier. Okay, all right. Let's proceed further. So this is what we saw in the transportation lane. So what transportation lane will answer? It will answer from particular point to point, source to destination, how many ways of shipping the material. Okay. What are the different means of transport? Since you'll be selecting truck, trailer, or the ship or the vessel, so it will indirectly will also tell you what is the mode of transport selected, means of transport, and which all carrier are operated between that source and destination. Okay, all right. The next is the route, the TM master data, which is the route. The route is again, it is not a prerequisite for your freight unit planning, but the route is the actual route that is created in the system. By default, your freight unit will be created for the source and the destination location. But between the source and the destination location, how many stoppage are there? Okay, that is defined by the route. The route definition is the route will define the sequence of the stops for a given source and the destination location combination. A route can be modified manually where the desired route is different, so that the proposed by the system. Okay. So if you look at the route, so the routes are the stoppage in between the two locations, right? So if I just simply come here and look at the freight units, come to the logistic integration and the order integration worklist app, and just click on all freight units. Just let me take the latest one, the example. Now, if we look at this freight unit, the freight unit by default, what stage it will take? Source and the destination location. That's it. If you just click on the stage and you see there is no default route has been applied here. Okay, there is no default route has been applied. Now, how we can apply that route? We can click on the route, and here we have that option, default route applied. If I just come here, select this apply default route. So your default route will be applied. Okay, depending, the route must exist in the system. Okay, from this source location to my destination location. Where is the destination? This is the destination location, 1786001. If there is a route, existing route in the system, then it will apply. Why it is not applying? I'm clicking on the applying default route. It is not applying. Why it is not applying? We also have to check the document flow. If there is a subsequent document is already created after the freight unit, we can see here there is order, service entry sheet, and everything has been created already. Now the system will not allow you to update or change the route. Okay, it makes sense. Okay, so but if you have the freight unit, open freight unit, where the no subsequent freight order or any subsequent document has been created yet. In short, there's no freight order has been created yet. The freight unit is still open. Then you have the flexibility to change the route. By default, you will have the stage, source, and destination. But between this source and destination, we doesn't know how many routes are there. Okay, how many stoppages are there, for which we have to apply the route. And once you apply the route, that route number will reflect here under default route. Okay, and according to the, for example, if you have one stoppage or the two stoppage, accordingly your stages will be also breaking. Stage 1, stage 2. If you have one stoppage, 2 stages. If you have 2 stoppage, then 1, 2, 3, three stages then in that case. Okay, and that stage will break automatically when you apply the route here. Okay, so we will create a route in the system, and we'll try to apply that route in the system. I think the route must be already there, already created for this location. It is not being applied. Why? Because freight order for this freight unit is already been created. So we'll test it. We'll create a freight unit, and then we'll test this route in the system. Okay.
Like this default route and transportation lane. Transportation lane is also kind of a route. It's connecting between the source and destination. Here also source and destination is coming, but
Right.
default route is also, but the only difference is that the stops are there and carrier will not be there. Correct?
Exactly.
Is that so?
Yeah,
Okay.
but route are actual routes actually. Okay, these are the physical locations. We have to understand route is actually what the name is, route. It is the actual route. Okay.
Okay.
But lane is not talk about the route. Lane is primarily for the carrier selection actually.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And lane is just a logical between point A and point B, source and destination. It's a logical connection. But route will actually be give you the physical track, the stoppage, etc. Okay, which the vehicle will follow. The execution, because when we have the route, right, all the stoppage will be reflecting and breaking these stages, and the same stages the vehicle will follow. When we execute the freight order, right, it will go from stage 1 to stage 2, stage 2 to stage 3. But that kind, so it is a physical, it is an actual route, it's a physical thing. Okay. But transportation lane is a logical concept. It is primarily used for the carrier selection and the ranking. Okay.
So let's say I have 3 different routes. Okay. So in the planning through VSR, this the best route would be considered through VSR, vehicle schedule routing. So there, this route would be considered, right? The best possible.
The default route will be
Okay.
considered.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which integration is required for enabling real-time tracking updates in LBN? Option A, SAP SuccessFactors. Option B, SAP Event Management. Option C, SAP Concur. Option D, SAP Ariba. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at transport management? Our SAP S4 HANA TM with LBN course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S4 HANA TM. It's like a smart tool to plan, execute, and track your shipments with ease. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced features. It's made by experts who truly understand the field. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They're ready to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found it super helpful and career-changing. Best part, it's very affordable. This amazing opportunity to grow is within your reach. Ready to become an SAP S4 HANA TM expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.